Preface of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Dory Smith. Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. Preface. My dear lads, there are but few words of preface needed to a story that is not historical. The principal part of the tale is laid among the cowboys of the western states of America, a body of men unrivaled in point of hardihood and devotion to work, as well as in reckless courage and wild daring. Texas, which 25 years ago was the great ranching state, is no longer the home of the typical cowboy, but he still exists and flourishes in New Mexico and the northern states and territories. The pictures I have given of their life can be relied upon, and its adventures and dangers are in no degree colored, as I have taken them from the lips of a near relative of my own, who was for some years working as a cowboy in New Mexico. He was an actor in many of the scenes described, and so far from my having heightened or embellished them, I may say that I have given but a small portion of the perilous adventures through which he went, for had I given them in full, it would, I am sure, have seemed to you that the story was too improbable to be true. In treating of cowboy life, indeed, it may well be said that truth is stranger than fiction. Yours sincerely, G.A. Henty. End of preface, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 1 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, An Advertisement. Cedar Gulch was, in 1851, a flourishing camp. There had been some good finds by the first prospectors, and a rush had of course followed. In many cases, first discoveries proved elusive, but it was not so at Cedar Gulch. The ground turned out well, and although no extraordinary finds were made, the average was good all over the bottom, and there were few who were not doing fairly well. The scene was a busy one. Several hundreds of men were hard at work on the flat, which in winter was the bed of a wide stream, but which in summer was a mere thread of water among the rocks, scarce enough for washing purposes. Everywhere were piles of stone and rubbish that had been brought up from the shafts. Men toiled at the windlasses. Others emptied the buckets as they came up into swinging troughs or cradles. Others again kept these supplied with water and swung or rocked them, taking off the large stones that the motion brought to the surface, while the slush and mud ran out at the lower end. Newcomers moved about watching the work with eager eyes, wishing that they had had the luck to get there among the early arrivals and to take up a claim, for every foot of ground far down the valley had already been occupied, and there was now no getting into a claim except by purchasing a share or altogether buying out the present holders. One of the claims that was doing best was held by 3 men who had worked in partnership for the last 2 years, and who had been among the first to arrive at Cedar Gulch. They were known among the others as English Bill, Sim Howlett, and Limping Frank. Sim Howlett was perhaps the leader of the party. He had been one of the earliest gold diggers and was a square, powerfully built man. He was a man of few words, but the words when spoken were forcible. He was by no means quarrelsome, but was one whom few cared to quarrel with, even in a place where serious quarrels were of constant occurrence and where revolvers cracked so often that the sound of a fray excited but little attention. English Bill was a tall, wiry man, hot of temper, but a general favorite. Generous with his money, always ready to lend a helping hand to anyone who was down on his luck, he was also a capital worker and had, in spite of his rough clothes and the use of language as rough as that of his companions, a certain air which told that, like many others in the diggings, he was a gentleman by birth. Why these 2 men should have taken up with Limping Frank as a comrade was a matter of surprise to those who knew them. They were both men in the prime of life, while he was at least 10 years their senior. His hair was already white. His face was that of a student rather than a miner, with a gentle and almost womanly expression. His frame was slight and looked altogether incapable of hard work, and he walked with a distinct limp, the result of a bullet wound in the hip. And yet there were men in the gulch who, having known the trio at other diggings, declared that they would rather quarrel either with English Bill or Sim Howlett than with Limping Frank, and as some of them were desperate fellows and noted pistol shots, their report was quite sufficient to secure respect for a man who otherwise would have been regarded with pity or contempt. Very little of the hard work of the partnership fell upon Frank. He cooked, looked after the shanty, did what washing and mending to the clothes was necessary, and occasionally came down and assisted to work the cradle and sort the stuff. They generally addressed him as doctor. Not that he made any profession of medical knowledge, but he was always ready to give his services in case of sickness, and many a miner had he pulled through fevers which, had it not been for his nursing and care, would have proved fatal. "I can't make out what you mean by saying I had best not quarrel with that little old atomy you call Limping Frank," a big, powerful fellow who had recently arrived at the camp said to one who had been talking over with him the characteristics of several of the miners. "I ain't very particular who I quarrels with, but what on arth can there be in that little chap to make one keep clear of him beats me. Can he shoot?" "You bet," the other replied. "He could put a bullet plumb between your eyes 10 times following, the length of the long saloon up there. There ain't no better shot nor quicker anywhere on the slopes." "But he don't look as if he could speak up for himself," the other said. "No, and he doesn't speak up for himself, though his mates would be ready enough to speak up for him if anyone said anything to him. There is nothing quarrelsome about him. He is always for peace and order. He is a sort of Judge Lynch all to himself. He has cleared out 1 or 2 camps I've been at. When a chap gets too bad for anything and takes to shooting over and above what is usual and right, especially if he draws on quiet sort of chaps and becomes a terror, then Limping Frank comes out. I was down at Dead Man's Gulch when there was a gang of 3 or 4 men who were a terror to the place. They had stretched out 7 or 8 between them, and Texan Jack, as the worst of them was called, one day shot down a young fella who had just come into camp for no reason at all as far as anyone knew. I happened to be in the saloon 5 minutes afterwards when Limping Frank came in. Texan Jack was standing drinking there with 2 of his mates, laughing and jawing. You would scarcely have known that little chap if you had seen him then. He had been nursing a mate of mine only the night before, and as I had been sitting near him, I thought what a gentle sort of face he had, more like a woman's than a man's. But now his eyes were wide open and his lips closed, and there was just a set look in his face that I knew meant mischief, for I had seen him once before when his dander was up, and I put my hand into my back pocket for my pistol, for I knew there was going to be a muss. He stopped in the middle of the room, and he said in a loud, clear voice that made everyone look sharp round, "Texan Jack, murderer and villain, we have borne with you too long. If you are a man, draw." Texan Jack stared with astonishment. "Are you mad, you little fool?" he said. "Draw, or I will shoot you down as you stand," Limping Frank said, and the Texan saw that he meant mischief. Frank had no weapon in his hand, for he was not one to take an advantage. The Texan carried his weapon up his sleeve, but quick as he was with it, Frank was as quick, and the 2 pistols cracked pretty well at the same moment. Frank got a ball in the shoulder, but the Texan fell dead with a bullet in the center of his forehead. His 2 mates drew in a moment, but Frank's revolver cracked twice just as you could count them, and there were just 3 bodies lying dead in a heap. Then he put up his pistol and said in his ordinary quiet voice, "I don't like these things, but we must have peace and order. Will some of you tell the others that they had better get?" And you bet they did get. Limping Frank never said another word about it, but got his arm in a sling, and half an hour afterwards I saw him quietly cooking his mate's dinner while they were both standing by blowing him up for starting out without them to back him. "What did he say?" the newcomer asked. "I heard him say, 'It is no use your going on like that, mates. If you had gone down, he would have got his friends, and then there would have been a general fight, and several would have got hurt. When you have murderers like these, you don't want a fight, you want an execution. And having a sort of natural knack with the pistol, I took it upon myself to be the executioner.' There was another case, although it didn't happen at the camp I was at, in which a woman was murdered by a half-breed Mexican. I did not hear the circumstances, but it was a shocking bad case. She left a child behind her, and her husband, a little German, went clean off his head. Next morning, Limping Frank was missing. All that was known was that he had bought a horse of a man who had come in late the night before and was gone. His 2 mates looked high and low for him, but said at last they guessed he would turn up again. It was well nigh 2 months before he came back. He brought back with him a watch and some trinkets that had been stolen from the murdered woman, and it seemed that he had followed the little fellow right down into New Mexico and had shot him there. The man who told me said he'd never made any small talk about it, but was at work as usual the next morning after he came back. I tell you, I would rather quarrel with Sim Howlett and English Bill together than I would get that little man's dander up. He is a peacemaker, too, he is, and many a quarrel he has smoothed down. At one camp we were in, we made him sort of judge, and when there was a dispute about claims or tools or anything else, we went to him and he decided, and no judge could have gone into the case fairer or given a better judgment. And though, in course, those he decided against were not pleased, they had to put up with it. In the first place, the camp was with him, and in the second, there ain't much use disputing with the judge who can shoot as straight as he can and is ready to do it if necessary. The three partners had finished their day's work and sat down to a meal of tea, steak, and corn cakes that Limping Frank had prepared for them. "We shall have to be moving from here soon," the Englishman said. "Another week and our claim will be worked out. We have not done badly on the whole. The question is, had we better buy up somebody else's claim and go on working here, or make a start for some fresh field?" "I vote for a move," Sam Howlett said. "I don't say the claim hasn't panned out well, but there is no excitement about it. The gold lies regular right through the gravel, and it is almost as bad as working for wages. You can always tell within an ounce or so what there will be when you come to clean up the cradle. I like a bit of excitement. Nothing one day and 8 or 10 ounces the next." "It comes to the same thing in the long run," the Englishman said. "We don't get very much forwarder. Grub costs a lot of money, and then what there is over and above slips through our fingers somehow. The gambling tables take a large share of mine, and your weakness for champagne, Sim, when you break out about once a month, makes a hole in yours. And as to Frank's, he spends half his in getting meat for soups and wines and medicines for his patients." "What is one to do?" Frank said apologetically. "One cannot see people die for want of ordinary necessaries. Besides, Bill, you give away a lot too." "Only my money is not so well spent as yours, Doctor." "Well, no, I don't think it is." "I suppose it comes to the same thing in the end. I don't want to lay by money. What should I do with it if I had it?" "You don't want to lay by money because you are strong and can go on earning it for years yet, and you both know very well that if you had $100,000 you would chuck it all away in 6 months." Sim Howlett laughed aloud. "Perhaps you are right, Doctor," English Bill said, "but if your argument means anything, it means that we are fools for working as hard as we do." "Not at all," the doctor said gently. "You don't earn more than you want, as is shown by the fact that you lay by so little, and that we haven't more than enough dust in our sack to keep us for a month or two if we don't happen to strike it in the next claim we take up. No, I think we earn just enough. If you earned 3 times as much, you would go 3 times as often to that cursed gambling table, and it would be bad for your temper. If Sim earned 3 times as much, he would go on the spree 3 times as often, and it would be bad for his health. If I were to earn 3 times as much, I should have 3 times as many patients to attend to, and I couldn't stand such a strain. So you see, we are just right as we are," and he nodded pleasantly to his 2 comrades. "You are the most perplexing beggar I ever came across, Doctor," the Englishman said, "and I have seen some rum specimens during the 20 years I have been knocking about in the States." The little man nodded as if it had been a compliment. "I know, Bill. That is what I think myself sometimes. There is a tile just a little loose somewhere." "Not at all, not at all," Bill said hotly, while Sim Howlett growled that he would like to hear anyone else say so. "Not off, you know," Frank said, "but just a little loose. I know, dear boys. You see, my machine gets muddled up. It may work right enough sometimes, but the chances are that a cog has got bent or that there is a little twist in a crank, and the thing never works quite even. It just catches, you know, rattles now and then. You may look it all over as much as you like, but you cannot spot where it is. You say it wants grease, but you may pour bucketfuls over it and it makes no difference. There," and he broke off. "They are at it again up in that saloon." 2 or 3 pistol shots rang out in the evening air. "Things are not going on as they ought to," he went on quietly. "That is another machine that wants regulating. There are more bad men in this camp than there ought to be." "Don't you worry yourself," Bill said hastily. "You cannot expect a mining camp to be a sort of paradise, Doctor, and all the bad men kept outside. Things have been going on pretty smooth of late. It has been quite a peaceful camp." "I don't like the ways of that man Simmons the gambler," the doctor said meditatively, with his head a little on one side. "He is a bad lot," Sim Howlett agreed. "But he is going. I heard tell yesterday that he said he was going down to Frisco at the end of the week, and if he doesn't go, Bill and I will get a dozen other fellows to go with us and tell him that he better get, or the air of this camp is likely to be unhealthy for him." "Well, if that is so, we need not think any more about it," the doctor said. "I dreamt last night I saw him with a bullet mark in the center of his forehead, but perhaps that was a mistake, or the mark will not come at present. It will come sooner or later," he added musingly, "but perhaps not for a good time yet." "Well, well," Sim Hallett broke in, "we are wandering about like green hens lost in a sagebush. We started by talking about whether, when we have worked up our claim, we shall stop here or foot it. If we foot it, where do you propose to go, Sim?" "I heard this morning they are doing well in that new place they call Gold Run. Then again, you know we have always had a fancy for a month's prospecting up at the head of the Yuba. The gold must come from somewhere, though nobody has ever hit the spot yet." "I'm ready to go where you like, Sim," the doctor said. "But as I have often told you before, you miners are altogether wrong in your notions, as anyone can see with half an eye by the fact that, whether you are down here in the bottom of a gulch, or whether you are up on those flats 2,000 feet above us, you always find gravel. Now those flats were once the bed of a great river. That was when the mountains round were tens of thousands of feet higher than they are now. They must have been all that, or there would never be enough water for such a river as that must have been. The river must have rolled on for thousands of years, for the gravel, which you can see in some places is 500 feet thick, is all water-worn. Whether it is big boulders or little stones, it has all been rolled about. Well, in time these mountains were all worn away. There wasn't water then for the big river, and the water from the hills, as you can see them now, began to cut fresh channels, and this Yuba, which is one of them, lies 1,000 feet below the old gravel bed. In some places it has crossed the old bed, and the gold that came down from the former mountains into the gravel has been washed down into these valleys. You will never find, as you all dream of doing, a quartz vein stuck full of gold. There may have been veins like that in the old mountains, but the quartz veins that you find now, and lots of them have been assayed, are all very poor. They've got gold in them, but scarce enough to pay for working even when they get the best machinery. I fancy gold goes off with depth, though why it should I cannot say, and that these quartz veins, which near the surface had big nuggets and were choked full of small stuff, just pettered away to nothing as they went deeper. That is why I think, Sim, that you will find no quartz reefs worth working anywhere now, and why you are less likely to find much pay dirt in the upper gorges, because the water there has not gone through the old gravel fields as it has in its windings lower down. But according to that, doctor, we should find it richest of all if we were to sink in the bed of the river down by the plains." "Not at all, not at all, Bill. From the point where the Yuba's course leaves the old gravel bed of the big river and makes its own way through the hills down to the plains, it has picked up no more gold. As you know, the big nuggets are generally found pretty high up, as was natural they should be, for as soon as the new river washed them out of the old bed, they would sink down in some convenient hole, and as in the course of ages the Yuba cut down deeper and deeper, they would go down too. Their weight would prevent their rolling far, the light stuff would wash down, moving onwards with the sand and gravel. And so, as you search lower down, you get better surface washings, but find less coarse gold." "I dare say you are right, doctor," Sim Hallett said, yawning. "So we won't go prospecting up in the hills, though some nice little finds have been made up there in spite of what you say. I vote we leave it open until we have cleared up, and then look round. A new rush may be started before a week is over, and if we are ready to move at once, we may manage to take up claims in the thick of it. If one isn't pretty early at a new place, one may just as well stay away altogether. There's the horn. The mail is late tonight. I will go out and see if I can get a hold of a Sacramento paper. One sees all about the new places there. Not that one need swallow all they say, for the lies about what is being got are tremendous. One fellow strikes it rich, and then they put it in that every fellow in the camp is making from 4 to 10 ounces a day. I believe most of these lies come from the storekeepers. Of course, it is to their interest to get up a rush to places where they have set up their stores, and if a newspaper man comes along, they lay it on thick. Well, here goes." And throwing on his wide-awake, Sim Hallett sauntered off. In a quarter of an hour he returned with the newspaper. "Here you are, Bill. You may as well do the reading. I'm out of practice, and the doctor is not to be depended upon, and will miss the very bits we want to know." Taking the paper, the Englishman read the columns devoted to reports from the mining camps. A stranger would have thought from the perusal that every miner on the Pacific slope must have been making a fortune, so brilliant were the accounts of gold that was being obtained in every mining camp. John Wilkins and party obtained at their week's clear-up 304 ounces of gold, including many fine nuggets. Many others have met with almost equal good fortune. The sand on the shoulder is panning out very rich. Such was a sample of the descriptions. The three men were unmoved by them. They knew too well how untrustworthy were the reports. Many were, as has been said, the work of the storekeepers. Others were the invention of miners desirous of disposing of their claims to newcomers and shifting to more promising regions. Little was said of the fabulous prices of provisions, of the fever that decimated some of the camps, of the total abandonment of others. And yet even the miners, although knowing by frequent experience that no dependence could be placed on these reports, were prone to cling to the hope that this time they were correct, and the roads were thronged by parties who, having failed at one camp, were making their way to a distant location of which they had heard brilliant reports, and who were met perhaps on their way by parties coming from that very camp to the one they had just quitted. "It sounds well," the doctor said with a quiet smile when the reading was concluded. "Sounds be blowed," Sim growled. "They are thundering lies. What do they say of this camp? Read it again, Bill." It is difficult to get at the exact state of things at Cedar Gulch. Men who are doing well are always reticent as to their earnings. But there is little doubt that all are doing well, and that while those working in companies are obtaining very large results, the average through the camp is not less than from 2 to 3 ounces a day. "The camp is not doing badly," Sim remarked. "There are mighty few here who ain't earning their grub. I don't believe there is one who is making from 3 to 4 ounces a day, not regular. Of course, if he comes on a pocket or strikes the bedrock, he may earn a good bit over that, 10 times as much perhaps in a day. But take it all round, an ounce, or at most an ounce and a quarter, would be the outside." English Bill nodded. "I should say an ounce at the outside. There are scores who ain't earning half an ounce regular, and there are a few who have to run into debt for their grub. Well, there is nothing very tempting in that lot of notices. We have tried a good many of them in the last 2 years, and at any rate we have got another week before we need make up our minds. I expect it will come again, Bill, to what it has come to a half a dozen times before. Write all the names on a piece of paper, put them into a bag, let the doctor draw one, and go for it. It is as good a plan as another, and the doctor's luck has always pulled us through." Sim and the Englishman stretched themselves upon their blankets and lay there smoking, while Limping Frank squatted down by the side of the solitary candle and began to look at the small portion of the paper devoted to general news. This was soon finished, and then he ran his eye over the advertisements. These principally related to articles in demand by miners: patent rockers and cradles, picks and shovels, revolvers and bowie knives, iron houses for stores, tents, clothing, waterproof boots, and flannel shirts. Then there was a column of town lots in Sacramento, notices of steamers starting for San Francisco, notices of stolen horses, offers of rewards for the capture of notorious criminals, and advertisements for missing friends. "Bill," he said presently. "Hello," said the Englishman with a start. He had just laid his pipe down and was already dozing. "Didn't you once say your name was Tunstall?" "Yes, that's it, though I have pretty well forgotten it. What is it?" "Well, there's an advertisement here that may relate to you." "What is it, say? I haven't been running off with a horse or shooting a sheriff, so I don't know why they are advertising for me." $500 reward. The above sum will be paid by James Campbell, attorney, San Francisco, to anyone who will give him information as to the whereabouts of William Tunstall, who was last heard of 4 years ago in California. The said William Tunstall is entitled to property in England under the will of his brother, the late Edgar Tunstall of Burnside, Cumberland. "That's me," the Englishman said, sitting upright and staring at the doctor. "Well, well, so Edgar has gone, poor lad. Well, I am sorry." Sim Howlett had also roused himself at the news. "Well, Bill, I was going to congratulate you," he said, "but that doesn't seem the light you take the news in." "No, I am not thinking of money," the other said. "I could have had that long ago if I had chosen to take it. I was thinking of my brother. It is 20 years since I saw him, and I don't suppose I should have ever seen him again anyway, but it is a shock to know that he is gone. It never was his fault, and I am sorry now I held off so. I never thought of this. It has come to me sometimes that when I got old and past work, I might go back to the old place and end my days there, but I never thought that he would go before me. I am sorry, mates, more sorry than I can say." "How was it, Bill?" the doctor asked. "Don't tell us if you don't like. It is no business of ours. Here in the diggings there are few men who talk of old times. Their eyes are all on the future and what they will do with their wealth when they gain it, but no one asks another as to his past history. The answer might sometimes be a pistol shot. Here we three have been living together for more than 2 years, and not one of us has wanted to know what the others were before we met. It is quite an accident that I know your name. You gave it when you gave evidence as to the murder of that old German that we hung Red Hugh for. It struck me it was an odd name then, but I never thought of it again until I saw it in the paper. And you once said, it was Christmas Day, I remember, you said there was a home for you in England if you liked to go to it." "I will tell you the story," the Englishman said. "I would have told it to you long ago, only there was nothing in it to tell you. It was just what has happened 10,000 times and will happen as often again. My father was one of the largest landowners in Cumberland. I was his eldest son. We never got on well together. He was cold and haughty, a hard landlord, and a despot at home. We should have quarreled earlier than we did, but I was sent to Rugby and often did not even come home for the holidays, for I had a good many friends in those days. I went back when I was 18 and was to have gone to college a month or two later. I made a fool of myself, as boys do, and fancied I was in love with one of our tenants' daughters. Some meddling busybody, I always thought it was the parson's wife, for she drove along one evening just as I was saying goodbye to the girl at the stile, told my father about it, and there was a frightful row. For once he got in a passion, and I lost my temper too. It was really a harmless flirtation, I think. It would have died out when I went off to college. However, when my father swore that if I ever spoke to her again he would turn me out of the house, I said he might do as he liked, and that I would marry her when I came of age. He ordered me to leave the house and never see his face again, said that I was no longer his son and might go to the devil, or words to that effect. So, being just as obstinate in my ways as he was in his, I went and never did see him again. Of course, I went first to see the girl. She was frightened out of her life when she heard of what had happened, said that her father would be turned out of his house and all sorts of things, and at any rate she would have nothing more to say to me. So I walked to Liverpool and took my berth in the first sailing ship to the States. My brother Edgar, who was 2 years younger than I, was away at the time. We had always been capital friends. 10 years later, when my father died, he advertised for me, and, the name being an uncommon one, someone pointed it out to me, and I answered. He wrote most affectionately and lamented that our father had died without forgiving me, and had not only cut me entirely out of his will, but had, knowing his affection for me, inserted a clause that should he endeavor to alter the purport of the will, or to hand over by deed or otherwise any part or share of the estates to me, the property should revert at once to a distant relative. Edgar said, however, that he had consulted his lawyers, and they were of opinion that this clause in no way affected his power to dispose of his income drawn from the estate, and that he proposed to share this equally with me. I wrote back that while I was obliged to him for his offer, I should not accept it, for as the property was not entailed, our father had a perfect right to leave it as he liked. He had left it to him, and there was an end of it. We exchanged several letters, but I was just as obstinate as my father had been. I was too busy or too lazy for letter writing. Somehow no one writes letters here, and then one is constantly on the move. Anyhow, I had 1 or 2 letters from him which I never answered. The last was 3 or 4 years ago, and now he is dead, and I suppose has left me some of the property I would not take during his lifetime. Of course, I was a fool, and an obstinate fool, all along, but one never acknowledges this until it is too late. The others made no remark for some time. Well, anyhow, Bill, you ought to go down to Frisco and see this lawyer. I will think it over, the other said, as, after relighting his pipe, he lay back on the blankets again. There is no hurry for a day or two. No further mention was made of the matter until the claim was cleared up, but that evening Bill returned to the subject. I have thought it over, and I suppose I had better go down to Frisco. I don't think I shall take this money. I should be like a fish out of water in England, and should be miserable there. If I take anything, it will be £1,000 or so. I should sink that in buying a snug little place on the foothills, and I should put somebody on to work it and plant it up with fruit trees or vines or that sort of thing, And then someday, when I get too old for knocking about, I shall settle down there. And I needn't say that my home will also be yours, mates. I shan't be much more than a week away. I shall come back here, and if you hear of anything before I return, leave a line with the storekeeper telling me where you are off to. I have my kit packed, and if I start in half an hour, I shall catch the night coach as it comes along past the top of the gulch." Sim Howlett made no comment, but simply observed, "I expect you will find us here." But just as Bill was starting, the doctor put his hand on his arm and said, "Don't do anything hasty, mate. You see you made rather a mess of your life by putting your foot down before when it seemed there was no occasion for it. There is never any good comes of making up your mind in a hurry when there is no need for it. When you see a man slipping his hand round towards his back trouser pocket, I allow this is not the time for thinking. You have got to act, and to act mighty sharp, too, or you will get a bullet in you before you have drawn. But in a thing of this sort, it makes no difference whether you decide now or 6 months hence. You need only write and say that you are found, and ask for particulars and so on, and when you've got them, you can take your time about giving an answer. Many men before now have refused a good thing and been sorry for it afterwards. Your brother, according to your own account, has acted kindly and well towards you. Why should you refuse what he wished you to have merely because you think that it ought to have come to you in the first place? That is all I have to say, Bill." And he walked slowly back to the tent, while Bill started at a steady pace up the long steep hill from the gulch to the plateau above, along which ran one of the principal roads from Sacramento through the mining district. "We shall miss him, Sim," Limping Frank said as he and his mate lighted their pipes after their meal that evening. "It seems kinder lonely without him after sitting down regularly for 2 years now." "He ain't gone yet," Sim growled, "and I don't think as he is going. What Bill said he will stick to, you bet." "Oh, yes, he means what he says, Sim. Bill has gone away from here with the fixed idea of going down there, writing a letter or two, coming back here, waiting for his money to come over, investing it in a farm, and going on working with us just as before. But, bless you, it is one thing to make up your mind and another to carry it out." "What is to prevent his carrying it out, Doctor?" "Lots of things, Sim. When a man once gets mixed up in a will or in any kind of law business, he ceases to be a free agent." "Ceases to be what, Doctor?" "Well, he ceases to be his own master. Bill thinks he has only got to go into a lawyer's office and say, 'Here I am. I'm the chap mentioned in that advertisement. I dare say my brother has left me a good lot, but I don't want it. Just write and tell them to send me on $5,000. That's all I want out of it. I'm going back to Sacramento tomorrow. When the money comes, pay it into the bank there for me.' Then he thinks that he will have a day's spree at Frisco and come back by steamer next day." "And why shouldn't he? What is to hinder him?" "Well, it won't be like that, Sim, at all. When he goes in and says, 'I am William Tunstall,' the lawyer will say, 'I am heartily glad to see you, sir. Allow me to congratulate you.' And he will shake Bill by the hand, and Bill will say to himself, 'This is just as it should be. 5 minutes will do this job. I will go out and look up 2 or 3 friends who are in from the mines, and we will have a bottle of champagne apiece over this business.' Just as he has thought that over, the lawyer will say to him, 'Of course you are in a position to prove that you are the Mr. Tunstall advertised for?' Bill will say, 'Oh, yes, here are my brother's letters.' Then the lawyer will smile and nod and say, 'Most satisfactory.' And then he will add, 'Of course you are in a position to prove that you are the person to whom these letters were sent?' Of course, I don't doubt it for a moment, but letters do get lost, you know, and fall into other people's hands. In a matter of this kind, we must proceed in a legal and business way. Then Bill will say, 'Of course I can prove that. There is Sim Howlett and Frank Bennett, my mates. They know I am Bill Tunstall.' 'They knew you before you came out here, I suppose?' 'Oh, no, but they have known me for 2 years.' 'Known you as William Tunstall?' 'Yes, of course,' Bill will say, beginning to get riled. Then the lawyer will point out to him that we can only say that he called himself Will Tunstall, and that as the last of these letters he has got is dated earlier than that, it comes to the fact that there is only his word to go upon, and that the law requires very much stronger proofs of identity than this. Then Bill will get mad and will say the money can go to the deuce, and that he shan't trouble any more about it." "What then, Doctor?" Sim Howlett asked as his companion stopped. "Ah, well, that I cannot say. He may come straight off without doing anything more, or the lawyer may get him to talk it over. As to that I cannot say, but you may be quite sure that if Bill is to touch a penny of the money left to him, he will have to go back to England to prove who he is, and it is like enough he may not succeed when he gets there. By what he says, he was only at home just occasionally during his school holidays. He was little more than a boy when he left, and after 20 years knocking about on the plains, and here it is like enough he may not be able to find a soul to recognize him. End of Chapter 1, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 2 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Terrible News. William Tunstall returned to Cedar Gulch the very day upon which his mates began to expect him. Having finished up the work in their claim on the previous day, they strolled up the hill to meet the coach on the chance of his coming. "Well, mate, how goes it?" Sim Hallett asked. "Well, it doesn't go at all, Sim." "How's that?" "Well, the lawyer was civil and all that, but if I had let him, he would have made me believe that I was not Will Tunstall at all. I showed him my brother's letters, which ought to have satisfied anyone, and he hinted that these might have come into my possession anyhow, that Tunstall might be dead, or that his kit, with these letters in it, might have been stolen." "That is the very thing the doctor said he would be after," Sim Hallett exclaimed in great admiration at the latter's perspicacity. "I suppose he didn't say he thought so, Bill?" the doctor asked. "No, he knew better than that, Doctor. He kept on saying he was quite satisfied, but that other people wouldn't be satisfied. Then he asked about references. Who could I refer to? Could I refer to anyone who had known me as William Tunstall before the date of these letters? I said that I had been knocking about on the plains and doing trapping and Indian fighting for years, and that I was known as English Bill, and that I did not suppose there were half a dozen fellows ever did know my name, and that for aught I knew, they had all been scalped, shot, or hung long ago. He said in that case I should have to go to England to prove my claim. I said I would see the claim at the bottom of the sea first, and then I left him. I met some fellows and made a night of it, but in the morning the lawyer turned up at the hotel just as I had finished breakfast. I had told him the hotel where I was staying. He said it was no use being hasty. I said I wasn't hasty, and we were near having a row again. Then he said that he had only had instructions to find me and did not know how much was left me under the will, or anything about it, except what he had put in the advertisement. At any rate, he would write to the people who had instructed him in England and tell them that a gentleman representing himself to be William Tunstall had called, and that he possessed letters from the late Mr. Edgar Tunstall. That in the present state of affairs I declined to make the voyage to England for the purpose of proving my identity, but that he had my address and could communicate further with me upon receiving instructions from them. I told him to say that I didn't want the money and was not going to put myself out one way or the other about it. He listened and shook his head, just the way the doctor does when he don't agree with you. Then he remarked that he would not do anything rash if he were in my place. I told him it was no odds to me whether he would or would not, and as I had just time to catch the steamer, I wasn't going to waste any more time jawing over it. So off I came, and here I am. Well, what is doing here? Has there been any fresh rush? Nary one. The doctor and I think we cannot do better than stay here. I was talking with Halkett and his partners this afternoon. They don't get on well together. Halkett said they would sell out if they could get a fair price. They are getting out about 6 ounces a day. No great thing, but they are only halfway down at present. It is in 4 shares, for 2 of the gang are on day wages. Of course, I said that it wasn't much of a thing to buy, as they were only getting an ounce apiece, and besides, the shaft is badly timbered. Still, if they would say what they wanted for it, we would talk it over with you when you got back. Halkett was evidently anxious to sell, and said they would take 100 ounces for it right out. Of course, I said that was too much, but I think it is a bargain, so does the doctor. They've got through the worst half, and there is the best behind. It don't always turn out rich on the bedrock here. It didn't with us. Still, there is the chance of it, and if it only keeps as it is now, and we take on a couple of men to work with us, we should, after paying them and keeping ourselves, be making 3 ounces a day anyhow, and it will take us a couple of months to get to the bottom, and perhaps more. How do we stand after the clear-up, Doctor? For Frank was the treasurer of the party. We got 20 ounces at the last clear-up, and we had 89 before, so if we give him his price, we should have 9 ounces left. It will take $50 or $60, Sim Hallett said, to make that shaft safe. Halkett is the only one of the lot that knows anything about that, and it has been done in a very slovenly style. I shouldn't like to work down there until we have strengthened it all the way down. I told Halkett the other day that if he didn't mind it would be caving in. I think that is partly why they are selling. Well, I think we couldn't do better than take it, Sim, but you must get them to knock a few ounces off. Otherwise, we shan't have enough to repair the shaft, and from what you say, we must do that before we go to work on the bottom. Let us go and make a bargain at once. That will never do, Bill, Sim Hallett said. That would look as if we had made up our mind to take it, and they wouldn't come down an ounce. No, we will have our meal and wait an hour or two. Then I will stroll round to Halkett's tent and say that as we calculate it would cost a heap of money to make the shaft safe, we do not see our way to it, though we might otherwise have taken to the job. Then you will see tomorrow morning, when they knock off for breakfast, Halkett will come round here and make some proposal. So indeed it turned out. Soon after breakfast, Halkett came to the tent door. Look here, boys, he said. I want to get out of this lot. The men I'm working with ain't worth shucks. The three of them don't do a fair man's work, and I'm sick of it. But I have been talking to them, and they won't take less than 25 ounces a share, and they have been talking to some men who have pretty well made up their minds to give it. If I had the dust, I would buy the others out, but I haven't. If you will buy the other three out at their terms, I will keep my share and work partners with you. I've got enough dust to pay my share of retimbering the shaft. What do you say? The doctor had gone off to take some broth to two of his patients. The other two looked at each other, and then Sim Hallett said, Well, this is how it stands, Halkett. My mate here and I would have no objection to work with you, but it is this way. We and the doctor have chummed together and have never taken anyone else in with us, partly because we are quite content as it is, and partly because the doctor can't do his share of the work. He hasn't got it in him. We don't want to go away from here now, and we have dust enough to buy your three partners out. I suppose we should want to work 4 at the shaft. I don't know what you have been working 6 for, except that 3 of your lot are of no use. That is about it, Halkett said. So you see, we should have to take on a man to do the doctor's work. Well, you would have to do that if you worked it yourselves. So we should, Sim Hallett assented. What do you say, Bill? Halkett's proposal seems a fair one, Sim. It seems to me we can't do better than accept it. We must consult the doctor, Halkett. He is sure to agree, but we should not like to do it without speaking to him. That would not be fair. But you may consider it a bargain. Very well. I will go back and tell them I have made the agreement with you. Then I will come back and bring you 15 ounces of dust, which is all I have got. I don't want them to know that I am going to stop in it. If I do, like enough, they will cut up rusty, so I want you to make it up and hand the 100 ounces over clear. Then they will hand me my share, and I can give you the other 10 ounces. They will leave the camp as soon as they get their money. Somebody has been blowing to them about a find he has made prospecting among the hills, and I fancy they mean going off with him, and it would be no use letting on that I'm going to stop in the partnership until they have gone. They are just the sort of fellows to think that I have been somehow besting them, and if they said so, there would be trouble, and I don't want to do any of them harm. The doctor on his return fell in, as a matter of course, with his mate's arrangement. At dinner time, Halkett and his partners came in, and the dust was weighed out and handed over to them. Sim Hallett and Tunstall spent the afternoon in making a careful examination of the shaft and in deciding upon the best plan for strengthening it. Halkett's former partners left a couple of hours after they got the money, and on the following morning the new proprietors of the claim set to work. The first step was to make an arrangement with a man who had horses to haul timber from a little sawmill that had been erected 2 miles away. And as soon as this began to arrive, the work of strengthening the shaft was set about. It took the 3 men and another whom they had taken on at daily pay a week, and at the end of that time it was pronounced safe against any pressure it was likely to have to bear. The advertisement in the Sacramento paper had been noticed by others than by those for whom it was intended, and there happened to be among the miners who had worked at various times in the same diggings with William Tunstall another who had been on the jury when he had mentioned his name. He did not, however, notice the advertisement until a day or two after the newspaper had arrived in camp. There, he said to some mates who were sitting round the fire, that is just like my luck. There is $500 slipped clean through my fingers because I did not happen to see this here paper before. How is that, Jones? Why, here is $500 offered for information as to the whereabouts of William Tunstall. And who is William Tunstall? I never heard of him. Why, English Bill, That is his name, sure enough. He gave it on a jury we served on together. I told him then I had never heard the name before. That is how I come to remember it. Well, why are you too late? Why don't you ride off at once and say he is here and claim the money? Because he is gone, mate. Sim Hallett asked Black Johnson yesterday, when I was standing by, if he knew of a good man he could take on for a week's work, as he was single-handed, for of course limping Frank don't count in the way of work. I asked him if English Bill was laid up, and he said no, he had gone the night before down to Frisco. I wondered then at his starting just before they had cleaned up their claim. Now it is clear enough he had seen this advertisement. Bolted? One of the other men asked. Bolted? No, Jones said in a tone of contemptuous disgust. You don't suppose English Bill has been cutting anyone's throat, do you? Or robbing some digger of his swag? No, he has gone down to Frisco to see the chap that put this into the paper. Why, look here. And he read the advertisement aloud. He has come into a fortune, I expect. They would never have taken the trouble to advertise for him if it hadn't been a big sum. You bet English Bill has struck it rich. Like enough, it is a thundering big ranch with 200,000 or 300,000 head of cattle. They don't have estates like that in England, another digger put in. I was chatting with an Englishman at Holly Creek. He said land was worth a heap there, but it was all cultivated and hedged in, and he didn't suppose as there was a man in the whole country who had got as much as 5,000 head of cattle. However, cattle or not, I expect it is a big thing English Bill has come in for, and we shan't see him in here again. The news spread quickly through the camp. It was discussed by the men as they worked the rockers, by the gamblers up at the saloon, and in the tents when the work was done. Sim Hallett was soon questioned, but was surly, and little could be got from him. Limping Frank was no more communicative. He was accosted frequently as he went from the tents with his soups and medicines with, Well, Frank, so I hear your mate has come in for a big thing and gone down to Frisco. Jack Jones saw the advertisement for him in the paper. If Jack Jones saw it, of course it was there, the doctor said with a quiet smile. Couldn't have seen it otherwise, could he? Yes, Bill has gone off. I'm glad to hear that it is a big thing. Hadn't heard it before. It will be a surprise to him, for he didn't expect it would be a big thing. Didn't think it would be worth troubling about, you see. However, I dare say he will be back in a week or two, and then no doubt he will tell you all about it. Cedar Gulch was greatly disappointed when English Bill reappeared in his ordinary red shirt, high boots, and miner's hat, and went to work on the following afternoon as if nothing had happened. There had been a general idea that if he came back, he would appear in store clothes and a high hat, and perhaps come in a carriage with 4 horses all to himself, and that he would stand champagne to the whole camp, and that there would be generally a good time. He himself, when questioned on the subject, turned the matter off by saying he had not thought the thing worth bothering about, that he could not get what there was without going to England to fetch it, and that it might go to the bottom of the sea before he took that trouble. The only person to whom he said more was the man who ran the gambling table. Things had been lately going on more quietly there, and the gambler had postponed his departure to San Francisco. Bill Tunstall spent, as the doctor said, no inconsiderable portion of his earnings at the gambling tables, and had struck up an acquaintance with Simmons. The latter was, like many of his class, a man of quiet and pleasant manners. For his profession, a nerve of iron was required, for pistols were frequently drawn by disappointed miners, flushed with drink and furious at their losses, and the professional gambler had his life constantly in his hands. The accusation, "You cheated me," was the sure signal for 1 or 2 pistol shots to ring out in sharp succession. Then a body would be carried out and play resumed. Simmons bore no worse reputation than others of the class. It was assumed, of course, that he would cheat if he had the chance, but with a dozen men looking on and watching every movement of the fingers, even the cleverest gambler generally played fair. These men were generally, by birth and education, far above those with whom they played. They had fallen from the position they had once occupied, had perhaps in the first place been victims of gamblers, just as they now victimized others, had been cast out from society as detected cheats or convicted swindlers, but now, thanks to nerve, recklessness of life, and sleight of hand, they reaped a fortune until the bullet of a ruined miner or the rope of Judge Lynch cut short their career. Simmons was not unpopular among the miners. He was liberal with his money, had many times spared men who, according to the code of the diggings, had forfeited their lives by an insult or by a shot that had missed its aim. He had often set men on their legs again who had lost their all to him, and if there was a subscription raised for some man down with fever, or for a woman whose husband had been killed in a shaft, Simmons would head the list with a handsome sum. And yet there were few men more feared. Magnanimous on some occasions, he was ruthless on others. He was a dead shot and handled his pistol with a lightning speed that in 9 cases out of 10 enabled him to fire first. And while he would contemptuously spare a man who was simply maddened by ruin and drink, the notorious bully, the terror of a camp, a man who deliberately forced a quarrel upon him, relying upon his strength or skill, would be shot down without hesitation. Thus, in 9 cases out of 10, the feeling of the communities among whom he plied his vocation was in his favor. While he himself was a dangerous man, he rid the camp of others who were still more obnoxious, and the verdict after most of these saloon frays was, "Served him right." But as a rule, men avoided discussing Simmons or his affairs. It was dangerous to do so, for somehow he seemed always to learn what was said of him, and sooner or later the words were paid for. Will Tunstall knew that he was a dangerous man, and had no doubt that he was an utterly unscrupulous one, but he himself never drank while he played, and was never out of temper when he lost. Therefore he had no reason whatever to fear the man, and Simmons had always been civil and pleasant with him, recognizing that there was something in him that placed him somewhat apart from the rough crowd. He met him one afternoon soon after his return. "Is it all true this they are saying about you, Bill?" Simmons asked. "Well, it is true enough that I was advertised for and went down to Frisco to see a man there about it. Of course it is all nonsense as to what they are saying about the value of it. It is some family property that might have come to me long ago if I hadn't kicked over the traces, but I am not going to trouble about it. I shall have all the bother and expense of going to England to prove who I am, and I wouldn't do it if it were 10 times as much. Come and have a glass of sham, Bill. My own story is a good deal like yours. I dare say I might be master of a good estate in the old country now, if I hadn't gone a mucker." "It is too early to drink," Will said. "If I did drink, it would be just a cocktail. The champagne you get is poison." "Just as you say. By the way, if I can be of any use to you, let me know. It is an expensive run home to England from here, and if you have need for $1,000, I could let you have them. I have had a good run of luck this last 6 months. It would be a business transaction, you know, and you could pay me a couple of hundred for the use of it. It is of no use losing a good thing for the want of funds." "Thank you, Simmons. I have enough to take me home if I have to go, but I am very much obliged for the offer all the same." "It is business," the other said carelessly, "and there are no thanks due. If you change your mind, let me know. Mind, I owe you a cocktail next time we meet in the saloon." The gambler went on. Will Tunstall looked after him with a little wonder at the offer he had made. "It is a good-natured thing to offer, for of course if I went to England, he could not make anything out of me beyond the interest of the money, and he would get more than that putting it on a house property in Frisco. He is a queer card, and would look more at home in New York than in Cedar Gulch." The gambler's dress, indeed, was out of place with the surroundings. Like most of his class, he dressed with scrupulous neatness. His clothes were well made and fitted him. He wore a white shirt, the only one in the camp, and abstained from the diamond studs and rings and heavy gold watch chain that was generally affected by professional gamblers. He was tall as Tunstall himself, though not so broad or so strongly built. But his figure was well knit, and there was in his walk and action an air of lightness and activity, and he had more than once shown that he possessed an altogether unusual amount of muscular strength. "It is a pity that the fellow is what he is," Will Tunstall said when he turned away. "What a soldier he would have made, with his strength and pluck and wonderful coolness." This little conversation was followed by several others. Somehow or other they met more frequently than they had done before, and one evening, when there was no play in the saloon, Simmons asked him to come in and have a chat with him in his private room at the hotel. For some time they chatted on different subjects. Simmons had brought out a box of superb cigars and a bottle of such claret as Will Tunstall had not drunk for years, saying carelessly as he did so, "I always carry my own tipple about with me. It would ruin my nerves to drink the poison they keep at these places." After a time he brought the subject round to the legacy. "I've been thinking over what you said about not going back, and I think you were wrong, if you don't mind my saying so. What have you got to look forward to here? Toil and slave year after year without ever getting a step further, living all the time a life harder than that of the poorest laborer at home. It is well enough now, I suppose. You are 7 or 8 and 30, just about my own age. In another 10 years you will be sorry you let the chance slip. Of course it is different with me. As far as money goes, I could give it up now, but I cannot go back again. Men don't take to my sort of life," he said with some bitterness, "unless they have got a pretty bad record behind them. But I shall give it up before very long, unless I am wiped out first. Then I'll go and settle in South America or some place of that sort, buy an estate, and set up as a rich and virtuous Englishman whose own climate doesn't agree with him." Then he carelessly changed the subject again, but it was reverted to once or twice in the course of the evening, and before Will left he had said enough to enable his companion to gather a fair estimate of the value of the property and the share he was likely to have of it. The new claim turned out fairly well, improving somewhat in depth and yielding a good though not an extraordinary profit to the partners. Some 4 months after Will Tunstall had been down to San Francisco, he received a bulky letter from the attorney there. It contained an abstract of his brother's will. This left him half the property, with a statement saying that he considered it to be his brother's by right, and enclosed with it was a copy of a letter written a few days before his death. It ran as follows: "My dear Will, you have wandered about long enough. It is high time for you to come back to the old place that you ought never to have left. I shall not see you again, for I have long been suffering from heart disease, and the doctors tell me the end may come any day. I have had the opinion of some of the best authorities, and they all say that, thanks to some peculiar wording in the will, which I don't understand in the slightest, the prohibition to divide with you is only binding during my lifetime, and that nothing is said that restricts my right to leave it as I please. I don't suppose the contingency of your surviving me ever entered into our father's mind, and probably he thought that you would never be heard of again. However, you see it has turned out otherwise. You have wandered and roughed it, and gone through dangers of all sorts, and are still, you tell me, strong and healthy. I have lived quietly and comfortably with every luxury, and without a day's trouble, save my terrible grief when my wife died, and the ever-constant regret that you were not here beside me. Yet I am dying, but that enables me at last to redress to some extent the cruel wrong you have suffered. I have left you half the estate, and it makes me happy to think that you will come back again to it. I have appointed you sole guardian of my boy. He is only 12 years old, and I want you to be a father to him. The estate is large enough for you both, and I hope that you may, on your return, marry and be happy here. If not, I suppose it will all go to him at your death. In any case, I pray you to come home, for the boy's sake, and for your own. It is my last request, and I hope and believe that you will grant it. You were always good to me when we were boys together, and I feel sure that you will well supply my place to Hugh. God bless you, old fellow. Your affectionate brother, Edgar." With these documents was a letter from the solicitors to the family saying that they had heard from their agents at San Francisco that he had presented himself in answer to their advertisement, and had shown them the letters of the late Mr. Edgar Tunstall. They therefore forwarded him copies of the will and of Mr. Tunstall's letter, and begged him to return home without delay, as his presence was urgently required. They assumed, of course, that they were writing to Mr. William Tunstall, and that when he arrived he would have no difficulty whatever in proving his identity. "I think I must go, boys," he said, as, after reading his brother's letter 3 or 4 times, he folded the papers up and put them in his pocket. "My brother has made me guardian of his boy, and puts it so strongly that I think I must go over for a bit. I don't suppose I shall have to stop, although the lawyers say that I am urgently required there. But mind, I mean to do just what I said. I shall take £1,000 or so and renounce the rest. A nice figure I should make setting up at home as a big landowner. I should be perfectly miserable there. No, you take my word for it, I shall be back here in 6 months at the outside. I shall get a joint guardian appointed to the boy, the clergyman of the place, or someone who is better fitted to see after his education and bringing up than I am. When he gets to 17 or 18, and a staunch friend who knows the world pretty well may be really of use to him, I shall go over and take him on his travels for 2 or 3 years. Bring him out here a bit, perhaps. However, that is in the distance. I am going now for a few months. Then you will see me back here. I wish I wasn't going. It is a horrible nuisance, but I don't see that I can get out of it." "Certainly you cannot, Bill. It is your plain duty. We don't go by duty much in these diggings, and it will be pleasant to see somebody do a thing that he doesn't like because it is right. We shall miss you, of course, miss you badly, but we all lose friends, and nowhere so much as here, for what with drink and fever and bullets, the percentage wiped out is large. You are going because, in fact, you can't help yourself. We shall be glad when you come back, but if you don't come back, we shall know that it was because you couldn't. Yes, I know you have quite made up your mind about that, but circumstances are too strong for men, and it may be that, however much you may wish it, you won't be able to come. Well, we shall be clearing up the claim in another 2 or 3 days, so it could not come at a better time if it had to come." The work was continued to the end of the week, and then, the last pan of dirt having been washed, the partners divided the result. Each week's take had been sent down by the weekly convoy to the bank at Sacramento, for robberies were not uncommon, and prudent men only retained enough gold dust by them for their immediate wants. But adding the dust and nuggets acquired during the last and best week's work to the amount for which they had the bank's receipt, the 4 partners found that they had, after paying all their expenses, 250 ounces of gold. 62 ounces and a half each, the doctor said. It might have been better, it might have been worse. We put in 25 each 4 months ago, so we have got 37 ounces each for our work after paying expenses, and each drawing half an ounce a day to spend as he liked. This we have, of course, all of us laid by. There was a general laugh, for not one of them had above an ounce or 2 remaining. "Well, it isn't bad anyhow, Doctor," William Tunstall said. 62 ounces apiece will make roughly 250 pounds, which is as much as we have ever had before on winding up a job. My share will be enough to take me to England and back." "Yes, providing you don't drop it all in some gambling saloon at Sacramento or San Francisco," the doctor said. "I shan't do that, Doctor. I have lost big sums before in a night's play, I confess, but I knew I could set to work and earn more. Now I have got an object before me." That afternoon English Bill went round the camp saying goodbye to his acquaintances, and although it was very seldom that he drank too much, the standing treat and being treated in turn was too much for his head, and it was with a very unsteady step indeed that he returned late in the evening to his tent. Sim Hallett, who had started with him, had succumbed hours before, and had been carried down from the saloon by a party who were scarcely able to keep on their own legs. When Will Tunstall woke in the morning, he had but a vague idea of the events of the latter part of the evening. He remembered hazily that there had been many quarrels and rows, but what they had been about he knew not, though he felt sure that there had been no shooting. He had a dim recollection that he had gone into Simmons's room at the hotel, where he had some champagne and a talk about his trip to England and about the people there. What the deuce could have set me talking about them, he wondered in his mind. He was roused from these thoughts by the doctor. "If you're going to catch this morning's coach, Bill, you must pull yourself together." "All right," he said, getting onto his feet. "I shall be myself when I have put my head in a bucket of water. I'm afraid I was very drunk last night." "Well, you were drunk, Bill. I have never seen you drunk but once before since we were partners, but I suppose no one ever did get out of a mining camp where he had been working for some time, and had fairly good luck, without getting pretty well bowled over after going the rounds to say goodbye. Now then, Sim, wake up. Bill will be off in a quarter of an hour. I've got breakfast ready." Sim Hallett needed no second call. It was no very unusual thing for him to be drunk overnight and at work by daybreak the following morning. So, after stretching himself and yawning, and following Will's example of having a wash, he was ready to sit down to breakfast with an excellent appetite. Will, however, did poor justice to the doctor's efforts, and 10 minutes later the trio started off to meet the coach. There were many shouts of "Goodbye, mate, good luck to you," from the men going down to the diggings, but they were soon beyond the camp. Few words were said as they went up the hill, for the 3 men were much attached to each other, and all felt the parting. Fortunately, they had but 2 or 3 minutes to wait before the coach came in sight. "Just you look out for me in about 6 months' time, mates, but I'll write directly and get home, and tell you all about things. I shall direct here, and you can get someone to ask for your letters and send them after you if you have moved to a new camp." With a last grasp of the hand, Tunstall climbed up to the top of the coach. His bundle was thrown up to him. The coachman cracked his whip. The horses started again at a gallop, and Sim Hallett and his mate went down to Cedar Gulch without another word being spoken between them. 3 days later, as they were breakfasting in their tent, for they had not yet made up their minds what they should do, a miner entered. "Hello, Dick, back from your spree? How'd you get on at Frisco?" "Yes, I've just got off the coach. I have some bad news to tell you, mates." "Bad news? Why, what is that, Dick?" Sim Hallett asked. "Well, I know it will hit you pretty hard, mates, for I know you thought a heap of him. Well, lads, it is no use making a long story of it, but your mate, English Bill, has been murdered." The two men started to their feet, Sim Hallett with a terrible imprecation, the doctor with a cry like the scream of a woman. "It is true, mates, for I saw the body. I should have been up yesterday, but I had to wait for the inquest to say who he was. I was going to the coach in the morning when I saw half a dozen men gathered round a body on the front way of a small street. There was nothing unusual in that at Sacramento. I don't know what made me turn off to have a look at the body. Directly I saw it, I knew who it was. It was English Bill, so I put off coming and stopped to the inquest. He hadn't been killed fair. He had been shot down from behind with a bullet in the back of his head. No one had heard the shot particular. No one thinks anything of a shot in Sacramento. No one seemed to know anything about him, and the inquest didn't take 5 minutes. Of course, they found a verdict of willful murder against some person unknown." Sim Hallett listened to the narration with his hands clenched as if grasping a weapon, his eyes blazing with fury and muttering ejaculations of rage and horror. The doctor hardly seemed to hear what was said. He was moving about the tent in a seemingly aimless way, blinded with tears. Presently he came upon his revolver, which he thrust into his belt. Then he dropped his bag of gold dust inside his shirt, and he then picked up his hat. "Come along, Sim," he said in hurried tones, touching his companion on the arm. "Come along," Sim repeated. "Where are you going?" "To Sacramento, of course. We will hunt him down, whoever did it. I will find him and kill him if it takes years to do it." "I'm with you," Sim said, "but there's no coach until tonight." "There is a coach that passes through Alta at 12 o'clock. It is 15 miles to walk, but we shall be there in time, and it will take us into Sacramento by midnight." Sim Hallett snatched up his revolver, secured his bag of gold dust, and said to the man who had brought the news, "Fasten up the tent, Dick, and keep an eye on it and the traps. The best thing will be for you to fix yourself here until we come back." "That will suit me, Sim. I got rid of all my swag before I left. You will find it all right when you return." They had but 4 hours to do the distance across a very broken and hilly country, but they were at Alta a quarter of an hour before the coach was due. It taxed Sim Hallett's powers to the utmost, and even in his rage and grief he could not help looking with astonishment at his companion, who seemed to keep up with him without difficulty. They ran down the steep hills and toiled up the formidable ascents. The doctor's breath came quick and short, but he seemed almost unconscious of the exertions he was making. His eyes were fixed in front of him. His face was deadly pale, his white hair damp with perspiration. Not a word had been spoken since the start, except that, towards the end of the journey, Hallett had glanced at his watch and said they were in good time and could take it easy. His companion paid no attention, but kept on at the top of his speed. When the coach arrived it was full, but the doctor cried out, "It is a matter of life and death. We must go. We will give 5 ounces apiece to anyone who will give us up their places and go on by the next coach." 2 men gladly availed themselves of the offer, and at midnight the 2 companions arrived at Sacramento. The doctor's strength had given way when the necessity for exertion was over, and he had collapsed. "Perhaps someone has got a flask with him," Sim Hallett suggested. "My mate and I have just heard of the murder of an old chum of ours at Sacramento, and we are on our way to find out who did it and to wipe him out. We have had a hard push for it, and as you see, it has been too much for my mate, who is not overstrong." Half a dozen bottles were instantly produced, and some whiskey poured down the doctor's throat. It was not long before he opened his eyes, but remained for some time leaning upon Sim Hallett's shoulder. "Take it easy, doctor, take it easy," the latter said as he felt the doctor straightening himself up. "You've got to save yourself. You know we may have a long job before us." There was nothing to do when they entered the town but to find a lodging for the night. In the morning they commenced their search. It was easy to find the under-sheriff who had conducted the inquest. He had but little to tell. The body had been found, as they had already heard. There were no signs of a struggle. The pockets were all turned inside out. The sheriff supposed that the man had probably been in a gambling house, had won money there, and had been followed and murdered. Their first care was to find where Will Tunstall was buried, and then to order a stone to be erected at his head. Then they spent a week visiting every gambling den in Sacramento, but nowhere could they find that anyone at all answering to their mate's description had been gambling there on the night before he was killed. They then found the hotel where he had put up on the arrival of the coach. He had gone out after breakfast and had returned alone to dinner, and had then gone out again. He had not returned. It was supposed that he had gone away suddenly, and as the value of the clothes he had left behind was sufficient to cover his bill, no inquiries had been made. At the bank, they learned that in the course of the afternoon he had drawn his portion of the joint fund on the order signed by them all. At another hotel, they learned that a man certainly answering to his description had come in one evening a week or so before with a gentleman staying at the house. They did not know who the gentleman was. He was a stranger, but he was well dressed, and they thought he must have come from Frisco. He had left the next day. They had not noticed him particularly, but he was tall and dark, and so was the man who came in with him. The latter was in regular miner's dress. They had not sat in the saloon, but had gone up to the stranger's bedroom, and a bottle of spirits had been taken up there. They did not notice what time the miner left, or whether the other went out with him. The house was full, and they did not bother themselves as to who went in or out. It was from a German waiter that they learned all this, after having made inquiries in vain 2 or 3 times previously at this hotel. As soon as they left the place, the doctor seized Sim's arm. "We have got a clue at last, Sim." "Not much of a clue, doctor. Still, there is something to go upon. We've got to hunt out this man." "Do you mind going back to the camp tonight, Sim?" "No, I don't mind, but what for, doctor?" "You go and see whether Simmons is still there, and if not, find out what day and hour he left." "Good heavens, you don't suspect him?" "I feel sure, Sim, just as sure as if I had seen it. The description fits him exactly. Who else could Bill have known dressed like a gentleman that he would have gone up to drink with when he had 250 pounds about him? You know he had got rather thick with that villain before he left the camp, and likely enough the fellow may have got out of him that he was going to draw his money from the bank and thought that it was a good bit more than it was. At any rate, go and see." 2 days later, Sim Howlett returned with the news that Simmons had left 2 or 3 hours after Tunstall had done so. He had said that he had a letter that rendered it necessary that he should go to Frisco, and had hired a vehicle, driven to Alta, and caught the coach there. He had not returned to the camp. "That settles it, Sim. When I find Simmons the gambler, I find the murderer of Bill Tunstall. I've been thinking it over. It may be months before I catch him. He may have gone east into Colorado or south into Mexico, but I am going to find him and kill him. I don't think it is any use for us both to hunt. It may take months and years. Perhaps he thinks he is safe and hasn't gone far. He may think that poor Bill will be picked up and buried, and that no one will be any the wiser. We would have thought that he had gone off to England, and so it would have been if Dick hadn't happened to come along and turn off to look at the body. Like enough, he will turn up at Cedar Gulch again." "He may," the doctor said thoughtfully, "and that is the more reason why you should stop about here. You would hear of his coming back to any of the mining camps on the slopes, but I don't think he will. He will feel safe, and yet he won't feel quite safe. Besides, you know, I dreamt that I should kill him. However, if he does come back anywhere here, I leave him to you, Sim. Shoot him at sight as if he were a mad dog. You don't want any fair play with a fellow like that. When you tell the boys the story, they will all say you did right. I will write to you from time to time to let you know where I am. If you have killed him, let me know. I shall come back to you as soon as I have found him." And so it was settled. For, eager as Sim Howlett was for vengeance, he did not care for the thought of years spent in a vain search, and believed that his chance of meeting Simmons again was as good among the mining camps as elsewhere. End of Chapter 2. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 3 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Wanderer's Return. Had the circumstances of William Tunstall's leaving his home been more recent, or had the son of Edgar Tunstall been older, the news that William Tunstall had returned and had taken up his residence at Burnside as master of the portion of the estate left him by his brother, and as guardian to the young heir to the remainder, would have caused a good deal of interest and excitement in the county. The 20 years, however, that had elapsed since Will Tunstall had left home, and the fact that when he went away he was but a lad quite unknown personally to his father's acquaintances, deprived the matter of any personal interest. It had generally been thought that it was hard that he should have been entirely cut out of his father's will, and the clause forbidding his brother to make any division of the property was considered particularly so, especially since it was known that Edgar was attached to his brother and would have gladly shared the property with him. But William had been away 20 years, and no one had a personal interest in him. 10 years had elapsed since he had been finally disinherited by his father's will. Beyond a feeling of satisfaction that justice had been done, and that there would not be a long minority at Burnside, The news that the eldest son had returned created no excitement. Messrs. Randolph and Son of Carlisle, who were business agents for half the estates in the county, reported well of the newcomer. They had never seen him as a boy, but they expressed themselves as agreeably surprised that the long period he had passed knocking about among rough people in the States had in no way affected him unfavorably. His manners were particularly good, his appearance was altogether in his favor. He was a true Cumberland man, tall and powerful like his father and brother, though somewhat slighter in build. He was accompanied by his wife. Yes, they had seen her. They had both dined with them. They had not been previously aware that Mr. Tunstall was married. Their client, Mr. Edgar Tunstall, had not mentioned the fact to them. They were not prepared to give any decided opinion as to Mrs. Tunstall. She had spoken but little, and struck them as being nervous. Probably the position was a novel one for her. There were, they understood, no children. Messrs. Randolph, father and son, old-fashioned practitioners, had from the first considered the scruples of their agents in San Francisco to be absurd. Mr. Tunstall had presented himself as soon as they had advertised. He had produced the letters of his brother as proof of his identity, and had offered to bring forward witnesses who had known him for years as William Tunstall. What on earth would they have had more than that? Mr. Tunstall had had reason already for resentment, and it was not surprising that he had refused to set out at once for England when he found his identity so absurdly questioned. So they had immediately sent off the abstract of the will and a copy of Edgar Tunstall's letter, and were much gratified when in due time Mr. Tunstall had presented himself at their office and had personally announced his arrival. It was indeed a relief to them, for had he not arrived, various difficulties would have arisen as to his moiety of the estate, there being no provision in the will as to what was to be done should he refuse to accept it. Moreover, application must have been made to the court for the appointment of fresh guardians for the boy. Altogether, they were glad that a business that might have been troublesome was satisfactorily settled. Mr. Tunstall, after introducing himself, had produced the letters he had received from his brother, with the abstract of the will and copy of the letter they had sent him. He had said smilingly, "I don't know whether this is sufficient, gentlemen, for I am not up in English law. If it is necessary, I can, of course, get a dozen witnesses from the States to prove that I have been always known as William Tunstall, though I generally passed, as is the custom there, under a variety of nicknames, such as English Bill, Stiff Bill, and a whole lot of others. It will naturally take some little time and great expense to get witnesses over, especially as men are earning pretty high wages in California at present. But of course it can be managed if necessary." "I do not see that there is any necessity for it," Mr. Randolph said. "Besides, no doubt we shall find plenty of people here to identify you." "I don't know that, Mr. Randolph. You see, I was little more than a boy when I went away. I had been at Rugby for years and often did not come home for the holidays. 20 years have completely changed me in appearance, and I own that I have but a very faint recollection of Burnside. Of course, I remember the house itself and the stables and grounds, but as to the neighbors, I don't recollect any of them. Neither my brother nor myself dined in the parlor when my father had dinner parties, but it seems to me that, after all, the best proof of my identity is my correspondence with my brother. Certainly he would not have been deceived by any stranger, and the fact that we exchanged letters occasionally for some years seems to me definite proof that he recognized me as his brother." "Undoubtedly so," Mr. Randolph said. "That in itself is the strongest proof that can be brought. We mentioned that in our letter to Mr. Campbell in San Francisco. His doubts appeared to us, I may say, to be absurd." "Not altogether absurd, Mr. Randolph. California has been turned pretty well topsy-turvy during the last 4 or 5 years, and he was not to be blamed for being suspicious. May I ask you if you have come across my letters to my brother among his papers?" "No, we have not done so. In fact, your brother told us that he had not preserved them, for as you were wandering about constantly, the addresses you gave were no benefit, and that beyond the fact that you were in California, he had no idea where you could be found. That is why it became necessary to advertise for you." "It is unfortunate that he did not keep them, Mr. Randolph, for in that case, of course, I could have told you most of their contents, and that would have been an additional proof of my identity." "There is not the least occasion for it, Mr. Tunstall. We are perfectly and entirely satisfied. Mr. Edgar's recognition of you as his brother, your possession of his letters, the fact that you answered at once to the advertisement in California, your knowledge of your early life at Rugby, and so on, all tend to one plain conclusion. In fact, no shadow of doubt was entertained by my son or myself from the first. I congratulate you very heartily on your return, because to some extent the very hard treatment which was dealt to you by your father, Mr. Philip Tunstall, has now been atoned for. Of course you only received a short abstract of your brother's will. The various properties which fall to you are detailed in full in it. Burnside itself goes to his son, but against that may be set off a sum invested in good securities and equal to the value of the house and home park, so that you can either build or purchase a mansion as good as Burnside. We may tell you also that the estates were added to in your father's time, but that other properties have been bought by your brother, who, owing to the death of his wife and the state of his health, has for some years led a very secluded life, investing the greater part of his savings in land. So that, in fact, your moiety of the estates will be quite as large as the elder son's portion you might have expected to receive in the ordinary course of events. What sort of boy is my nephew, Mr. Randolph? I have seen him 2 or 3 times when I have been over at Burnside. Of course, I did not notice him particularly, but he is a bright lad and promises to grow into a very fine young man. I fancy from something his father let drop that his disposition resembles yours. He is very fond of outdoor exercises, knows every foot of the hills round Burnside, and though but 11 or 12 years old, he is perfectly at home on horseback, and he is a good shot. He has, in fact, run a little wild. His father spoke of him as being warm-hearted and of excellent impulses, but lamented that, like you, he was somewhat quick-tempered and headstrong. Edgar ought not to have selected me for his guardian, Mr. Randolph. I almost said as much, Mr. Tunstall, when I drew out the will, but Mr. Edgar remarked that you had doubtless got over all that long ago, and would be able to make more allowance for him and to manage him far better than anyone else could do. I shall try and merit Edgar's confidence, Mr. Randolph. I have suffered enough from my headstrong temper, and have certainly learnt to control it. I shall not be hard upon him, never fear. Are you going over to Burnside at once, Mr. Tunstall? No, I shall go up to London tomorrow morning. I want a regular outfit before I present myself there for inspection. Besides, I would rather that you should give notice to them at Burnside that I have returned. It is unpleasant to arrive at a place unannounced and to have to explain who you are. Perhaps you would like to see the will and go through the schedule? Not at all, Mr. Randolph. There will be plenty of time for that after my return. You will excuse my asking if you want any money for present use, Mr. Tunstall. No, thank you. I am amply provided, for I was doing well at the diggings when your letters called me away, and I have plenty of cash for present purposes. You will, I hope, dine with us today, Mr. Tunstall? I thank you. I should have been very happy, but I have my wife with me. I have left her at the Bull. Oh, indeed, I was not aware. That I was married? Yes, I have been married for some years. I did not think it necessary to mention it to Edgar, as he would only have used it as an additional argument why I should accept his generous offers. We shall be very glad, Mrs. Randolph and myself, if you will bring Mrs. Tunstall with you. And so Mrs. Tunstall came. She was a dark woman, and as Mr. Randolph and his wife agreed, she was probably of Mexican or Spanish blood, and spoke English with a strange accent. She had evidently at one time been strikingly pretty, though now faded. She had rather a worn, hard expression on her face, and impressed Mr. Randolph, his wife, son, and daughter-in-law less favorably than the lawyer had thought it right to say to those who made inquiries about her. But she had, as they said, spoken but little, and had seemed somewhat nervous and ill at ease. Mr. Tunstall did not appear for some time at Burnside. He went down to Rugby to see his nephew, who had, in accordance with his father's wish, been placed there a month or 2 after his death. The holidays were to begin a week later, and Hugh was delighted when his uncle told him that he and his aunt were thinking of going to the continent for a few months before settling down at Burnside, and would take him with them. Hugh was very much pleased with his new relative. He is a splendid fellow, he told his high school boy friends. Awfully jolly to talk to, and has been doing all sorts of things, fighting Indians and hunting buffalo, and working in the gold diggings. Of course, he didn't tell me much about them. There wasn't time for that. He tipped me a couple of sovs. I am sure we shall get on first rate together. And so, during the summer holidays, Hugh traveled with his uncle and aunt in Switzerland and Italy. He did not very much like his aunt. She seemed to try to be kind to him, and yet he thought she did not like him. His uncle had taken him about everywhere, and had told him lots of splendid yarns. At Christmas they would be all together at Burnside. His uncle had been very much interested in the place, and was never tired of his talk about his rambles there. He remembered the pool where his father had told him they both used to fish as boys, and about Harry Gowan, the fisherman who used to go out in his boat, and who was with them when that storm suddenly broke when the boat was wrecked on the island, and they were all nearly drowned. He was very glad to hear that Gowan was still alive, and that James Wilson, who was then understableman and used to look after their ponies, was now coachman, and that Sam, the gardener's boy who used to show them where the birds' nests were, was now head gardener, and that Mr. Holbeach the vicar was still alive, and so was his sister, Miss Elizabeth, and that, in fact, he remembered quite well all the people who had been there when he was a boy. Altogether, it had been a glorious holiday. His uncle and aunt returned with him when it was over, the former saying he had had enough of traveling for the present, and instead of being away, as he had intended, for another couple of months, he should go down home at once. They went with him as far as Rugby, dropped him there, and then journeyed north. On their arrival at Burnside, where they had not been expected, Mr. Tunstall soon made himself extremely popular. Scarcely had they entered the house when he sent out for James the coachman and greeted him with the greatest heartiness. "I should not have known you, James," he said, "and I don't suppose you would have known me." "No, sir, I cannot say as I should. You were only a slip of a lad then, though you didn't think yourself so. No, I should not have known you a bit." 20 years makes a lot of difference, Jim. Oh, we had good fun in those days. Don't you remember that day's ratting we had when the big stack was pulled down, and how one of them bit you in the ear, and how you hollowed? "I remember that, sir. Mr. Edgar has often laughed with me about it." "And you remember how my poor brother and I dressed up in sheets once and nearly scared you out of your life, Jim?" I mind that too, sir. That wasn't a fair joke, that wasn't." "No, that wasn't fair, Jim. Well, I am past such pranks now. Well, I am very glad to see you again after all these years, and to find you well. I hear that Sam is still about the old place, and is now head gardener. You may as well come out and help me find him while Mrs. Tunstall is taking off her things." Sam was soon found, and was as delighted as James at Mr. Tunstall's recollection of some of their bird-nesting exploits. After a long chat with him, Mr. Tunstall returned to the house where a meal was already prepared. "You need not wait," he said, after the butler had handed the dishes. "I have not been accustomed to have a manservant behind my chair for the last 20 years, and can do without it now." He laid down his knife and fork with an air of relief as the door closed behind the servant. "Well, Lola," he said in Spanish, "everything has gone off well." "Yes," she said, "I suppose it has," in the same language. "It is all very oppressive. I wish we were back in California again." "You used to be always grumbling there," he said savagely. "I was always away from you, and altogether you were the most ill-used woman in the world. Now you have got everything a woman could want, a grand house and carriages and horses, the garden and park. What can you want more?" She shrugged her shoulders. "I shall get accustomed to them in time," she said. "But so far I do not like it. It is all stiff and cold. I would rather have a little hacienda down on the Del Norte with a hammock to swing in, and a cigarette between my lips, and a horse to take a scamper on if I am disposed, and you with me, than live in this dreary palace." "Baby, you will get accustomed to it in time, and you can have a hammock here if you like, though it is not often that it is warm enough to use it. And you can smoke cigarettes all day. It would shock them if you were an Englishwoman, but in a Mexican they will think it right and proper enough. And you have got your guitar with you, so you can have most of your pleasures. And as for the heat, there is sure to be some big glass houses where they grow fruit and flowers, and you can have one of them fitted up with Mexican plants, and hang your hammock there. And it won't need a very long stretch of imagination to fancy that you are at your hacienda on the Del Norte." "If you can manage that, it will be nice," the woman said. "Anything can be managed in this country when we have got money to pay for it." "At any rate, it will be a comfort to know that there is no fear of your being shot here. Every time you went away from me, if it was only for a week or two, I knew I might never see you again, and that you might get shot by some of those drunken miners. Well, I shall be free of all that now, and I own that I was wrong to grumble. I shall be happy here with you, and I see that it was indeed fortunate that you found those papers on the body of the man you came across dead in the woods." She looked at him closely as she spoke. "Well, that is a subject that there is no use talking about, Lola. It was a slice of luck, but there is an English proverb that walls have ears, and it is much better that you should try and forget the past. Remember only that I am William Tunstall, who has come back here after being away 20 years. She nodded. "I shall not forget it. You know, you always said I was a splendid actress, and many a fool with more dollars than wit have I lured on and got to play with you in the old days at Santa Fe. There, drop it, Lola, he said. The less we have of old memories, the better. Now we will have the servants in, or they will begin to think we have gone to sleep over our meal. And he struck the bell which the butler, when he went out, had placed on the table beside him. Have you been over the house? He asked when they were alone again. Not over it all. The old woman, she called herself the housekeeper, showed me a great room which she said was the drawing room, and a pretty little room which had been her mistress's boudoir, and another room full of books, and a gallery with a lot of ugly pictures in it, and the bedroom that is to be ours, and a lot of others opening out of it. Well, I will go over them now with you, Lola. Of course I am supposed to know them all. Ah, this is the boudoir. Well, I am sure you can be comfortable here, Lola. Those chairs are as soft and easy as a hammock. This will be your sanctum, and you can lounge and smoke and play your guitar to your heart's content. Yes, this is a fine drawing room, but it is a deal too large for the two of us, though in summer, with the windows all open, I dare say it is pleasant enough. Having made a tour of the rooms that had been shown Lola, they came down to the hall again. Now let us stroll out into the garden, he said. You will like that. He lit a cigar and Lola a cigarette. The latter was unfeignedly delighted with the masses of flowers and the beautifully kept lawns, and the views from the terrace, with a stretch of fair country, and the sea sparkling in the sunshine 2 miles away. Here comes the head gardener, Lola, my old friend. This is Sam, Lola, he said, as the gardener came up and touched his hat. You know you have heard me speak of him. My wife is delighted with the garden, Sam. She has never seen an English garden before. It is past its best now, sir. You should have seen it 2 months ago. I don't think it could have been more beautiful, Lola said. There is nothing like this in my country. We have gardens with many flowers, but not grass like this, so smooth and so level. Does it grow no higher? Oh, it grows fast enough, and a good deal too fast to please us, and has to be cut twice a week. I see you are looking surprised at my wife smoking, William Tunstall said with a smile. In her country, all ladies smoke. Show her the greenhouses. I think they will surprise her even more than the gardens. The long ranges of greenhouses were visited, and Sam was gratified at his new mistress's delight at the flowers, many of which she recognized, and still more at the fruit, the grapes covering the roofs with black and yellow bunches, the peaches and nectarines nestling against the walls. The early sorts are all over, Sam said, but I made a shift to keep these back, though I did not think there was much chance of any but the grapes being here when you got back, as we heard that you would not be home much before Christmas. We changed our mind, you see, Sam, and I'm glad we did, for if we had come then, Mrs. Tunstall would have been frightened at the cold and bleakness. I'll tell you what I want done, Sam. I want this conservatory next the house filled as much as possible with Mexican and South American plants. Of course, you can put palms and other things that will stand heat along with them. I want the stages cleared away and the place made to look as much like a room as possible. Mrs. Tunstall will use it as a sitting room. I think we shall have to put another row of pipes in, Mr. William. Those plants will want more heat than we have got here. Then we must put them in. My wife will not care how hot it is, but of course we don't want tropical heat. I should put some rockery down the side here to hide the pipes, and in the center we will have a fountain with water plants, a foot or two below the level of the floor, and a low bank of ferns around. That is the only change, as far as I can see, that we shall want in the house. I shall be going over to Carlisle in a day or two, and I'll arrange with somebody there to make the alterations. Very well, Mr. William. If you will get some masons to do the rockery and fountain, I can answer for the rest. But I think I shall need a good many fresh plants. We are not very strong in hot subjects. Mr. Edgar never cared for them much. If you will make out a list of what you want and tell me who is the best man to send to, Sam, I will order them as soon as you are ready to put them in. And so, when Hugh returned at Christmas for the holidays, he was astonished at finding his aunt swinging in a hammock, smoking a cigarette, slung near a sparkling little fountain, and surrounded by semi-tropical plants. The smoking did not surprise him, for he had often seen her with a cigarette during their trip together, but the transformation of the conservatory astonished him. "Well, Hugh, what do you think of it?" she asked, smiling at his surprise. "It is beautiful," he said. "It isn't like a greenhouse. It is just like a bit out of a foreign country." "That is what we tried to make it, Hugh. You see, on the side next to the house where there is a wall, we have had a Mexican view painted with a blue sky, such as we have there, and mountains, and a village at the foot of the hills. As I lie here, I can fancy myself back again, if I don't look up at the sashes overhead. Oh, how I wish I could do without them, and that it could be covered with one great sheet of glass." "It would be better," Hugh admitted, "but it is stunning as it is. Uncle told me, as he drove me over from Carlisle, that he has been altering the conservatory and making it a sort of sitting room for you, but I never thought it would be like this. What are those plants growing on the rocks?" "Those are American aloes. They are one of our most useful plants, Hugh. They have strong fibers which we use for string, and they make a drink out of the juice fermented. It is called pulque, and is our national drink, though of late years people drink spirits too, which are bad for them and make them quarrelsome." During the holidays, Hugh got over his former dislike for his aunt and came to like her more than his uncle. She was always kind and pleasant with him, while he found that, although his uncle at times was very friendly, his temper was uncertain. The want of some regular occupation and the absence of anything like excitement told heavily upon a man accustomed to both. At first there was the interest in playing his part, of meeting people who had known him in his boyhood, of receiving and returning the visits of the few resident gentry within a circuit of 10 miles, of avoiding mistakes and evading dangers. But all this was so easy that he soon tired of it. He had tried to make Lola contented, and yet her lazy contentment with her surroundings irritated him. She had created a good impression upon the ladies who had called. The expression of her face had softened since her first visit to Carlisle, and the nervous expression that had struck Mr. Randolph then had disappeared. Her slight accent and the foreign style of her dress were interesting novelties to her visitors, and after the first dinner party given in their honor, at which she appeared in a dress of dull gold with a profusion of rich black lace, she was pronounced charming. Her husband, too, was considered to be an acquisition to the county. Everyone had expected that he would have returned, after so long an absence, rough and unpolished, whereas his manners were quiet and courteous. He was perhaps less popular among the sturdy Cumberland squires than with their wives. He did not hunt, he did not shoot. "I should have thought," one of his neighbors said to him, "that everyone who had been living a rough life in the States would have been a good shot." "A good many of us are good shots, perhaps most of us, but it is with the pistol and rifle. Shotguns are not of much use when you have a party of redskins yelling and shooting round you, and it is not a handy weapon to go and fetch when a man draws a revolver on you. As to shooting little birds, it may be done by men who live on their farms and like an occasional change from the bacon and tinned meat that they live on from year's end to year's end. Out there a hunter is a man who shoots game. I mean deer and buffalo and bear and other animals, for the sake of their skins, although of course he does use the meat of such as are eatable. With us, a good shot means a man who can put a ball into a redskin's body at 500 yards certain, and who with a pistol can knock a pipe out of a man's mouth 10 yards away, 20 times following. And it isn't only straightness of shooting, but quickness of handling that is necessary. A man has to draw and cock and fire in an instant. The twinkling of an eye makes the difference of life or death. Oh yes, I am a good shot, but not in your way. I went away from here too young to get to care about tramping over the country all day to shoot a dozen or two of birds, and I have never been in the way of learning to like it since. I wish I had, for it seems an important part of country life here, and I know I shall never be considered as a credit to the county unless I spend half my time in winter riding after foxes or tramping after birds. But I am afraid I am too old now ever to take to those sports. I heartily wish I could, for I find it dull having no pursuit. When a man has been earning his living by hunting or gold digging or prospecting for mines all his life, he finds it hard to get up in the morning and know that there is nothing for him to do but just to look round the garden or to go out for a drive merely for the sake of driving. When summer came, Mr. Tunstall found some amusements to his taste. If there was a wrestling match anywhere in the county or in Westmoreland, he would be present, and he became a regular attendant at all the racecourses in the north of England. He did not bet. As he said to a sporting neighbor, who always had a 10-pound note on the principal races, "I like to bet when the chances are even or when I can match my skill against another man's. But in this horse racing you are risking your money against those who know more than you do. Unless you are up to all the tricks and dodges, you have no more chance of winning than a man who gambles with a cheat who plays with marked cards. I like to go because it is an excitement. Besides, at most of the large meetings there is a little gambling in the evening. In Mexico and California, everyone gambles more or less. It is one of the few ways of spending money, and I like a game occasionally." The result was that Mr. Tunstall was seldom at home during the summer. When Hugh came home, his aunt said, I have been talking to your uncle about you, and he does not care about going away this year. He has taken to have an interest in horse racing. Of course, it is a dull life for him here after leading an active one for so many years, and I am very glad he has found something to interest him. I should think that it is very dull for you, Aunt. I am accustomed to be alone, Hugh. In countries where every man has to earn his living, women cannot expect to have their husbands always with them. They may be away a month at a time up in the mountains, or at the mines, or hunting in the plains. I am quite accustomed to that. But I was going to talk about you. I should like a change, and you and I will go away where we like. Not, of course, to travel about as we did last year, but to any seaside place you would like to go to. We need not stop all the time at one, but can go to 3 or 4 of them. I have been getting some books about them lately, and I think it would be most pleasant to go down to Devonshire. There seem to be lots of pretty watering places there, and the climate is warmer than in the towns on the East Coast. I should like it very much, Aunt, but I should like a fortnight here first, if you don't mind. My pony wants exercise terribly, Jim says. He has been out at grass for months now. Besides, I shall forget how to ride if I don't have some practice. So for the next fortnight, Hugh was out from morning till night, either riding or sailing with Gowan, and then he went south with his aunt and spent the rest of his holidays in Devonshire and Cornwall. He had a delightful time of it, his aunt allowing him to do just as he liked in the way of sailing and going out excursions. She always took rooms overlooking the sea, and was well content to sit all day at the open window, seldom moving until towards evening, when she would go out for a stroll with Hugh. Occasionally she would take long drives with him in a pony carriage, but she seldom proposed these expeditions. As Hugh several times met with schoolfellows, and always struck up an acquaintance a few hours after arriving at a place with some of the boatmen and fishermen, he never found it dull. At first he was disposed to pity his aunt, and to urge her to go out with him, but she assured him that she was quite contented to be alone, and to enjoy the sight of the sea and to breathe the balmy air. I have not enjoyed myself so much, Hugh, she said when the holidays were drawing to a close, since I was a girl. I'm awfully glad of that, Aunt. I have enjoyed myself tremendously, but it always seems to me that it must be dull for you. You English never seem to be happy unless you are exerting yourselves, Hugh, but that is not our idea of happiness. People in warm climates find their pleasure in sitting still, in going out after the heat of the day is over for a promenade, and in listening to the music, just as we have been doing here. Besides, it has been a pleasure to me to see that you have been happy. When the summer holidays had passed, Hugh returned to Rugby, and Lola went back to Cumberland. End of Chapter 3, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 4 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, An Explosion. At Christmas, Hugh found that things were not so pleasant at home. There was nothing now to take his uncle away from Burnside, and the dullness of the place told upon him. His outbursts of ill temper were therefore more frequent than they had been the last holidays Hugh had spent at home. He sat much longer in the dining-room over his wine, after his wife and Hugh had left him, than he did before, and was sometimes moody, sometimes bad-tempered when he joined them. Hugh's own temper occasionally broke out at this, and there were several quarrels between him and his uncle, but there was a savage fierceness in the latter's manner that cowed the boy, and whatever he felt, he learned to hold his tongue. But he came more and more to dislike his uncle, especially as he saw that when angry he would turn upon his aunt and speak violently to her in her own language. Sometimes she would blaze out in return, but generally she continued to smoke her cigarette tranquilly, as if utterly unconscious that she was spoken to. So for the next 2 years matters went on. During the summer holidays, Hugh seldom saw his uncle, who was more and more away from home, being now a constant attendant at all the principal racecourses in the country. Even in winter he was often away in London, to Hugh's great satisfaction, for when he was at home there were frequent quarrels between them, and Hugh could see that his uncle habitually drank a great deal more wine than was good for him. Indeed, it was always in the evening that these scenes occurred. At other times his uncle seemed to make an effort to be pleasant with him. In summer, Hugh went away with his aunt for a time, but he spent a part of his holidays at Burnside, for of all exercises he best loved riding. His pony had been given up, but there were plenty of horses in the stables, for although William Tunstall did not care for hunting, he rode a good deal and was an excellent horseman. "What have you got in the stable, James?" Hugh asked one day on his return from the school. "I've got a set of the worst-tempered devils in the country, Master Hugh. Except them 2 ponies that I drives your aunt out with, There isn't a horse in the stables fit for a Christian to ride. They are all good horses, first-rate horses, putting aside their tempers, but your uncle seems to delight in buying creatures that no one else will ride. Of course he gets them cheap. He doesn't care how wicked they are, and he seems to enjoy it when they begin their pranks with him. I thought at first he would get his brains dashed out to a certainty, but I never saw a man keep his seat as he does. He told me once that when a man had been breaking broncos, that is what he called them, which means, he said, wild horses that had never been backed, he could sit anything, and that English horses were like sheep in comparison. Of course it is no use saying no to you, Master Hugh, but if you want to go out, you must stick to that big meadow. You must mount there, and you must promise me not to go beyond it. I've been letting the hedges grow there on purpose for the last 2 years, and no horse will try to take them. The ground is pretty soft, and you will fall light. You've been getting on with your riding the last 3 years, and have had some pretty rough mounts, but none as bad as what we have got in the stables now. I shall always go out with you myself with one of the men in case of accident, and I can put you up to some of their tricks before you mount. Hugh was more than 15 now, and was very tall and strong for his age. He had ridden a great deal when he had been at home during the summer and the winter when the weather was open, and had learned to sit on nasty-tempered animals, for these had gradually taken the place of his father's steady hunters. But this year he found that the coachman's opinion of those now under his charge was by no means exaggerated. In spite of doing his best to keep his seat, he had many heavy falls, being once or twice stunned. But he stuck to it, and by the end of the holidays flattered himself that he could ride the worst-tempered animal in the stable. He did not go away this year, begging his aunt to remain at home. "It is a splendid chance of learning to ride well, Aunt," he said. "If I stick at it right through these 2 months every day, I shall really have got a good seat, and you know it is a lot better my getting chucked off now than if I was older. You see, boys' bones ain't set, and they hardly ever break them, and if they do, they mend up in no time." His aunt had at very first strongly opposed his riding any of the animals in the stable, and he had been obliged to bring in James to assure her that some of them were not much worse than those he had ridden before, and that a fall on the soft ground of the meadow was not likely to be very serious. But it was only on his giving her his solemn promise that he would not on any account go beyond the meadow that she finally consented. On his return at Christmas he found his uncle at home, and apparently in an unusually pleasant humor. A frost had set in that seemed likely to be a long one, and the ground was as hard as iron. "I hear, Hugh," his uncle said the second morning at breakfast, "that you are becoming a first-rate rider. I am glad to hear it. Out in the western states every man is a good rider. You may say that he lives on horseback, and it comes natural even to boys to be able to sit barebacked on the first horse that comes to hand. Of course it is not so important here. Still, a man who is a really good rider has many advantages. In the first place, all gentlemen here hunt, and a man who can go across any country and can keep his place in the front rank has much honor among his neighbors. In the second place, he is enabled to get his horses cheap. A horse that will fetch 200 if he is free from vice can be often picked up for 20 if he gets the reputation of being bad-tempered. There is another accomplishment we all have in the West, and that is to be good pistol shots. As we cannot ride, and there is nothing else to do, I will teach you if you like." Hugh accepted the offer with lively satisfaction, heedless of an exclamation of dissent from his aunt. When he had left the room, William Tunstall turned savagely upon his wife. "What did you want to interfere for? Just attend to your own business, or it will be the worst for you." "It is my own business," she said fearlessly. "I like that boy, and I am not going to see him hurt. Ever since you told me, soon after we first came here, that by his father's will the whole property came to you if Hugh died before he came of age, I have been anxious for him. I don't want to interfere with your way of going on. Lead your own life. Squander your share of the property if you like. It is nothing to me. When it is spent, I am ready to go back to our old life, but I won't have the boy hurt. I have always accepted your story as to how you became possessed of the papers without question. I know you have killed a score of men in what you call a fair fight, but I did not know that you were a murderer in cold blood. Anyhow, the boy shan't be hurt. I believe you bought those horses knowing that he would try them, and believing they would break his neck. They haven't, but no thanks to you. Now you have offered to teach him pistol shooting. It is so easy for an accident to take place, isn't it? But I warn you that if anything happens to him, I will go straight to the nearest magistrate and tell him who you really are, and that I am certain there was no accident but a murder." The man was white with fury and advanced a step toward her. "Have you gone mad?" he asked between his teeth. By heavens! No, you won't, she interrupted. Don't make the threat, because I might not forgive you if you did. Do you think I'm afraid of you? You are not in California or Mexico now. People cannot be shot here without inquiry. I know what you were thinking of. An accident might happen to me, too. I know that any love you ever had for me has died out long ago, but I hold to my life. I have placed in safe hands, never mind where I have placed it, a paper telling all the truth. It is to be opened if I die suddenly and without sending for it. In it I say that if my death is said to have been caused by an accident, it would be no accident but murder, and that if I die suddenly without visible cause, that I shall have been poisoned. Do you think I don't know you, and that knowing you I would trust my life altogether in your hands? There, that is enough. We need not threaten each other. I know you, and you know me. We will both go our own way. And she walked out of the room, leaving her husband speechless with fury at this open and unexpected revolt. Half an hour later his dog-cart was at the door, and he left for London. Hugh was astonished when, on his return from a walk down to Gowan's cottage, he found that his uncle had gone up to town. Why, I thought, Aunt, he was going to be at home all the holidays, and he said that he was going to teach me pistol shooting. Your uncle often changes his mind suddenly. I will teach you pistol shooting, Hugh. Most Mexican women can use a pistol in case of need. I cannot shoot as he does, but I can teach you to shoot fairly, and after that it is merely a matter of incessant practice. If you ever travel, I dare say you will find it very useful to be able to use a pistol cleverly. There are 2 or 3 revolvers upstairs and plenty of ammunition, so if you like we will practice in the conservatory. It is too cold to go out. You had better go and ask James to give you some thick planks, 5 or 6 of them, to set up as targets. If he has got such a thing as an iron plate, it will be better still. I don't want to spoil my picture. The place is 40 feet long, which will be a long enough range to begin with. Half an hour later, the sharp cracks of a revolver rang out in the conservatory, and from that time to the end of the holidays, Hugh practiced for 2 or 3 hours a day, the carrier bringing over fresh supplies of ammunition twice a week. He found at first that the sharp recoil of the revolver rendered it very difficult for him to shoot straight, but in time he became accustomed to this, and at the end of a fortnight could put every shot in or close to the spot he had marked as a bullseye. After the first day his aunt laid aside her pistol and betook herself to her favorite hammock, where, sometimes touching her guitar, sometimes glancing at a book, she watched his progress. At the end of the fortnight she said, "You begin to shoot fairly straight. Keep on, Hugh, and with constant practice you will be able to hit a half-crown every time. In the West it is a common thing for a man to hold a copper coin between his finger and thumb for another to shoot at. I have seen it done scores of times, but it will take you some time to get to that. You must remember that there is very seldom time to take a steady, deliberate aim as you do. When a man shoots, he has got to shoot quickly. Now practice standing with your face the other way, and then turn and fire the instant your eye catches the mark. After that you must practice firing from your hip. Sometimes there is no time to raise the arm. Out in the West a man has got to do one of 2 things, either not to carry a revolver at all, or else he must be able to shoot as quickly as a flash of lightning. I don't suppose I am ever going to the West, Aunt. Still, I should like to be able to shoot like that, for if one does a thing at all, one likes to do it well." And so to the end of the holidays the revolver practice went on steadily every morning, Hugh generally firing 70 or 80 cartridges. He could not do this at first, for the wrench of the recoil strained his wrist, but this gained strength as he went on. Before he went back to school, he himself thought that he was becoming a very fair shot, although his aunt assured him that he had hardly begun to shoot according to Western notions. Mrs. Tunstall had one day, a year before this, driven over to Carlisle and, somewhat to the surprise of Mr. Randolph, had called upon him at his office. "Mr. Randolph," she began, "I do not know anything about English law. I want to ask you a question." "Certainly, my dear madam." "If a married woman was to leave a sealed letter in the hands of a lawyer, could he retain possession of it for her, even if her husband called upon him to give it up?" "It is a nice question, Mrs. Tunstall. If the lawyer was acting as the fiduciary agent of a lady, he would at any rate see that her wishes were complied with. Whether he could absolutely hold the paper against her husband's claim is a point upon which I am not prepared at present to give an answer. But anyhow, there are ways of evading the law. For instance, he could pass it on to a third party, and then, unless the husband had been absolutely informed by his wife that she had handed over this document to him, the husband would be powerless. The lawyer would simply declare that he had no such document." Are you asking for your own sake, Mrs. Tunstall, or in the interest of a friend? In my own interest, Mr. Randolph. I have a written paper here. I have not signed it yet because I believe it is necessary to sign papers in the presence of witnesses. It depends upon the nature of the paper, Mrs. Tunstall, but in all cases it is a prudent step, for then no question as to the authenticity can arise. And it is not necessary for the witnesses of the signature to read the contents of the documents? By no means. They simply witness the signature. Well, Mr. Randolph, this is the document I want to leave in safe hands so that it can be opened after my death unless I previously request, not by letter but by word of mouth, that it should be returned to me. I know of no one else to whom I could commit the paper, which is, in my opinion, a very important one. The only question is whether, as you are Mr. Tunstall's solicitor, you would like to take it. Frankly, without knowing the nature of the contents, Mrs. Tunstall, I should certainly prefer not to undertake such a charge. Should it remain in my hands, or rather in the hands of our firm, for we may sincerely trust that there would be no occasion for opening it until very many years after my death, it might be found to contain instructions which could hardly be carried out by a firm situated as we are with regard to Mr. Tunstall. I see that, Mr. Randolph. There was a pause, and then the lawyer said, Will you be going up to town shortly, Mrs. Tunstall? Yes, in the course of a month or so I shall be passing through London with Hugh. Will the matter keep until then? Certainly, there is no great hurry about it, but I wish the packet placed in safe hands where it would be opened in the event of my death, unless I recall it before that. In that case, Mrs. Tunstall, I will give you the address of a firm who do my London business. They are an old established firm of the highest respectability, and the documents will be perfectly safe in their hands until you demand it back, or until they hear of your demise. I will give you a letter of introduction to them. Accordingly, when Mrs. Tunstall went up to town the next time with Hugh, she called upon the firm of solicitors, whose place of business was in Essex Street, and upon reading Mr. Randolph's letter, which stated that she was the wife of one of his clients, a gentleman of means, she was courteously received, and they at once agreed to take charge of any document she might place in their hands, upon the understanding that if she did not write or call for it, it should be opened when they heard of her death, and its contents, whatever they might be, acted upon. You will stand in the position of our client, Mrs. Tunstall, and we will do all in our power to carry out your wishes as expressed in this document, whatever it may be. It is no unusual matter for a will to be left with us under precisely similar circumstances. If the packet should be opened under the conditions I name, Mrs. Tunstall said, you will probably not regret having undertaken its charge, for I can assure you that it may put a considerable amount of business in your hands. But how will you know of my death? Mr. Randolph or his successor would inform us. Of course, we shall request him to do so. And as soon as he knows of the event, Mrs. Tunstall added, it is of the utmost importance that the paper should be opened as soon as possible after my death. We will request Mr. Randolph to inform us by telegraph immediately he receives the news. But, pardon me, you look well and healthy, and are young to be making such careful provisions for an event that may be far distant. That may or may not be far distant, she said, but for certain important reasons I wish to be prepared for it at all points. I will now sign it in your presence, Mr. Curtis. I have not yet put my signature to it. Very well, Mrs. Tunstall. 2 of my clerks shall witness your signature. It may be many years before any questions as to the authenticity of the signature may arise, so I shall be a witness also. The document was a lengthy one, written on 16 pages of foolscap. 2 of the clerks were called in. Now, if you will turn that last page down, Mrs. Tunstall, so that its contents cannot be seen, you can sign your name and we will witness it. This was done. Now, Mrs. Tunstall, if you will put a sheet of brown paper over the other sheets and place your initials on the margin at the bottom, we will put ours, so that no question can arise as to the whole of them forming part of the document signed by you. Now, madam, if you will fold it up and place it in this envelope, I will attach my seal. I presume you do not carry a seal? No, sir. I think it would be more satisfactory that you should affix a seal of some sort, no matter how common a thing it may be. Mr. Carter, will you go up into the Strand with this lady and take her to some shop where she can purchase a seal? It does not matter what it is, Mrs. Tunstall. Any common thing with a bird or a motto or anything else upon it. These things are not cut in duplicate. Therefore, if you seal the envelope in 2 or 3 places with it and take the seal away with you, it will be a guarantee to you, should you ever require it to be returned, that it has not been opened. In the meantime, I will get a small, strong box similar to those you see round the room, and have your name painted on it. When it is completed, I shall put the envelope in it, lock it up, and place it in our strong room downstairs." The seal was purchased and fixed, and Mrs. Tunstall took her departure, satisfied that she had left the document in safe hands. Mr. Curtis talked the matter over with his partner. The latter laughed. "Women love a little mystery, Curtis. I suppose she has got a little property in her own right and does not mean to leave it to her husband, and is afraid he may get hold of her will and find out how she has left it." "I don't think it is that," Mr. Curtis said, "although of course it may be. I should say she was a foreigner, a Spaniard or Italian. She spoke with a slight accent. Besides, the thing extends over 16 pages of foolscap." "That is likely enough if she made the will herself, Curtis. She may have gone into a whole history as to why she has not left her money to her husband." "Possibly, but I don't think so. You mark my words, Harris. If that packet ever comes to be opened, there will be some rum disclosures in it. That woman was no fool, and there is no doubt about her being thoroughly in earnest. She said it was likely to give us some work when it was opened, and I believe her. I will write a letter to Randolph and ask him to give us a few particulars about this client he has introduced us to." When he received Mr. Randolph's reply, stating briefly the history of Mr. William Tunstall, the husband of the lady he had introduced to them, Mr. Curtis was more convinced than before that the delivery of this packet into his charge was not a mere freak, and offered to bet his partner a new hat that the document was not merely a will, but that it would turn out something altogether unusual. Mr. Randolph congratulated himself on his forethought when, a year after Mrs. Tunstall's visit, Mr. Tunstall came into the office. "I am just on my way up to town," he said. "I wish you would let me have a couple of hundred in advance on the next rents." "Certainly, Mr. Tunstall. You have already had £200 on them, you know." "Yes, I know, but I have been a little unlucky lately and have got an account I want to settle. By the way," he said carelessly, as he placed the banknotes in his pocketbook, "Mrs. Tunstall asked me to get from you the letter or packet she left in your charge." "A letter, Mr. Tunstall? I think there must be some mistake. Mrs. Tunstall has certainly left nothing whatever in my charge." "Oh, I suppose I misunderstood her. I only made up my mind to start a short time before I came off, and did not pay much attention to what she was saying. But it was something about a letter, and she mentioned your name. There were half a dozen commissions she wanted me to execute for her in London, and I suppose they all got mixed up together. I dare say it is of no consequence one way or the other. Well, thanks for the money. Now I'm off." "I am very much afraid that William Tunstall is a liar," Mr. Randolph said to himself thoughtfully after his client had left. "He has found out that his wife has entrusted some document or other to someone, and he guessed naturally enough that she had most likely come to me with it, and he played a bold stroke to get it. I do not like the way he has fallen into of spending all his time going about the country to race courses. I don't believe he has been at home 2 months this year. Besides, he sounded me last time he was here about raising a few thousands on a mortgage. He is not turning out well. I thought when he first came back that his wanderings had done him no harm. No doubt I had been prepossessed in his favor by his refusal to accept Edgar's offers to divide the rents with him, but I was too hasty. I am afraid there will be trouble at Burnside. It is very fortunate Edgar put my name in as trustee for his son, so that his share of the property is safe whatever happens to the other. But I hate to see a man of a good old family like the Tunstalls going wrong. I wonder what this mysterious document his wife wanted to leave with me is. It must be something of great importance, or he would never have come to me and lied in order to get it into his hands. It is a queer business." Hugh did not see his uncle when he was at home for the summer holidays. His aunt seemed to take his absence as a matter of course. "Don't you expect Uncle home soon?" he asked her one day. "I never expect him," she said quietly. "I think it is a shame he stays away so, leaving you all by yourself, Aunt," Hugh said indignantly. "I am accustomed to it by this time, Hugh, and upon the whole I think perhaps he is better away than here while you are at home. You see, you do not get on very well together." "Well, Aunt, I am sure I don't want any rows." "I don't say you do, Hugh, but still there are rows. You see he is passionate, and you are passionate, and it is very much better you should be apart. As for me, I have always been accustomed to his being away from me a good deal ever since we married, and it does not trouble me at all. I would much rather have you all to myself. Your being here makes it a very pleasant time for me. We ride together, drive together, and practice shooting together. It is all a change to me, for except when you are here, I seldom stir beyond the gardens." Hugh had indeed no doubt that his aunt was more comfortable when his uncle was away, for he heard from Wilson that when Mr. Tunstall was at home, there were constant quarrels between him and his wife. "He ain't like your father, Mr. Hugh. Ah, he was a gentleman of the right sort. Not that your uncle is a bad master. He is hasty if everything is not quite right, but in general he is pleasant-spoken and easy to get on with. He is popular with the gentry, though of late they have held off a bit. I hear it said they don't hold to a gentleman spending all his life on the race-courses and leaving his wife by herself. Your aunt is well liked, and would be better liked if she would only go abroad and visit, but she never drives out unless when you are here, and people have given up calling. It is a bad job, but I hope when you come of age, Mr. Hugh, we shall have the old times back again, when the Tunstalls were one of the first families in the county, and took the lead of pretty nigh everything." "Well, they have 5 years to wait for that, Wilson. I am just 16 now, and I mean when I do come of age and am my own master to travel about for a bit before I settle down into a country squire." "Well, I suppose that is natural enough, Mr. Hugh, though why people want to be running off to foreign parts is more than I can make out. Anyway, sir, I hope you won't be bringing a foreign wife back with you." "There is no fear of that," Hugh laughed, "at least according to my present ideas. But I suppose that is a thing no one can settle about until their time comes. At any rate, Aunt is a foreigner, and I am sure no one could be kinder or nicer than she is." "That she is, Mr. Hugh. I am sure everyone says that. Still, you see, there is drawbacks. Her ways are different from the ways of the ladies about here, and that keeps her apart from them. She don't drive about and call and make herself sociable like, nor see to the charities down in the village. It ain't as though she doesn't give money, because I know that whenever the rector says there is a case wants help, she's ready enough with her purse, but she don't go among them or know anything about them herself. No, Mr. Hugh, your aunt is a wonderful nice lady, but you take my advice and bring home an English wife as mistress of the hall." When he came home for the Christmas holidays, Hugh found his uncle again at home. For a time, matters went on smoothly. Mr. Tunstall made an evident endeavor to be friendly with him, talked to him about his life at school, asked whether he wished to go to the university when he left, and when Hugh said that he didn't see any use in spending 3 years of his life there when he did not intend entering any of the professions, and that he would much rather travel and see something of foreign countries, he warmly encouraged the idea. "Quite right, Hugh. There is nothing opens a man's mind like foreign travel. But don't stick in the great towns. Of course you will want a year to do Europe. After that, strike out a line of your own. If I had my time over again, I would go into Central Asia or Africa or some place where there was credit to be gained and some spice of adventure and danger." "That is just what I should like, Uncle," Hugh said eagerly, and looking at his aunt for confirmation, he was surprised to see her watching her husband intently beneath her half-closed eyelids. "Don't you think so, Aunt?" "I don't know, Hugh," she said quietly. "There is a good deal to be said both ways. But I don't think we need settle it now. You have another year and a half at school yet, you know." Hugh went out skating that afternoon, for it was a sharp frost. After he was passing through the hall on his return, he heard his uncle's voice raised in anger in the drawing-room. He paused for a moment. He could not catch the words, for they were spoken in Mexican. There was silence for a moment, and he imagined that his aunt was answering. Then he heard a loud exclamation in Mexican, then a slight cry and a heavy fall. He rushed into the room. His aunt lay upon the hearthrug. His uncle was standing over her with clenched hand. "You coward! You brutal coward!" Hugh exclaimed, rushing forward and, throwing himself upon his uncle, he tried to force him back from the hearthrug. For a moment the fury of his assault forced his uncle back, but the latter's greatly superior strength then enabled him to shake off his grasp, and the moment he was free he struck the lad a savage blow across the face that sent him reeling backwards. Mad with passion, Hugh rushed to the fender and, seizing a poker, sprang at his uncle. William Tunstall's hand went behind him, and as Hugh struck he leveled a pistol. But he was too late. The blow came down heavily as the pistol exploded in the air. As the man fell back, his head came with terrible force against the edge of a cabinet, and he lay immovable. Hugh's passion was stilled in an instant. He dropped the poker and leaned over his uncle. The blood was flowing down his forehead from the blow he had given him, but it was the injury to the back of the head that most alarmed the lad. He lifted an arm, and it fell heavily again. He knelt down and listened, but could hear no sound of breathing. He He rose to his feet and looked down, white and trembling, at the body. "I have killed him," he said. "Well, he brought it on himself, and I didn't mean it. It was the cabinet that did it. Perhaps he is only stunned. If he is, he will charge me with trying to murder him. Well, it is no use my staying here. They will be here in a moment," and he glanced at the door. But the servants at Burnside were so accustomed to the sound of pistol shots that they paid no attention to it. Hugh picked up the weapon that had dropped from his uncle's hand and put it in his pocket, then glanced at his aunt and hesitated. "She will come round in time," he muttered, "and I can do nothing for her." Then he walked out of the room, turned the key in the door, and took it with him. He went out to the stable and ordered his horse to be saddled, keeping in the stable while it was being done, so that his white face should not attract notice. As soon as the horse was brought out, he leapt into the saddle and galloped off. End of Chapter 4, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 5 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Across the Sea. Mr. Randolph was at dinner when the servant came in and said that young Mr. Tunstall wished to speak to him. He was in the library and begged the lawyer to give him 2 minutes' conversation. Hugh was walking up and down the little room when he entered. The old lawyer saw at once that something was wrong. "What is it, Hugh? What is the matter, lad?" "A good deal is the matter, Mr. Randolph, but I don't want you to ask me. I am sure you will be glad afterwards that you didn't know. You were a friend of my father's, sir. You have always been very kind to me. Will you give me £50 without asking why I want it?" "Certainly I will, lad, but in heaven's names don't do anything rash." "Anything that was to be done is done, Mr. Randolph. Please let me have the money at once. You don't know how important it is. You will know soon enough." Mr. Randolph unlocked his desk without a word and handed him 10 5-pound notes. Then he said, "By the way, I have gold if you would rather have it. There were some rents paid this afternoon." "I would much rather have gold." Mr. Randolph put the notes in the desk and then unlocked the safe. "Would you rather have 100? "Yes, sir, if you will let me have them." The lawyer handed him a small canvas bag. "God bless you, sir," the lad said. "Remember, please, whatever you hear, it was done in self-defense." Then, without another word, he opened the door and was gone. "Why, what is the matter, my dear?" Mrs. Randolph exclaimed, as her husband returned to the dining room. "Why, you are as pale as death." "I don't know what is the matter exactly," he said. "Hugh has borrowed £100 of me and is gone." "Gone? Where has he gone to?" "I don't know, my dear. I sincerely hope he is going out of the country and can get away before they lay hands on him." "Why, what has happened?" "I don't know what has happened. I know things haven't been going on well for some time at Burnside. I'm afraid there's been a terrible quarrel. He begged me to ask him no questions, and I was glad not to do so. The less one knows, the better. But I am afraid there has been a scuffle. All he said was, just as he went out, 'Whatever you hear, remember I did it in self-defense.'" "But goodness gracious, Thomas, you don't mean to say that he has killed his uncle?" "I don't mean anything," the lawyer said. "Those were his words. I'm afraid it won't be long before we hear what he meant. If they come to ask me questions, fortunately, I know nothing. I shall say no word except before a magistrate, and then my story is simple enough. He came and asked me to let me have £100, and as I was his trustee and have the rents of his estate for the past 5 years in my hands, I let him have it as a matter of course. I did not ask him why he wanted it. I saw that he was agitated, and from his manner and from my knowledge that he and his uncle did not get on very well together, I judged there had been a quarrel and that he intended to leave home for a while. It was only when he was leaving the room that I gathered there had been any personal fracas, and then, from his words, it was done in self-defense. I judged that his uncle had struck him, and that he had probably struck him in return. I hope that is all, my dear. I pray heaven that it may be all." Hugh had dismounted just outside the town, opened a gate leading to a field, taken off his horse's bridle, and turned the horse in and closed the gate behind it. Then he had turned up the collar of his coat, pulled his hat down over his eyes, and made his way to the lawyer's. He had cooled down now, but still felt no regret for what had passed. "He would have killed me," he said to himself, "and I had no thought of killing him when I knocked him down. Anyhow, he brought it on himself. If he is dead, and I am pretty sure he is, I have no one to prove that it was done in self-defense. But if he is not dead, he will give his own version of it when he recovers. I know he is a liar, and in his quiet manner he would be able to make everyone believe that I had attacked him without the least provocation. He might even say that I fired the pistol, that he knocked it out of my hand, and that I sprang upon him and struck him down with his head against that cabinet. Either way, I shall get years of imprisonment if I am caught, but I don't mean to be caught if I can help it." On leaving Mr. Randolph's, he proceeded to the railway station, consulted the timetables, and then took a third-class ticket to Glasgow. He bought a Bradshaw, and sitting down on a bench under a light, turned to the advertisements of the sailing of steamers. By the time he had done that, the train came in. It was a slow one, stopping at every station. He got out at the first station and paid the fare from Carlisle, then walked back to the town and took a second-class ticket by the night mail for London. Arriving at Euston, he walked across to the docks, whence he had found that a steamer started for Hamburg at 8 o'clock, and he would catch a transatlantic steamer that started the next day. On his arrival in Hamburg, he went to the steamboat office and took a second-class ticket to New York. Having done this, he bought at a shop near the wharves a supply of clothes for the voyage, placed them in a cheap German trunk, and walked on board the steamer. He was now, he thought, fairly safe from pursuit. The hour at which he would arrive at the station at Carlisle would be known, and as the northern train was nearly due, and someone answering to his description had taken a ticket to Glasgow, it would be at once suspected that he intended to sail by a steamer from that port. No pursuit could be set on foot before the morning. Indeed, it was probable that before the police took the matter fairly in hand, it would be late in the afternoon. It might then be another day before they picked up the clue that he had gone to Glasgow and followed him there. If a steamer had happened to start that morning or the day before, it would be supposed that he had gone by it, and they might telegraph across and search the ship for him when it arrived at New York. If no steamer had started, and they could obtain no clue to him in Glasgow, they would think that he had gone back to Liverpool and would make search there, watching all the steamers sailing. They would in any case hardly suspect that he could have gone up to London, across to Hamburg, and caught the steamer sailing from there. Indeed, it would not have been possible for him to do so had he first gone up to Glasgow, as they would believe he had done. As soon as the vessel was fairly under way, Hugh looked round. On deck there was no distinction made between second-class emigrants and steerage, but it was easy to distinguish the two classes. The second class kept somewhat together near the companion leading to their portion of the ship, while the steerage passengers were well forward. The number of the latter was not very large, for the emigrant traffic across the Atlantic was carried principally in sailing ships. The second class were composed chiefly of substantial-looking Germans, for the most part farmers going out with a small amount of capital to settle in the West. There were 2 or 3 other young Englishmen, and with one of these, named Luscombe, Hugh struck up an acquaintance before he had been many hours on board. He was a young man of about 20, and Hugh soon learned from him that he was the son of a large landed proprietor in Norfolk. He had for a few months been in a crack regiment of hussars, but had gone, as he expressed it, a fearful mucker. His father had paid the greater portion of his debts, but had refused to settle some that he considered debts of honor. Luscombe, therefore, sold out, and was now, as he expressed it, going over to knock about it for a bit in the States, till his father took a sensible view of things. It was rough on him, he said, for I had run him up a pretty heavy bill twice before. However, I think it is all for the best. I should never have got out of that line if I had stopped in the regiment. 2 or 3 years knocking about and hard work won't do me any harm, and by that time the governor will be prepared to receive the prodigal son with open arms. Hugh was slower in giving his confidence, but before the voyage was over he had told Luscombe why he had left England. "Well, you did quite right, of course," Luscombe said, "in knocking that brute of a fellow down, and if you did split his skull and make your aunt a widow, you have nothing to reproach yourself with. Still, I agree with you that it will be more pleasant for you if he gets round, as I dare say he will, or else it will be a long while before you can show up at home. Well, you will know by the time we have been in New York a few days. If the papers the next mail brings out don't say anything about it, you may be sure he has got over it. 'A gentleman killed by his nephew' would be a startling heading, and if it is not there, you may go about your work with a light heart." The voyage was marked by no incident whatever. On arriving at New York, Luscombe and Hugh put up at a good hotel for a few days before making a start west. They had agreed to keep together, at any rate for a time. Luscombe was several years older than Hugh, but he saw that the lad had plenty of good sense and a fund of resolution, and knew that he himself was more likely to stick to work in such companionship than he should be by himself. Luscombe's light-hearted carelessness amused Hugh, and though he did not think that his companion was likely to stick very long to anything he took up, he was very glad to have his companionship for a time. Hugh was thankful indeed when the next mail brought a batch of papers of a date a week later than that of his leaving Cumberland, and when a careful examination of the file disclosed no allusion whatever to the event at Burnside. "Well, I congratulate you, Hugh," Luscombe said when he told him. "I expected it would be all right. If he had been a good old man, you would have killed him, no doubt, but bad men always have wonderfully thick skulls. Well, now you are ready, I suppose, to make our start tomorrow." "Quite ready, Luscombe. We are only throwing away our money here." They had already made many enquiries and had settled that they would in the first place go down to Texas and would there take the first job of any kind that offered itself, keeping it until they had time to look round to see what would suit them best. Luscombe, however, said frankly that he thought it probable that sooner or later he should enlist in the cavalry out west. "I know I shall never stick to hard work very long, Hugh. I've not got my fortune to make, and I only want to pass away the time for a year or two until the old lady and the girls get the governor into a charitable state of mind again. Here is a first-rate fellow, and I am not surprised that he cut up rough at last. I expect a few months will bring him round, but I should not know what to do if I went back. I will give myself 3 years, anyhow." "I'm very much in the same position, Luscombe. I shan't go back until I come of age. Then I can snap my fingers at my uncle. I have got a very good trustee who will look after the estate. I will write to him tonight and let him know that I am all right and very glad to find that uncle has not been killed, and that he may expect me when I come of age, but not before." On the following morning they took their places in the train and traveled west, and proceeded to what was then the nearest terminus to their destination, northern Texas. Traveling sometimes by stage wagons, sometimes on foot, they arrived at McKinney, which they had been told was a young place, but growing fast. "Well, here we are at last," Luscombe said as they alighted at a one-storied building on which was a board roughly painted, "The Empire Hotel." "At any rate, the scenery is better than it has been for the last 200 or 300 miles. There are some good-sized hills. Some of those across the country ahead might almost claim to be mountains, and that is a relief to the eyes after these dreary flats. Well, let us go in and have a meal first, then we will look around. The place has certainly not an imposing aspect." The meals here, as at the other places where they had stopped, consisted of fried steak, which, although tough, was edible, and abundance of potatoes and cabbages, followed by stewed fruit. They had arrived just at the dinner hour, and 7 or 8 men in their shirt-sleeves came in and sat down with them. The tea was somewhat better than they had hitherto obtained, and there was, in addition, the luxury of milk. Scarcely a word was spoken during the meal. It was evidently considered a serious business, and the chief duty of each man was to eat as much as possible in the shortest possible time. After the meal was over, and the other diners had gone out, the landlord, who had taken his seat at the top of the table, opened the conversation. "Are you thinking of making a stay here, gentlemen?" "Yes, if we can get any work to suit us," Luscombe said. "It is a rising place," the landlord said as he lit his pipe. "There are 2 stores and 8 houses being built now. The town has a great future before it." Luscombe and Hugh had some difficulty in preserving their gravity. "It is the chief town of the county," the landlord went on. "They are going to set about the courthouse in a month or 2. Our sheriff is a pretty spry man and doesn't stand nonsense. We have an orderly population, sir. We had only 2 men shot here last week." "That is satisfactory," Luscombe said dryly. "We are peaceable characters ourselves. And is 2 about your average?" "Well, I can't say that," the landlord said. "That would be too much to expect. The week before last, Buck Harris with 3 of his gang came in and set up the town." "What do you mean by set up?" Luscombe asked. The landlord looked surprised at the question. "Oh, to set up a town is to ride into it, and to clear out the saloons, and to shoot at anyone seen outside their doors, and to ride about and fire through the windows. They had done it 3 or 4 times before, and as 4 or 5 men had been killed, the citizens became annoyed." "I am not surprised at that," Hugh put in. "The sheriff got a few men together, and the citizens began to shoot out of their windows. Buck Harris and 2 of his gang were killed, and 4 of the citizens. Since then, we have had quiet. And what sort of work do you want, gentlemen? Perhaps I could put you in the way of getting it." "Well, we wanted to get work among horses," Luscombe said. The landlord shook his head. "You want to go further south among the big ranches for that. This is not much of a horse country. If you had been carpenters now, there would have been no difficulty. A good workman can get his $4 a day. Then there is James Pawson's woodyard. I reckon you might get a job there. One of his hands got shot in that affair with Buck Harris, and another broke his leg last week. I should say there was room for you there. Madden, that's the man who was shot, used to board here. What is your charge for boarding, landlord? 75 cents a day for 3 square meals, $1 a day if you lodge as well, but I could not lodge you at present. I must keep a couple of rooms for travelers, and the others are full. But you will have no difficulty in getting lodgings in the town. You can get a room for about $1 a week. Well, let us try the woodyard, Luscombe. All right, Luscombe said. There's a certain sense of novelty about a woodyard. Well, landlord, if we agree with this Mr. Pawson, we will arrange to board with you at any rate for the present. They went down the straggling street until they came to a lot on which was piled a quantity of sawn timber of various dimensions. The name Pawson was painted in large letters on the fence. A man and a boy were moving planks. Here goes, Luscombe said, and entered the gate. Want a job? The man asked, looking up as they approached him. Yes, we are on the lookout for a job and heard there might be a chance here. I am James Pawson, the man said, and I want hands. What wages do you want? As much as we can get, Luscombe replied. Pawson looked them up and down. Not much accustomed to hard work, I reckon. Not much, Luscombe said, but we are both plenty strong and ready to do our best. Well, I tell you what, the man said. I will give you $1.50 a day for a week, and at the end of that time, if you get through your work well, I will raise it to $2. Luscombe looked at Hugh, who nodded. All right, he said, we'll try. Pawson gave a sigh of relief, for hands were scarce. Take off your coats, then, he said, and set to work right here. There is a lot to be done. Luscombe and Hugh took off their coats and were soon hard at work moving and piling planks. Before they had been half an hour at it, there was a shout, and a wagon heavily laden with planks entered the yard. James Pawson himself jumped up onto the wagon and assisted the teamster to throw down the planks, while the other two carried them away and stacked them. Both of them had rolled up their sleeves to have a freer use of their arms. The sun blazed hotly down, and they were soon bathed in perspiration. They stuck to their work until 6 o'clock, but by that time their backs were so stiff with stooping that they could scarcely stand upright, and their hands were blistered with the rough wood. Pawson was well satisfied with their work. Well, he said, you move about pretty spry, you two do, and handle the wood quicker'n most. I see you will suit me if I shall suit you, so I will make it $2 a day at once. I ain't a man that stints $50 when I see hands work willing. Well, that is not a bad beginning, Luscombe, Hugh said as they went to put on their coats. We have earned $1, Hugh, Luscombe said, and we have broken our backs and blistered our hands, to say nothing of losing 3 or 4 pounds of solid flesh. We did wrong to turn up our sleeves, Hugh said. I had no idea that the sun was so strong. Why, my arms are a mass of blisters. So are mine, Luscombe said ruefully, and they are beginning to smart furiously. They will be in a nice state tomorrow. Let us stay at the hotel tonight, Hugh. I feel so tired that I am sure I could never set out to look for lodgings after supper. The next morning their arms were literally raw. Before starting to work, they got some oil from the landlord and rubbed them. It will be some time before I turn up my sleeves to work again, Luscombe said. I have had my arms pretty bad sometimes after the first long day's row in summer, but I have never had them like this. They worked until dinner time, and then Luscombe went up to Pawson and pulled up his sleeve. I think, he said, you must let us both knock off for the day. We are really not fit to work. We daren't turn up our sleeves, and yet the flannel rubbing on them makes them smart so that we can hardly work. Besides, as you said yesterday, we are not accustomed to work. We are so stiff that we are not doing justice either to ourselves or you. If you have any particular job you want done, of course we will come after dinner and do it. But if not, we would rather be off altogether. Your arms are bad, Pawson said. I thought yesterday when you were working that, being newcomers, you would feel it a bit. Certainly you can knock off. You ain't fit for it as you are. Take it easy, boys, for a few days till you get accustomed to it. We ain't slave drivers out here, and I don't expect nothing beyond what is reasonable. I should get my arms well rubbed with oil at once, then tonight wash the oil off and give them a chance to harden, and in the morning powder them well with flour. As soon as they had had their dinner, they went out and found a room with 2 beds in it and moved their small kits across there. Then they took a stroll around the town, of which they had seen little, and then lay down in the shade of the thick cactus hedge and dozed all the afternoon. The next morning they felt all the better for their rest. The inflammation of their joints had greatly abated, and they were able to work briskly. What do you want with that revolver of an evening, Hugh, when you do not wear it during the day? Luscombe asked as he saw Hugh put his revolver in his pocket when they went to their lodgings for a wash after work was over for the day. I take off my coat during the day, Luscombe, and whatever may be the custom here, I think it ridiculous to see a man at work in a wood yard with a revolver stuck into his pocket at the back of his trousers. At night it is different. The pistol is not noticed under the coat, and I don't suppose there is a man here without one. I think one is just as safe without a pistol, Luscombe said. Even these rowdies would hardly shoot down an unarmed man. They might not if they were sober, Hugh agreed, but most of this shooting is done when men are pretty nearly, if not quite, tipsy. I heard my uncle say once, a man may not often want to have a revolver on him, but when he does want a revolver, he wants it pretty badly. A few days later, they heard at supper that 3 notorious ruffians had just ridden into the place. I believe one of them is a mate of Buck Harris, who was shot here 3 weeks ago. I hear he has been in the bar swaggering about and swearing that he means to wipe out every man in the place who had a hand in that business. The sheriff is away. He went out yesterday with 2 men to search for a fellow who murdered a man and his wife somewhere down south and who has been seen down in the swamps of the East Fork. He may be away 2 or 3 days, worse luck. There is the undersheriff, but he isn't much good by himself. He can fight, Gilbert can, but he never likes going into a row on his own account. He will back up the sheriff in anything he does, but he has got no head to take a thing up by himself. But surely, Hugh said, people are not going to let 3 men terrorize the whole place and shoot and carry on just as they like. Well, mate, I don't suppose we like these things more than anyone else, but I can tell you that when one of the 3 men is Dutch Sam and another is Wild Harvey and the third is Black Jake, it is not the sort of business as anyone takes to kindly, seeing that if there is one thing more tarnal sartain than another, it is that each of them is good to lay out 5 or 6 men before he goes under. When things are like that, one puts up with a goodish lot before one kicks. They are 3 as ugly men as there are anywhere along this part of Texas. Any one of them is game to set up a town by himself, and when it comes to 3 of them together, I tell you it would be a game in which I certainly should not like to take a hand. You are new to these parts, mate, or you wouldn't talk about it so lightly. When you have been out here for a few months, you will see that it is small blame to men if they get out of the way when 2 or 3 fellows like this are on the warpath. At this moment there was a sound of shouting and yelling with a clatter of horses' hoofs outside. Then came the rapid discharge of firearms, and the 3 upper panes of glass in the window were pierced almost simultaneously with small round holes in the very center. Every one bent down over their plates. The next shot might come through the second line of window panes, in which case they would have taken effect among those sitting at the table. Then there was a yell of laughter, and the horses were heard to gallop furiously away. That is only their fun at present, one of the men said. It will be more serious later on when they have drunk enough to be savage. I don't see much fun in firing through the windows of a house, Luscombe said. Oh, that is nothing, another put in. I have seen a score of cowboys come into a place, and half an hour afterwards there wasn't a window pane that hadn't a round hole in its middle. They will shoot the hats off a score of men. That is one of their favorite amusements. In the first place, it shows their skill with the pistol, and in the next, it scares people pretty nigh to death, and I have seen the cowboys laugh until they have nearly tumbled off their horses to see a fellow jump and make a straight line into a house. Nobody minds the cowboys. They're a good sort. They are reckless enough when they are on a spree, but they don't really mean to do harm. They spend their money freely, and they hate ruffians like those 3 fellows outside. If it wasn't for cowboys, the bad men, as we call them, would be pretty well masters of Texas. But the cowboys hunt them down like vermin, and I have known them to hang or shoot over a dozen murderers and gamblers in one afternoon. They fight among themselves sometimes pretty hard. Perhaps the men on 2 ranches will quarrel, and then if it happens that a party from one ranch meets a party from the other down in a town, there is sure to be trouble. I remember one battle in which there were over 20 cowboys killed, besides 6 or 8 citizens who happened to get in the way of their bullets. Just as they had finished the meal, a man ran in. Have you heard the news? Dutch Sam and his party have broken open the door of the undersheriff's house, pulled him out, and put a dozen bullets into him. There was an exclamation of indignation. There, Hugh said, if the undersheriff had done his duty and called upon everyone to help him to capture or shoot these fellows as soon as they came into the town, he wouldn't have lost his life, and I suppose it will have to be done after all. The best thing we can do, one of the men said. is to go round from house to house and agree that every man shall take his rifle and pistol and take his stand at a window, and then we will shoot them down as they ride past." "But that wouldn't be giving them a fair show," another objected. "A fair show," the other repeated scornfully. "Did they give the under-sheriff a fair show? Do you think they give notice to a man before they shoot him and ask him to draw and be fairly heeled before they draw a trigger? Not a bit of it, and I say we ought to clear them out." There was a general expression of approval, and after one of the party had opened the door and looked out cautiously to see if the coast was clear, and reported that none of the desperadoes were in sight, the party at once scattered. Luscombe and Hugh stopped for half an hour chatting with the landlord. The latter did not believe that the people would attack the ruffians. "If the sheriff had been here to take the lead," he said, "they might have acted, but as he is away, I don't think it is likely that any one will draw a bead upon them. You see, no one is sure of anyone else, and he knows that if he were to kill or wound one of them, the others would both be upon him. If we had a regular street here with a row of houses running along each side so that a volley could be poured into them, it would be a different thing. But you see, the houses are separated. Some stand back from the road, some stand forward. They are all scattered like, and I don't expect anyone will begin. They will be in here presently," he said, "and they will drink my bar pretty well dry, and I don't expect I shall get a dime for the liquor they drink, and that is not the worst of it. They are like enough to begin popping at the bottles and smashing more than they drink." "Well, it seems to me a disgraceful thing," Hugh said, "that a place with something like 100 men in it should be kept down by 3. "It sounds bad if you put it that way," the landlord agreed, "but you must remember that each of these 3 men could hit every pip on a card 20 yards away. They each carry 2 revolvers, that is to say, they have got 12 men's lives in their belt, and they are so quick with their weapons that they could fire the 12 shots before an ordinary man could get out his revolver and cock it." "Why not shut up your place for the night?" Luscombe asked. "Then they couldn't come in and drink your spirits and wreck your bar." "They couldn't, eh? Well, they would blow the door open with their pistols, and if it was so barred they couldn't get in that way, they would like enough burn the house about my ears. I have known such things done many times." "Well, let us get home, Hugh," Luscombe said. "It seems to me the sooner we are quietly in bed, the better. As our room is at the back of the house, they may fire away as much as they like without a chance of our being hit." Hugh put on his hat, and the 2 started down the street. They had gone but a short distance when the sound of a horse's hoofs was heard. "Here's one of them," a voice shouted from an upper window. "Run round to the back of the house. The door is open there. I have heard 2 or 3 pistol shots, and he will shoot you down to a certainty." "Come on, Hugh," Luscombe said. "You go round, Luscombe. You're unarmed." "I am not going to run away from anyone," Hugh said doggedly. "Go on, man. It is no use your staying here. You have no pistol." "I shan't leave you by yourself," Luscombe said quietly. "Besides, here he comes." Hugh's hand had already slipped round to his back, and he now had his pistol in his hand in the pocket of his coat. The horseman threw up his arms as he came along, and Hugh saw the glitter of the moonlight on a pistol barrel. Another instant the pistol cracked, but Hugh, the moment he saw it bear on him, dropped onto one knee, and the ball struck the wall just above his head. He lifted his arm and fired, while 2 other shots rang out from the window. The man threw up his hands and fell back over the crupper of his horse to the ground, and the well-trained animal stopped instantaneously in his gallop, and turning, stood still by his side. "Come on, Luscombe," Hugh said. "The sooner we are out of this, the better." Before, however, they had gone 20 yards, they heard the sound of 2 horses coming up behind them. "Let us get round the corner of that house, Luscombe. I don't suppose they will pass those men at the windows. If they do, they will be thinking of their own safety as they gallop past and won't notice us." They had scarcely got round the corner when there was a discharge of firearms, and the reports of the rifles were followed by the quick, sharp cracks of revolvers. Then a man dashed past them at a gallop. One of his arms hung by his side, and the reins were loose on the horse's neck. "I suppose they have killed the other," Hugh said, "and this fellow is evidently hit. Well, let us go on to bed." Luscombe did not speak until they reached their room. Hugh struck a match and lighted a candle. "Well, you are a nice lad, Hugh," Luscombe said. "I thought you were always against quarrels and wanted nothing but to go on with your work peaceably, and here you are throwing yourself into this and standing the chance of being shot as if you had been fighting ruffians all your life." "It was he attacked me," Hugh said. "I didn't fire first. I gave him no provocation and was not going to run away when I was armed. It is you ought to be blamed, stopping there to be shot at when you had no weapon. I call it the act of a madman. Well, there is nothing more to say about it, so let us get into bed." End of Chapter 5, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 6 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, A Horse Deal. After having been at work for a week, Hugh and Luscombe found it comparatively easy to them. Their hands had hardened, and their back and legs no longer ached with the exertion of stooping and lifting planks and beams. They had now got the yard into order, the various lengths and thicknesses of planks piled together, and also the various sized timber for the framework of the houses. Their work was now more varied. The dray had, of course, to be unloaded on its arrival from the mills and its contents stowed away, and as soon as James Pawson found that his new hands could be trusted to see after things, he left them pretty much to themselves, going up himself to the mill of which he was part owner. It now fell to them to keep an account of the outgoings, to see that the planks they handed over to purchasers were of the right lengths and thicknesses, and also to saw the woodwork of the frames for the houses into their required lengths. All this afforded a change and gave them an interest in their work, and they came to know a good many, not only of those living in the town, but men who were taking up ground in the neighborhood, and who came in with their teams for planks and shingles to construct the rough houses which were to shelter them until, at any rate, they got their land under cultivation and things began to prosper. 3 months after their arrival, Luscombe began to show signs of getting wearied of the work. Hugh was quick to notice it. "I can see you are getting tired of it," he said one Sunday as they started for a walk to a small ranch 3 miles away, whose owner had been buying wood for a cow house and had asked them to come over for dinner. "You didn't mean me to see it, but I know that it is so." "I don't know that I am tired, Hugh, but I feel a restless sort of feeling." "Well, my dear Luscombe, I don't want you to feel that you are in any way bound here on my account. We agreed that from the first, you know. It was a great thing our being together at first, but now the ice is broken, we have fallen into the groove and can either of us shoulder our kits and go where we like in search of a job. We are no longer fresh from the other side of the Atlantic." "I shall carry out my idea of enlisting," Luscombe said. "There is a military post at Fort McKayett. I can strike down by road to Meridian. I can get wagons as far as that, pick up a horse for a few dollars there, and then make my way down until I strike the Colorado River, and, crossing that, bear west, stopping at cattle ranches until I get to the fort. I shall be happier as a trooper than at any other work. Of course, the pay is not high, but that does not matter a rap to me. It goes further here than it does at home, and there is not much use for money out on the plains. They say the Indians are very troublesome, and there will be some excitement in the life, while here there is none. I don't like leaving you, Hugh. That is the only drawback." "Don't let that stop you," Hugh said. "Of course I shall be very sorry when you go. But as you have your plans and I have none, it would come at any rate before long, and, as I have said, now that I have got over the feelings of strangeness, I don't suppose that I shall stay here long after you have left." The following day, Luscombe told his employer that he should leave at the end of the week. "I'm sorry you're going," he said, "but I expected that you would be on the move before long. That is the worst of it out here. Nobody sticks to a job. However, I cannot blame you. You have stopped a good bit longer than they generally do. And are you going too?" he asked, turning to Hugh. "Not just yet," Hugh replied, "but I do think of going in another week or two. You see, boss, one is not learning anything here." "That's so. Say, would you like to go up to the mill for a bit? That is different sort of work, and as you say, you would be learning something. One of the men jammed his hand on Saturday and won't be fit for that kind of work for some time, so as your mate is going off at the end of the week, you can go up there if you like." Hugh gladly accepted the offer. He would have felt it very dull without Luscombe, but by going to a different sort of work he would feel his companion's departure less hardly. He would have much to learn and be among new companions and have much to attend to. So, at the end of the week, Luscombe set out upon his long journey to Fort McKayett, and on Monday morning Hugh started for the sawmill at daybreak in a wagon that had come in on Saturday afternoon with timber. James Pawson had told him that he had spoken to the foreman about him, and the latter would know what to do with him. The team consisted of 2 fine mules in the shafts and 2 horses ahead. "Climb up," the driver said. "We shall go a goodish pace till we get to the hills. That is right, hold on." As he cracked his whip, the animal started at a trot and presently broke into a gallop. The road was nothing but a track across the country, and Hugh held on to the seat, expecting every moment to be jerked off. The track was as hard as iron, but the passages of the wagons in wet weather had worn deep holes and ruts in it, and Hugh thought it was a miracle that the wagon did not upset and smash to pieces, as the wheels went down first on one side and then on the other, and the whole framework creaked and quivered with the shock. At the end of about 3 miles, the animals slackened their pace, to Hugh's intense relief. "That's just their little play," the driver said. "They know they won't get a chance again today, and they generally lay themselves down for a gallop where it is good going." "Do you call that good going?" Hugh asked in astonishment. Sartain. Why, it is level ground and not a watercourse to go over. You don't expect a railway track graded and level, do you? Hugh hastened to say that he entertained no such extravagant ideas. This road ain't nowhere, so to speak, real bad, the driver went on. That is, not for a hill road. I don't say as there ain't some baddish places, but nothing to what I have driven teams over. The animals had now dropped down into a walk, although, so far as Hugh could see, the track was no worse than that which they had been hitherto following. The critters are just getting their breath, the driver said as he proceeded to light his pipe. They've had their fling, and now they are settling down to the day's work. They know as well as I do what they have got before them, don't you, Pete? The mule addressed lifted one of its long ears and partly turned his head around. They are fine mules, Hugh remarked. You will see bigger than them. Them's Mexicans, and they have wonderful big mules in North Mexico. I've seen them standing a hand higher than these, but Pete and Bob are good mules. They would be better if they were a bit heavier when it comes to a dead pull, but except for that, I would as lief have them as the biggest. Are they better than horses? Better than horses? You bet. Why, I'd rather have a pair of mules than 3 pair of horses. Why, for steady work and for stay and for strength, there ain't no comparison between a mule and a horse. Why, that pair of mules is worth twice as much as the best pair of horses you could find in Texas, except, of course, picked horses for riding. If you pay $100 for a horse, you have paid a long price in this country. But that pair of mules wouldn't be dear at $800 for the 2 of them. There is no trouble with mules. They won't stray far when you turn them out. They won't stampede, not if they are properly trained. Why, there is as much sense in a mule as there is in a score of horses, and the horses know it themselves. If there's a mule turned out among a troop of horses, he takes the lead natural, and they will follow him wherever he goes, knowing right well that he's got more sense than they have. Besides, mules seem to get fond of each other, and you don't see horses do that. In a roundup, the team horses will just mix up with the others. You don't see 2 of them keep together or have any sort of friendship, but if there are a pair of mules among the lot, you will see them keep together. I had an idea that mules were obstinate beasts. I won't deny as they have their tempers sometimes, but in most cases it comes from their getting into bad hands. But treat a mule well, and he will, in general, do his best. When they once find they have got a job beyond them, they ain't going to break their hearts by trying to do it. And if they are treated bad when there is no call for it, then they puts up their backs and won't stir another foot. And when they makes up their minds to that, you may kill them and they won't do it then. But treat a mule fair and kind, and there is no better beast in the world. You know all about it, Pete, don't you? And he gave the animal a slight flick on the neck with his whip, to which it replied by throwing up its hindquarters and giving a playful kick, which caused Hugh, whose legs were hanging down over the front of the wagon, to withdraw them hastily. You are a rascal, Pete, the driver said. Come now, you've all got your winds. Just sharpen up a bit till you get among the hills. As if they understood what he said, the mules threw their weight on the traces, broke into a slow trot, and the crack of the driver's whip woke the leaders into activity. This pace was not kept up long, for the ground had now begun to rise. They presently entered a valley between 2 spurs of the hills, and soon began to mount by a rough road. This became steeper and steeper, and Hugh was glad to get off and walk in front. At times the track they had to cross was bare rock, so smooth and slippery that the animals could scarcely keep their feet and drag up the wagon. Then they wound along the side of a hill, the ground on one side being so much higher than on the other that it seemed to Hugh that a loaded wagon would infallibly topple over and go rolling down into the valley below. Sometimes they descended sharply into some lateral ravine cut by a stream and climbed up the other. The hills now were covered with a growth of small trees and brushwood. The larger timber had already been felled. At last the wagon turned up the bed of a stream running through a rocky gorge. Here we are, the driver said, and 50 yards further they came upon the sawmill, a roughly built structure with a water wheel. A low log hut stood beside it. Beyond, the valley opened out. At the upper end, its sides far up the hills were covered with trees, but the woodsman's axe had already stripped the lower part of the valley of all its timber trees. A dam had been built across the stream and a lead cut to the water wheel, which was sunk 5 or 6 feet below the level of the ground around it, and the tail race continued nearly down to the mouth of the gorge, where the water fell again into the old bed of the stream. The wheel was revolving, and the sound of the machinery inside the mill deadened that of the mules and wagon, but a shrill whistle from the driver brought a man to the door. He nodded to Hugh. "You're the new hand the boss spoke of, I suppose? Well, Clarkson, have you brought the things we wanted?" "Yes, I think the list is complete. I gave it to the old man, and he had all the things on board the first thing this morning. Here they are: 6 pounds of tea, a barrel of pork, sack of flour, keg of molasses, 20 pounds of sugar. Here's a box of dried apples and the 2 cross-cut saws. He will see about a grindstone. He thinks you might make that one last a bit longer. It was pretty well worn out when it was put up, the foreman grumbled. It ain't fit to grind axes on. I told the boss the other day that it had cost him 10 times its value already, because the men couldn't keep a sharp edge on their tools with it. Well, you know Ben, grindstones don't grow down in McKinney, and he's got to get them sent out from Missouri. If he had to get them from China, he might have had one here by this time, the foreman grumbled. Have you got that bag of iron dogs I wanted? No, there warn't one to be had in McKinney. The old man told me to tell you he rode off on Saturday to Little Rock and told them to express them on. A Negro now came out from the hut and began to carry the provisions in, and Hugh followed the foreman into the mill. There was another man there. One side of the mill was open to a yard behind, in which lay the logs as brought down by the team. These were placed on rollers and so run into the mill. One end of the log was then lifted by a screw jack until level with the saw bench. Here it was packed up, and the jack then taken to the other end. The machinery consisted solely of one large circular saw and of another of smaller size. The water power would not have been sufficient to drive frame saws, and the whole work had to be done with the circular saws. The mill was not large, but it sufficed for the wants of McKinney and the neighborhood, and 2 wagon loads of planks were sent down daily. 3 axemen, who felled and squared the trees, and a teamster with 4 horses to drag the balks down to the mill completed the establishment. Hugh soon found that the work was far more interesting than it had been in the woodyard. It needed a good deal of skill to handle the heavy pieces of timber and get them upon the saw bench, although they were cross-cut by the woodmen into lengths suitable for planks. Then the great saw cut the balks into planks 3 inches wide. These were taken to the smaller saw, which ran them down into half, 3/4, or inch planks as required. The benches were of a primitive description, the balks being laid on fixed rollers, and the necessary movement given to them by a rope passed through blocks and taken round a shaft, which, as it revolved, wound up the rope and brought the logs forward against the saw. The noise at first of the saws and of the water wheel and its machinery almost deafened Hugh, but he soon ceased to notice it. He found that his duties were of a general kind. He assisted in raising the logs to their places and in getting them properly placed on the rollers, and then he helped to fix the blocks and pulleys, to remove the planks as they were cut off, and to work the log back to its place in readiness for another plank to be cut from it. The small saw required one man's constant attention, as the 3-inch planks were simply pushed forward by hand against it, being kept in their true position by guides. "You have got to be careful when you get near the end," the foreman said to him, "or you will find yourself without a finger or 2 in no time. When you get to within a foot of the end, you must not push the plank any further, but go on to the other end of the saw and pull it to you. It is a pretty rough business altogether, but it will only last another few months. There are not enough trees to supply it longer than that. Pawson has bought up another place a bit further among the hills, and he has ordered a better plant than this and reckons it will be up and ready to run by the time we are done here. This place ain't fit for carrying on much trade. When it was put up 2 years ago, there were but few people about on the plain, and a wagon load a week was about the outside Pawson could get rid of. I've been here from the first. In those days, we used to work with our rifles handy, for there was always a chance of an attack by Indians, but the country has grown so much since then that the Indians move further north and don't bother us. Ah, there's Joe's dinner bell." Hugh, following the example of the others, went down to the mill stream and gave his hands a rinse, dried them on a towel hanging from a nail on the door of a hut, and then went in. In 5 minutes, the whole party were assembled and took their seats on benches beside a long, narrow table. The Negro cook brought in bowls of pea soup. This was followed by boiled pork and potatoes, and then came a great dish of dried apples boiled with molasses poured over them. "We get our board up here," the foreman, who had placed Hugh beside him, said. "I suppose the boss told you?" "Yes, he said I should get $40 a month and my grub." "That's it. It is better pay than you can get on a farm below, but it is harder work and lonesome. Besides, unless you are careful, you run a pretty good risk of an accident. There have been 8 or 10 fellows hurt here since we began. It is healthy among the hills, and we don't get fevers, and it is cool enough to sleep comfortably at night, even in summer. But in winter, it is cold, I can tell you. The old man feeds us pretty well, I must say that for him, and he is as good a boss as there is about here." Hugh liked the life. The keen mountain air braced him up, and every day he found it more and more easy to do his share of the work of moving the heavy balks. The men as a whole were pleasant fellows, and of an evening Hugh listened with great interest to the stories they told as they smoked their pipes. It was wonderful how many occupations most of them had followed. 2 of them had been mining in California before they came down to Texas. One of them had been working with teams across the Santa Fe route. Another, named Bill Royce, had been a sailor, had deserted his ship at Galveston, had enlisted and served for 3 years at a cavalry post west, had deserted again, had worked for 2 years as a cowboy on one of the Texan ranches, had gone down into Mexico and worked at a ranch there, had come up by sea to Galveston, working his passage, had served as a farmhand for a few months, and then, after various experiences, had come to McKinney when there were only 3 or 4 houses there. Another of the men had also worked as a cowboy, but his experience had been but a short one. "I stopped just a week at it," he said, "and what with being thrown off a horse 20 times a day, and what with the work, and what with the goings-on of the boys, I had enough of it by that time. I had been in 1 or 2 Indian fights, and I didn't feel scared then, but those cowboys scared me pretty nigh to death. The way they let off their pistols was a caution. 4 or 5 times, when I was sitting quiet, smoking, bang, and a revolver bullet would knock my pipe into chips, and then they'd laugh fit to kill themselves when I got up and swore. Then, without the least reason, someone, as we were all sitting round the fire, would take it into his head to hit a little bit of flaming wood. Then half a dozen others would go at it, and the bits of fire would be sent flying in all directions. And how it was that none of them got killed was more than I could make out. I stood it for a week, and then I weakened. I had got that nervous that I would jump if a fellow moved suddenly, and I concluded that I was not made the same way as the cowboys and had better quit and take to some other job." "I reckon you were about right there," Bill Royce said. "Anyone as is thinking of going for a cowboy had best know how to ride, how to throw a rope, and how to draw his pistol as quick as lightning before he begins." The next day, Hugh asked the teamster to bring him up from the town a rope such as the cowherders used. "This will do," Bill Royce said as he examined it. "The cowboys and Mexicans both use ropes sometimes, but they chiefly make them themselves from strips of rawhide, which they work and grease until they run almost as easy as if they were made of silk. Yes, this is the right length, 40 feet. Some men will use 50, and I've known Mexicans who would throw a 60-foot length with certainty, but that is quite out of the way. 40 feet is the right length. I will splice one end into an eye for you. The other goes through it and makes a running noose. When you throw it, the loop is 3 or 4 feet across. Of course, the better you can throw, the smaller you can have the loop, and the smaller it is, the better, for the jerk comes all the quicker before the horse or steer is prepared for it. Now, you see that stump of a young tree sticking up 2 feet above ground? Well, you form your loop, and you gather the rest in coils in your hand like this, and you stand, to begin with, 20 feet away, and you cast the loop over the stump, so." Of an evening, when supper was over, Hugh went out and practiced with the rope, and at the end of a month found that he could throw it at a distance of 30 feet with a fair certainty of dropping the loop over the stump. He also took Royce's advice as to the pistol. He had laid it by since arriving at McKinney, but he now got a belt similar to those worn by the cowboys and took to carrying the pistol in it, but unloaded, and at odd moments practiced drawing from the belt, leveling it, and pulling the trigger with the greatest possible speed. The action seemed simple enough, but he was surprised to find how, with practice, the time taken in doing it diminished, and his fingers came to close upon the handle in exactly the right position almost instantaneously, and as his hand shot out, his thumb drew back the hammer and his forefinger closed on the trigger. All this he had practiced before, more or less, when he had learned to use the weapon in the conservatory at Burnside, but at that time it had not appeared probable the accomplishment would be of any use. Now he knew that his life might depend upon it, and he came in time to be able to perform it with, as Royce had said, something of the sleight of hand of a conjurer. He devoted the whole of his spare time to practicing with the pistol and rope, and by the time that summer had gone, Hugh was able to throw the rope with certainty over any fixed object within reach, and to draw his revolver with a quickness that astounded Bill Royce. "I have seen a lot of pistol shooting," the latter said, "since I came out west. Cowboys and Mexicans and horse thieves and such like, but I have never seen one draw as quick as you do, and there are many as draw as quick. You shoot fair, but nothing out of the way. There's many a cowboy can shoot a sight straighter, but for quick drawing you are wonderful, and that is the great thing. When one fella gets his pistol out, the other one has got to cave in." The valley was now pretty well cleared of its trees, and the party prepared to go down to McKinney for the winter. The woodcutters were to move at once to the new location and to begin to fell trees, and as soon as the snow fell deep, the teams would go up and drag them down to the new sawmill, for the timber is hauled down much more easily over the snow than over the rough ground in summer. Thus there would be a big stock in readiness when the thaw came and the mill began to work in the spring. Hugh was not sorry when the work of the mill came to an end. He had determined to remain until the season closed, and he was glad he had done so. The time had been by no means lost. He had learned a good deal as to the ways and character of the men with whom he should have to associate. He had from one or other of them picked up a great deal of knowledge about the country, and knew the best places for making a start, the towns from which most of the teams started, and the localities that were best to make for in order to gain the heart of the cattle country. He had learned to throw a rope with enough dexterity to aid him materially in any work he might undertake among cattle or horses, and his constant practice with his revolver gave him a confidence in himself and in his ability to hold his own in the wild life of the plains and mountains. In the 9 months which had elapsed since he left England, he had gained strength, had become manly and self-reliant, and felt that his apprenticeship had been of great value to him. The first thing to do after he came down to McKinney was to look out for a horse. He had been put up to a useful wrinkle in this respect by Bill Royce. "You be careful about any horse trade you make. Bet your boots that any horse that is offered to you here is stolen, and you would get into one of the awkwardest of scrapes if you chanced to go into a district where that horse is known. They don't trouble themselves to ask many questions over a stolen horse. If you buy a horse, the best thing to do is to go before a justice, or the sheriff will do. Pay your money before him, and get him to sign his name as a witness to the bargain. His fee will be $1 or $2, and you could not lay out the money better. Men ain't altogether unreasonable, even where a horse is concerned, and a paper issued from a sheriff's office certifying that you had bought the horse and paid a fair price for it might save your neck from a noose. You may ride a stolen horse all your life and never happen to light on the place he was taken from, but if you do happen to light on it, you may find yourself in a tight corner." Hugh put up at the hotel, and having told the landlord that he was on the lookout for a horse, the latter told him one evening when he returned from a visit to some friends at a farm, that 2 men had come in an hour before and had said they had a good horse to dispose of. Bill Royce was sitting in the saloon when Hugh went in. "I dropped in to see you, Hugh. I saw 2 fellas come in an hour ago on 2 likely-looking horses, and they were leading 2 others, one of which seemed to me as good a bit of horseflesh as I have seen for a long time. I expect they're on for a trade. The horse is a mustang. I don't expect they come by it honest, but that ain't your business, and you will get it cheaper than if they had. Go slow in bargaining. Don't you let out you really want him." Presently 2 men came in. They were dressed in broad hats, red shirts, over which they wore jackets with silver buttons, breeches made of soft leather, and high boots. They wore bright-colored sashes round the waist. "They look pretty hard," Bill Royce said quietly. "They may be anything. They are not regular cowboys, but they may have been working on a ranch. They may have been prospecting. They may be horse thieves. They may be regular border ruffians. Anyhow, they've got a horse to sell. Maybe they have stole it from a ranch. Maybe they have got it from the Indians. Maybe they have wiped out its owner. You'll be able to tell pretty well by the price they want for it. He would be cheap at $200 if he is anything as good as he looks. If they will take anything under that, it is because they daren't keep him." After standing at the bar and talking for some time to the landlord, one of the men came across to Hugh. "I hear you're looking for a horse." "Yes, I am wanting to buy one if I find one to suit me at my price." "I've a horse to trade that would suit anyone, and as to its price, I'm ready to let him go a bargain." "I should like to have a look at him," Hugh said. "Well, he's in the stable now." "Yes, but I should want to see him in daylight to get on his back and try him." "Look here," the man said. "Me and my mate are pressed for time. Perhaps we've got an appointment with the president. Perhaps we haven't. Anyhow, we want to go on. We've got 2 spare horses, and we don't wish to bother with them no further." "Well, I will look at the horse now," Hugh said, and accompanied by Bill Royce, he followed the man to the stables. 2 horses were standing, ready saddled and bridled, hitched to hooks outside the shed. Inside were 2 others. One was an ordinary-looking horse, bony and angular. A pack saddle hung on a beam close by. He had evidently been used for carrying baggage. The other was a handsome roan, which snorted angrily as they approached with lanterns. "That is something like a horse," the man said. 5 years old, strong and up to anything, clean-limbed, full of courage and fast." "He has got a temper," Hugh said as the horse laid back his ears and made a sudden and vicious snap at the man's hand. "He is a bit playful," the man said. "Well, I don't like buying him without trying him," Hugh said. He may be up to all sorts of tricks and may kick his saddle over his head. What do you want for him?" "I'll tell you what," the man said. "That horse would be dirt cheap at $250, but as I've told you, we want to be moving on, and I will sell him for $150. I would rather put a bullet through his head than let him go for less than that." "Well, let us go back into the saloon and talk it over," Hugh said. "It is a rum way to buy a horse, but I like his looks." The other man was still standing at the bar when they entered. Hugh, knowing that it would be an unheard-of thing to buy a horse without the ceremony of taking drinks being performed, went to the bar and ordered them for the four. "If I buy that horse," he said, "it will be on one condition. You see, I don't know where he has come from. The man you got him from may have stolen him, and I might happen to come across the former owner, and I haven't any fancy for being strung up as a horse thief." "You don't mean, stranger, to say as we have stolen him," one of the men said angrily. "Not at all. It may have gone through half a dozen hands before it came into yours, and yet it may have been stolen. Of course, if you know anyone here who can guarantee that you raised the horse or have owned him for a couple of years, I shall be quite content. But if you don't, you can hardly expect me to take your word any more than I should expect them to take my word if a party were to ride up to me and accuse me of stealing it. That is right enough, isn't it, landlord?" "I don't see as there is anything to be said against that," the landlord said. "It is a mighty unpleasant thing in this country to be found riding on the back of a horse that has mayhap been stolen." "What I propose is this," Hugh went on. "Seeing that these gentlemen are strangers here, I propose that I should call in the sheriff and James Pawson, who is a justice, and that they should witness the sale and give me a signed paper saying that they know me as a resident here, and that I have in their presence bought this horse. I don't think there is anything unreasonable in that. If at any time I am held up for stealing it, I can show the paper, and if they doubt it, they can write to the sheriff here and find that it is genuine." The two men exchanged a few words together in a low voice, and then the one who had shown the horse said, "Well, I reckon that is fair enough offer. We know we came by the horse honestly, but as we are strangers, it is right enough you should be cautious. Bring your sheriff along and let's be done with it." "I will fetch the sheriff across," Royce said, "if you go over to Pawson's, Hugh." In 5 minutes they returned with the two men. The sheriff looked sharply at the two horse dealers. They were unknown to him. "Will you give me my belt, landlord?" Hugh said. The landlord went out and returned with Hugh's belt, which had been locked up in his chest since Hugh arrived in the town. The latter counted out $150 in gold. "Wait a minute," the sheriff said. "I must see the horse first and see what brand is on him. I cannot describe the horse unless I see him." Again, taking lanterns, the party went out to the stable. The horse had been branded with a circle in which was the letter E. There was no other mark on him. The sheriff brought across with him some official paper, and returning to the bar wrote, "I bear witness to the purchase by," and he paused. "Hugh Tunstall," Hugh put in, "who is well known to me as having been working for 6 months in and near the town, of a roan horse branded Circle E of Jake Whittingham," the man said, "and to the passing of payment for the same." The sheriff then added his name, writing under it, "Sheriff of McKinney County," and James Pawson added his signature with the word "Judge." "That is right and square," the sheriff said. "Now hand over the money and the trade is done." "I will throw in the other horse for $20. "I will take it," Hugh said, and adding this sum to that he had counted out, handed it over to the men. "If you will just step over with me, Hugh," the sheriff said, "I will put my official seal to that paper. I have no doubt," he went on as they left the saloon, "that those two fellows have stolen that horse. They would never have sold him for that money had they come by him honestly. I should have been glad to buy him myself for anything like that price. I don't know the men, and I reckon I know most of the rogues for 100 miles around here, so that if it has been stolen, it has probably been brought a good distance. I shouldn't be surprised if there has been murder as well as robbery. If I knew the men, I would seize them and have them searched, but as I have never seen them before and know nothing against them, I cannot do that. I think it is a very good idea of yours getting me in to witness the sale. That horse might yet get you into serious trouble if you could not prove that you came by it honestly." He had now reached his house and proceeded to stamp the document with the official seal. "You may as well put your signature to this," he said, "and I will witness it. Then if there is any question about your being Hugh Tunstall, you would only have to sign your name and they would see that you are the man mentioned. That is right. My fee is $2. Hugh gladly paid the money, and putting the document in his pocket, returned to the hotel. "Those fellows have just ridden off," Royce said when he entered. "Pretty hard couple, that. I wonder where they got that horse. Nowhere about here the sheriff would have known it. A horse like that would be sure to catch the eye. The next morning, Hugh got up early to inspect his purchase. The horse again made hostile demonstrations when he approached it, but, talking to it quietly, Hugh went into the stall, patted and soothed it. When it had quieted down, he took the head rope and led it out into the yard. "You are a beauty," he said. "There is no mistake about that," and tying it up to a post, he walked round it. "Well put together, plenty of muscle, fine bone, and splendid quarters. What a hunter you would make if I had you at home." The landlord came out as he was admiring the animal. "A mustang," he said. "Bigger than they usually run a good bit, and a beauty all over. He's worth double what you gave for him. This is not much of horse country. If you had him down south, you could get 300 for him any day. I expect those fellows were afraid to take him down there. Too well known, I reckon. Look here, I'll give you a paper too, and if I were you, I would get another from Pawson saying that you have been working for him at his sawmill, and that he recommends you as a good hand at that work. You can't have too many certificates as to who you are when you're riding an animal like that in this country. If you want a saddle and bridle, Jim Hoskins has got one to sell. He was speaking to me about it a fortnight ago." Half an hour later, Hugh became the owner of a saddle and bridle. The former was made in the Texan fashion, which closely resembles the Mexican, being very heavy and with a high peak and cantle. "I hardly see how a man can be thrown off a horse with such a saddle as this," Hugh said as he examined it. "One would be boxed in before and behind." "Wait till you get on a bad bucking horse," the man said with a smile. "You won't wonder about it then." Carrying it back to the hotel, Hugh saddled his horse and mounted. He felt strange and uncomfortable at first, for the stirrup leathers were placed much further back than those to which he was accustomed. The stirrups were very large and broad, and the position of the stirrup leathers rendered it necessary for him to ride almost with a straight leg, so that his grip was with his thighs instead of his knees. "I shall get accustomed to him in time," he said to himself, "but at present I feel as if I was riding barebacked. Well, I had plenty of practice at that, so I ought to be able to stick on." He rode at a quiet pace down the street, and then shook the reins, and the horse at once started at a hand gallop. Hugh was delighted with his pace, which was wonderfully smooth and easy, and returned in an hour, fully satisfied with his purchase. End of Chapter 6. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 7 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Among the Cowboys. "Well, now you've got your horse and outfit, Hugh, what are you going to do next?" Bill Royce said after the rest of the party had got up from breakfast and gone out. "I don't quite know, Bill," Hugh laughed. "I thought of going teaming, but I am afraid my horse has spoilt me for that." "Well, I should say so." "I should like to be my own master for a bit," Hugh went on, "and do some shooting and hunting on the plains, work across to Santa Fe, and then take anything that turns up. I have got $300 in cash. That will last me for a long time. But I don't like striking out for myself. I know nothing of the country or the life. What do you say to going with me, Bill?" "That is just what I've been turning over in my mind," Bill said. "I know the plains powerful well and have been hunting and shooting there for months. I was saying to myself, as like enough you would be thinking of striking out for a bit before you settled down again to anything, and you would be wanting someone with you as could put you up to the ropes. I've got pretty sick of working here, but I have spent my money as fast as I've got it and cannot afford to get an outfit. So I said to myself, if Hugh likes to start me with an outfit, I think it would be about square, seeing as he knows nothing of the country and I could put him straight there. We've worked together for a bit, and I reckon we would get on first rate. So if that would suit you, it would just suit me." "It suits me capitally, Bill. Nothing could be better. It is just what I wanted. I don't suppose I should ever have gone by myself, but with you it would be the very thing to suit me. There's my hand to it." In another 3 days their preparations were made. Bill knew of a horse that could be picked up for $40. 2 rifles were bought, a saddle and a bridle for Bill, and saddlebags for the spare horse. A large stock of ammunition was laid in, 50 pounds of flour, a few pounds of tea and sugar, 4 blankets, and a few odds and ends completed the outfit. Royce had already a revolver, and on the morning of the 4th day they started from McKinney, striking nearly due south so as to work round the range of hills. For the first few days they passed occasional settlements, and then struck out across an open country. "Now we may begin to look out for game," Royce said. "You can shoot, I suppose, Hugh?" I've had no practice whatever with the rifle, but I am a pretty good shot with the shotgun. You will soon pick it up anyhow, Royce said. Anyone who can shoot as you do with a Colt is sure to shoot pretty straight with a rifle. For the next 4 months, Hugh and his companion wandered over the plains, and Hugh enjoyed the life immensely. They had directed their course toward the southwest, for winter was setting in when they started, and as the cold is sometimes severe in northern Texas, they made down towards the Mexican frontier, and there enjoyed delightful weather. They found an abundance of game and could have shot any number of deer, but they were useless to them except for food. Herds of wild horses were sometimes seen, and occasionally, in quiet valleys, they came across half-wild cattle which had strayed away from far-distant ranches. It was strange to Hugh to travel thus at will, to wander freely in whichever direction fancy led them, sometimes passing a week or two without seeing any other human being, sometimes stopping for a night at the campfire of a party of cowboys, sometimes bivouacking with a wandering hunter like themselves or with a ranchman in search of stray animals. During this time their expenses had been next to nothing, their sole outlay being for flour, tea, and sugar, and even these they generally obtained in exchange for venison or other game. Hugh had learned to use his rope with considerable skill on horseback, for as soon as he got fairly away on the plains he had begun to practice. The first time he tried it upon his companion he would have given him a very heavy fall, had not Bill reined in his horse onto its haunches as soon as the rope fell over his shoulders, for Prince, as Hugh called his horse, was thoroughly up in his work. The instant the rope had been thrown, he stopped and braced himself, with his forelegs extended, to meet the shock, and had it not been for Bill's quickness, he would in an instant have been torn from the saddle. "Thunder!" the latter exclaimed. "Do you want to break my neck, Hugh?" "I had nothing to do with it," Hugh protested. "Prince nearly sent me over his head. I had not the least idea of pulling him in, and was perfectly taken aback by his playing me that trick." "We ought to have thought of it," Bill said. "It was dead sure he would be trained to the work. The idea flashed across me just as the rope came down, and lucky it was so. Well, you will find plenty of other things to practice on as we go along. There are cattle enough running about here without owners, and if you come across a bunch of wild horses, you can give chase and rope some of the young ones. And there are coyotes. They will give you plenty of sport that way." Hugh had used all these opportunities and had come to throw the noose over the head of a flying animal as well as Bill Royce himself could do. But as yet he was unable to throw the rope round their legs with any certainty. As the spring approached, Hugh proposed that instead of carrying out their plan of going to Santa Fe, they should for a time take service on a ranch. "I enjoy this life immensely, Bill, and I should like to become thoroughly up to all the work. At present I am what you call a tenderfoot, and I should certainly like to have a few months among the cowboys." "Just as well do that as anything else," Bill said. "It is always handy to know that you can hold your own in a roundup and know the ways of cattle, and I tell you that there is plenty to learn. But, mind you, it ain't going to be like this time we've been having. There's no fooling about a cowboy's life. It is just about the hardest life there is. However, it won't be as hard for you as it is for most fellows. You can ride, though there ain't much merit in sitting on that horse of yours. Still, I see you know your way among horses, and you've taught him to come to you when you whistle, and to do pretty nigh everything you want him to. But you will find it a mighty different thing when you get on the back of a bronco. However, it is worth learning to ride a horse that has never been backed. Anyhow, I'm with you. I've had a spell at it and don't mind having another. And there is one thing, you can quit when you like." "But how about this horse? I should not like to give up Prince." "Well, you can do as you like about that. Each cowboy has 6 or 8 horses. Sometimes he has as many as a dozen, and he just ropes one out of the crowd and rides him as he has a fancy. So you could let Prince run with the rest and use him when you liked, or you could leave him at the headquarters station." "What do they want such a lot of horses for?" Hugh asked. "They want them to do the work," Bill said. "A man can go on pretty nigh forever, but a horse can't. You will find that you can use up 6 horses in the 24 hours, and they want a day to rest before they are fit for work again. Well, they will be starting on their roundup soon, so we may as well head in their direction so as to get taken on before they are full. I was working in the O Triangle Ranch 2 years ago. Their station ain't above 150 miles from where we are. The boss wasn't a bad sort. We may as well go there as to another." "What do you mean by the O Triangle, Bill?" "That is their brand, a circle in a triangle. We call them always by their brands. They have all sorts of names of their own, but they are never known by them. There is the O Triangle and the double A and the cross T's and the diamond square and the half circles and a dozen others. Well, we'll head that way tomorrow morning. I don't know that I shall be sorry to be in a crowd again for a bit. It gets lonesome when there are only 2 of you after a while." Hugh was beginning to feel this also. Their subjects of conversation had long been exhausted, and after the events of the day's hunting had been discussed, there was little for them to talk about as they sat by their fire. On the evening of the third day, they arrived at the headquarters station of the ranch. It consisted of a long, low building which formed the storehouse and general room. Near it was the manager's house, and behind the barracks for the men. A short distance away was a fence which enclosed 50 or 60 acres of ground. Here were some of the more valuable of the animals, some handsome bulls and a couple of dozen good horses. 3 or 4 wagons stood near the huts, and a number of horses were grazing about over the country. The huts themselves lay in a hollow, down which a small belt of trees extended. A score of men were standing or sitting near the huts, and as many more came out as the newcomers rode up. 1 or 2 of these recognized Bill Royce. "Hello, Bill," one of them said. "Back again. I thought you had got rubbed out. Where have you been all this time?" "Been down in Mexico and then back among the settlements. Got tired of it, and here I am. Been hunting last. This is my mate, gentlemen. He's a good sort, a Britisher, and his name is Hugh. Now you are properly introduced." "Glad to see you," the man said, holding out his hand to Hugh. "Come to pay us a visit?" "No, I have come to get work, if I can get work," Hugh said. "Oh, there's plenty of work. Well, get off your horse. He's a good 'un, he is." Such was evidently the opinion of the rest of the cowboys, for they gathered round and made remarks on Prince's points. "He is too good for this sort of work altogether, leastways for most of it, though he would do well enough for scouting round and hunting for cattle among the foothills. Where'd you get him?" "I bought him at McKinney," Hugh said. 2 fellows came along with him and wanted to sell so bad, so I got him a bargain." "I expect he didn't cost them much," the man said. "Well, it is all right as long as you don't fall across the chap he was stolen from. If you do, there will be a good many questions asked, I can tell you. I guess he came from some Mexican ranch down south. You don't often see such a bit of horseflesh about here." "Here's the boss, Hugh," Bill said. "We may as well speak to him at once," and they walked together to a man who had just come out from the manager's house. "Have you got room for 2 hands?" Bill asked. "I was here a couple of years back. My mate is new at this work, but he can ride and shoot and throw a rope." "Oh, it's you, Bill, is it? Yes, I can put you both on. I'm not quite full yet. $40 a month for you, 30 for your mate till he learns his business." "That'll suit," Bill said. "He won't be long before he gets up to the 40. "He will find it hard work at first," the manager said, "but he doesn't look as if that would hurt him." Bill and his companion now rejoined the group of cowboys, while the manager went into the store. Hugh looked with interest at the men who were to be his associates for some time. Their dress was similar to that of all the cowboys he had met while hunting. They wore hats with a very wide, straight brim, and made of a stiff felt almost as hard as a board. Most of them wore a cord of gold or silver mixed with color round it. All wore flannel shirts with a handkerchief, which in the majority of cases was of silk, round their throats. Round the waist they wore a Mexican sash of bright color. Their trousers were either of thick material or of very soft tanned leather, and over these were chaparajos, or Mexican overalls, with a colored fringe down the outside seam. A few had jackets on, and these also had tufts of colored fringe on the seams of the arms. They were most of them spare, active men, without an ounce of superfluous flesh. They were quiet in manner, with little of the reckless jollity of the ordinary frontiersman. Hugh was particularly struck with the keen, watchful expression of their eyes, the result of long nights of watching and of days spent on horseback in search of stray animals and of danger from Indians. All carried a revolver on the hip or hind pocket, had a long knife stuck in their sash, and wore high boots cut away behind at the bend of the knee, but coming several inches higher in front. Following Bill's example, Hugh unsaddled his horse. "Go off, boy," he said, giving him a pat, and Prince walked leisurely away accompanied by his 2 companions who always kept near to him. "We cannot offer you a drink," one of the cowboys said to Hugh. "No liquor is allowed on the ranch. It comes rather hard at first, but it is best for us all." "I have touched nothing for the last 4 months but tea," Hugh said, "and don't care for spirits anyway." "It would be a good thing if none of us did," the other said, "but one must do something when one goes down to a town." Just at this moment a bell began to ring. "There is supper," the man said. There was a general movement into the large hut. Here long tables were laid out and dishes piled up with meat, and great platters of potatoes were ranged along at short intervals. Hugh was gifted with an excellent appetite, but he was astonished at the way in which the food disappeared. The meal was accompanied by a supply of very fair bread fresh from the oven and tea with milk. "Ewart keeps a few cows down here," the man next to Hugh said in answer to his remark about his not having seen milk for 3 months. "Of course, we don't get it at all the outstations." "Who is Ewart?" Hugh asked. "Oh, he is boss. We don't have any misters out here. One man is as good as another. You have just arrived here at the right time. We've been driving in the horses from the ranch for the last 3 days, and tomorrow we are going to begin breaking them. Of course, a good many of them were ridden last year, but there are a lot of broncos among them. We've got a bronco breaker out here." A bronco, Hugh knew, was a horse that had never been ridden. "How do you do about horses?" he said. "Well, 3 or 4 of those that have been ridden before are told off to each man. Then, if anyone fancies a bronco, he can take him and break him for himself. Then men can swap with each other. You see, some men ride better than others. Some men like quiet mounts. Others don't mind what they sit on. And you see, the best horses are very often the most full of tricks. You ride your horse as you like, but everyone keeps his quietest for night watches. You must have a quiet horse for that, for if your horse was to begin to play tricks, he would stampede the cattle, sure." "I suppose after they have been ridden one season, they are quiet enough?" Hugh said. "Not a bit of it," the man replied. "Some of them seem to get wickeder and wickeder. They get a bit better towards the end of the season, but 6 months running wild does away with all that. I would just as soon take my chances with a fresh broken bronco as with one that has been ridden before. They are wilder, you know, but not so cunning. An old horse seems to spend most of his time in thinking what game he shall be up to next, and when you see one walking along as if he had never done anything but walk along all his time, just look out, or you will find yourself 6 feet up in the air." Supper over, pipes were lighted, and Hugh listened with great interest to the talk going on around him. Some of the men had been on the ranch all the winter. Others had been away, some back in the settlements, others in New Mexico, where they had been either loitering away their time in the towns or working on Mexican ranches. Hugh was struck with the quiet way in which they talked, the absence of argument, and the air of attention with which each speaker was listened to. He thought he had never been among a more quiet set of men, and wondered if these could be really the cowboys of whose wild doings he had heard such tales. Gradually, one by one, they lounged off to the hut behind, and he and Bill soon went off also. It consisted of one room about 60 feet long. A stove with a huge fire burned in the middle, for the nights were cold. Down both sides and along the ends extended a double row of bunks. In the great majority of these lay blankets, showing that they were occupied. Choosing 2 empty ones, they placed the blankets and other articles they had taken from their saddles in them, put their belongings under their heads, rolled themselves up in their blankets, and were soon sound asleep. The first thing next morning, they handed over to the storekeeper the remainder of their flour, tea, and sugar. The value of these was credited to them, and they took out the amount in a couple of pairs of chaparajos, 2 cowboy hats, and 2 pairs of high boots, paying the balance in cash. Then they joined the cowboys. These were gathered in an enclosure with a very strong fence adjoining the fenced-in ground. Several cowboys rode off as they entered, and in a quarter of an hour a mob of horses was seen approaching, the men riding behind, cracking their whips and yelling at the top of their voices. The gates were opened, and a couple of minutes later the horses rushed in. There were some 40 or 50 of them, and of these about 2/3 were branded. In the first place, the others were speedily roped both by the head and hind legs. 4 cowboys hung onto the ropes while another approached with a heated brand and applied it to the animal's hindquarters, the horses kicking and struggling wildly. As soon as the operation, which lasted but a second or two, was completed, the ropes were loosed, and the frightened animals rejoined their companions, who were huddled in the corner of the enclosure. "Now, each man of number 1 and number 2 outfit take one of the horses," the manager said. Hugh and Bill had the night before been told that they were to form part of number 2 outfit. Like the others, they had their ropes in their hands, and had brought their saddles inside the enclosure. Hugh picked out a horse that struck him as being a good one, and threw his lasso round its neck. One of the cowboys belonging to the other outfit, who was standing by, said, "That is a pretty bad horse, mate. I would take a quieter one if I were you." "I have got to learn to sit them," Hugh replied, "so I may as well begin with a bad one as a good one." "All right," the other said, taking hold of the rope and helping Hugh haul upon it. The animal resisted violently, but the pressure of the rope half choked him, and he was forced to leave the group and come up to them. "I will hold him," Hugh's assistant said. "Get your saddle and bridle." There was some difficulty in putting these on, for the animal kicked, plunged, and reared furiously, and it was only when another cowboy threw a rope and, catching one of its hind legs, pulled it out stiffly behind, that Hugh succeeded in saddling it. "Now up you go," the man said. Gathering up the reins, Hugh sprang into the saddle, and the 2 men, as soon as they saw him seated, slipped off the ropes. For a moment the horse stood perfectly still. "Keep his head up," one of the men shouted. But before Hugh could draw in the reins, the horse dropped its head to its knees. Then it seemed to Hugh that it doubled itself up, and before he knew what had happened, he felt himself flying through the air and came down to the ground with a crash. There was a shout of laughter from the cowboys, but 2 or 3 of them helped Hugh, who for a moment was almost stunned, to his feet. "That is bucking, I suppose," he said as soon as he could get breath. "That's bucking, sure enough," one of those who had helped him said. "Well, I will try again in a minute," Hugh said. "Take it quietly," the man said, good-natured. "You felt pretty heavy, and you're shaken up a bit. You'd better hitch him onto the fence and look about you for a few minutes before you try again." Hugh thought the advice good, and after fastening up the horse, stood watching the man they called the bronco breaker, who was fighting one of the most vicious of the last year's horses. Had he not seen it, Hugh would not have believed it possible that a horse could go through such performances. He had ridden many vicious brutes at home, and had thought that he knew something of horses, but this was a new experience for him. In the rearing, kicking, and plunging there was nothing novel, and as the horses were much smaller than the English hunters to which he had been accustomed, he felt that if this had been all, he should have no difficulty in keeping his seat. But the bucking was new to him. To perform it, it was necessary that the horse should be able to get its head down. The moment this was done, it sprang straight into the air, at the same time rounding its back, and this with such a sharp, sudden jerk that it fairly threw the rider into the air. On coming down, the animal kept its legs stiff, so that the jerk to the rider was scarcely less than that of the upward spring, and before he had time to settle himself in the slightest, the horse repeated the performance, varying it occasionally by springing sideways, backwards, or forwards. The breaker, or as they were generally called, the bronco buster, kept his figure perfectly upright with a tremendous grip upon the saddle with his thighs, but depending, as Hugh could see, rather upon balance than upon his hold. The exertion was evidently great. The man's hat had been jerked off, the perspiration stood upon his bronzed forehead. From time to time he dug his spurs into the animal's flanks and excited it to continue its desperate efforts, until at last the horse was utterly exhausted and stood with its head drooping, unable to make another effort. There was a shout of applause from the cowboys looking on. "Bully for you, Jake! He is a brute, that is, and no mistake." "I will give him a turn every day for a week," Jake said. "He is worth taking trouble with. I will take him for a gallop tomorrow." "Do they buck when they are galloping?" Hugh asked the cowboy next to him. The latter nodded. "Not when they are going at their best pace. They haven't time to do it then. But when they are going at hand gallop, they will do it. They wait until you are off your guard, and then up they go in the air and come down perhaps 3 yards sideways, and it's 50 to 1 against your being on their back when they do come down." "I see how it is done now, though I don't see how I can do it," Hugh said. "But I will try again." The horse was led out, and Hugh again mounted. This time he was prepared for what was to come, but in spite of the grip with his legs, the blow lifted him far above the saddle. It seemed to him that the next buck came before he had fairly descended, for it struck him with the force and suddenness of an electric shock. Again and again he was thrown up until he felt his balance going, and the next jump threw him fairly over the horse's head, but as he was prepared for the fall, it was much less heavy than the first time. "Well done," several of the cowboys said as he rose to his feet. "You will do, you will, and make a good rider before long. That will do for today. I would not try any more." "I'm going to try it until I can sit him," Hugh said. "I have got to do it, and I may as well go on now before I get stiff." The bronco breaker came up to him as, after waiting a minute or two to get his breath, he again prepared to mount. "Don't keep your back so stiff, young fellow. Just let your back go as if there was no bones in it. I've known a man's spine broke before now by a bucker. Sit easy and listen. Keep your head. That is the principal thing. It ain't easy when you are being pitched up and down like a ball, but it all turns upon that. Let your legs close on him tight each time you come down, if only for a moment. That saves you from being thrown clean away from him." Hugh sprang onto the horse, and the struggle began again. It ended like the last, but Hugh had kept his seat somewhat longer than before. Again and again he tried, each time with more success. The 5th time he felt that the horse's action was less sudden and violent, and that it was becoming fatigued with its tremendous exertions. "Now, you brute," he muttered, "it is my turn," and he dug his spurs into the horse. A spring more violent than any he had yet felt followed the application, and for a minute or two he was almost bewildered by the force and rapidity of the animal's springs. But he was now confident that he was gaining the mastery, and the moment he found that its efforts were decreasing, he again applied the spurs. The response was less vigorous than before, and in 5 minutes the animal stood, exhausted and subdued. A cheer broke from the cowboys who were standing round looking on at the struggle. Well done, young fella. You are the toughest tenderfoot I have ever seen, one of them said, shaking him by the hand. I don't believe there are 10 men in the camp who would have sat that horse as you have, and you say that it is the very first time you have been on a bucker. I have beaten him, Hugh said, but he has pretty well beaten me. You must help me off my saddle, for I feel as if my back was broken and that I could not lift my leg over the saddle if my life depended on it. Two cowboys lifted him from his seat. That is a hard tussle, mate, the bronco breaker said, coming up to him. And you have stuck to it well. You are clear grit, you are. The best thing you can do is to walk about for the next hour. Just keep yourself moving. Then go and wrap yourself up in 2 or 3 blankets and lie down on your bunk for a bit. Have a thorough good sweat. And then strip and rub yourself down. Get your mate to rub your back well, and then dress and move about. The great thing is not to get stiff, but you will feel it for a day or 2. Hugh followed the advice, but he found it hard work to do so. He was bruised all over with his falls. He scarce seemed able to put one leg before another, and at every moment a sharp pain shot through the loins, and he felt as if his spine had been dislocated. Still, for an hour he walked about, and at the end of that time felt that his movements were more easy. Then he went to the hut, wrapped himself in Bill's blankets and his own, and presently dozed off to sleep. A couple of hours later he woke and saw Bill standing beside him. Now, Hugh, you'd better turn out and let me give you a rub. Just take off that shirt. I've got a lump of hog's grease here. Hugh got out of the bunk with some difficulty and took off his shirt. Now you lean your hands on that bunk and arch your back. That's it. Now here goes. For a good half hour, Bill worked at his back, kneading it with his knuckles down both sides of the spine and across the loins. Now you will do, he said at last. Put on a dry shirt and come out. Hugh strolled down to the stockyard. He felt wonderfully better after the rubbing and was able to walk with far greater ease than before. The scene in the yard was unchanged. Fresh groups of horses had been driven in as fast as the others had been saddled and mounted, and by nightfall each of the cowboys had been provided with 3 horses. Hugh was greatly amused at the scene, for spills were numerous and the shouting and laughter incessant. The next day the work of breaking in the broncos commenced. One after another they were roped and dragged out of the drove. The bridle was slipped on, and they were then blindfolded while the saddle was put on and fastened. Then Jake mounted. The cloth was drawn off the animal's head, and the struggle commenced. The horses tried every means to unseat their rider, but in vain. Some submitted after comparatively short struggles. Others fought long and desperately. As soon as the first victory was won, bars were let down, and the horse was taken for a long gallop across the country, returning home subdued and trembling. Then the process was repeated with a fresh animal. How long does he take to break them? Hugh asked a cowboy. 3 days generally. Sometimes he will ride them 4 or 5 times, but 3 is generally enough. Then they are handed over to us to finish. It must take a lot out of them, Hugh said. It would be better to do it more gradually. You see, they are scared nearly to death before they are begun with. He cannot afford the time, the man said. He gets $2 a horse for breaking them. He will be here for a fortnight, and in that time he will do pretty well 100. Then he will go off somewhere else. It must be tremendous work for him, Hugh said. It is that, you bet. A bronco buster seldom lasts above 2 years. They get shaken all to pieces and clean broke up by the end of that time. As fast as the horses were broken in, they were handed over to the cowboys, and Hugh, who had been unable to do any work for 2 days, then began to break in the lot that were to be his particular property. But he was fond of horses and could not bring himself to use such violent measures as those which he saw adopted by his companions. The first lesson they taught him was to stand still the moment a rope fell over their necks. The animal was led up to the stump of a tree and then loosed. It at once went off at full speed, but as it did so, its owner threw the noose of his rope over its head and then gave the other end a turn round the stump. The shock was tremendous, the horses being frequently jerked right over onto their backs. 2 or 3 experiences of this sort was sufficient, and the animal thenceforth learned to stand, not only when a rope was thrown round its neck, but even when the reins were dropped upon it, so that when its master dismounted it remained perfectly quiet until he again mounted and took the reins in his hand, even if he was absent a considerable time. As the teams were to start in a few days on the roundup, Hugh felt that it would be useless for him to attempt to break the horses in by English methods, and he was therefore obliged to adopt those in use by his companions. He mollified them, however, to some extent by getting another rope and tying it to his own. He then took only a half turn round the stump and let the rope run out, at first fast, but checking it gradually until its pressure upon the neck brought the animal half suffocated to a stop. It took him longer to accomplish his object, but he found that by the end of a week the 7 horses had all learned their lessons, each having been ridden for an hour every day. He had had several severe battles with the animal he had first mounted, which was by far the most vicious of them, but the struggle each day had become less severe as the horse recognized the futility of endeavoring to unseat its master. Hugh had many falls during the schooling, but he was upon the whole well satisfied with the result. Several of the cowboys had advised him to use the methods they adopted for securing them in their seats upon specially vicious horses. One of these methods was the fastening of a loop of leather to the high pommel. Holding this in the hand, it was well nigh impossible to be bucked from the saddle, but there was the disadvantage that if the strap broke, nothing could save a rider from a fall far more violent and heavy than that which came from being pitched from the saddle in the ordinary way. Another method was to fasten a strap passed under the horse's belly tightly below each knee. But this, although it held the riders in their saddles, had the serious disadvantage that in the event of a horse rearing and falling back, or of its falling headlong from putting its foot in a hole, the rider could not free himself and was almost certain to be crushed under the horse. Others again fastened themselves by bringing their feet together and crossing their spurs under the horse's belly, a safer measure than the last, but objectionable inasmuch as the spurs, when the animal bucked, struck him in the belly and so increased the violence of his action. Of course, the best riders refrained from using any of these methods, trusting only to their leg grip and to balance, and Hugh determined to ride in this way, even if it did cost him a few more falls. He was on excellent terms with the rest of the cowboys. The tenderfoot, as a newcomer is called, is always the subject of endless pranks and annoyances if he evinces the least timidity or nervousness. But if, on the other hand, he shows that he has pluck, determination to succeed, and good temper, he is treated with kindness and cordiality. Hugh's exhibition, therefore, of courage and horsemanship on the occasion of his first attempt at once won their liking and admiration, and all were ready to lend him a hand when necessary, and to give him hints and advice, and he was free from any of the annoyances to which new hands are often exposed. There were several other tenderfeet among the party. 2 or 3 of these got on fairly and soon ceased to be butts, but the rest, before a week was up, found the work altogether too trying, and one after another went off in search of some less dangerous occupation. End of Chapter 7. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 8 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, A Rattlesnake Diet. Everything was now ready, and one morning 4 wagons started. The O Triangle was one of the most northern of the ranches, and the 4 outfits would therefore travel south, searching the whole width of the country as they went along. Those from the other ranches would come up from the south, or in from the east, all moving towards a general meeting place. The range of country which served as common pasturage to some 8 or 10 ranches was about 200 miles from north to south, and nearly as much from east to west. The eastern portion of this great tract consisted of plain, sometimes flat and level, but more often undulating. The western portion was broken up into valleys and gorges by the spurs of the great ranges included under the name of the Rocky Mountains. The cattle of each ranch were as far as possible kept in that portion of the territory nearest their own stations, but during the winter they scattered to great distances in search of better grazing ground or shelter. In the more northern ranges, when snowstorms with violent winds swept down from the northwest, the cattle would drift before it, always keeping their heads from the wind, and feeding as they traveled. Sometimes great herds would thus travel hundreds of miles until brought up by some obstacle. At this time, such things as fences were absolutely unknown on the plains, and when, years after, they came to a certain extent into use, they were in the regions exposed to snowstorms, causes of terrible disaster. For when a herd drifting before a snowstorm came to one of them, it would be checked, and many thousands of cattle would, when the snow cleared, be found frozen or starved to death in a mass. 2 of the outfits of the O Triangle Ranch were to proceed due west, and then to search the ranges among the hills, while the other 2 were to work the plains. Numbers 1 and 2 were chosen for the former work, and were to keep within 20 or 30 miles of each other so as to be able to draw together for support should the Indians prove troublesome. It was not until the afternoon that the cowboys mounted, and the men of each outfit, collecting their own horses into a bunch, started for the spot where their wagon was to halt for the night. It had brought up near a stream, and the cook had already lighted his fires and put on his cooking pots when they arrived. Each outfit consisted of 10 cowboys and a man who acted as a wagon driver and cook. The duties of the cook of an outfit were by no means a sinecure, as he had to prepare 2 meals a day, breakfast and supper, at all times, and dinner for the men whose work allowed them to ride into it. He had to bake bread, to wash up pots, pans, and dishes, and to cut wood for the fire. In the latter task he was always assisted by the first arrivals at the camping place. The bread was baked in iron pans. The dough was made of flour and water with a mixture of saleratus, which took the place of yeast, and caused the dough to rise. The pans were placed in the wood embers, a quantity of which were piled upon the flat iron lid, so that the bread was baked equally on all sides. Meat was cut into steaks and fried, those of the men who preferred it cutting off chunks of the meat and grilling or roasting them on sticks over the fire. Once or twice a week there was duff or plum pudding. The cook was up long before daybreak preparing breakfast, and the men started as soon as it was light. Directly the meal was over, plates, pots, and pans were washed and packed in the wagon, the horses or mules harnessed, and he started for a spot named as the evening camping ground, where he had his fires lighted and the meal well on its way by the time the cowboys arrived. A good deal more meat than was required was cooked at breakfast, and each man, before he started on his day's work, cut off a chunk of bread and meat for his midday meal. Hugh had ridden Prince, who had been having a very easy time of it for the last 3 weeks. The horse had, for the first few days, kept somewhat apart and had resented any advances on the part of the strangers. He had now, however, fallen into their ways, and as soon as the saddle was taken off, he, like those ridden by the other cowboys, went off at a trot to join the bunch of horses a short distance out on the plain. "Well, Hugh, how do you think you should like cattle work?" one of the men, known as Long Tom, asked him, as they sat round the fire after supper was over. "So far I like it immensely," Hugh replied. "But, of course, I have only seen the smooth side of it. I have not been on night cattle guard yet." "Yes, that is the worst part of the work," the man said, "especially when you are short-handed, for then there is only one relief. Of course, on a fine night, if the cattle are quiet, there's no hardship about it. But on a dark night, when you cannot see your horse's ears, and the wind is blowing, and the rain coming down, and the cattle are restless, it is no joke. I've been a sailor in my time, and I tell you that keeping a watch on a wild night at sea isn't a circumstance to it. You know that if the cattle break, you have got to ride and head them off somehow. And I tell you, when you cannot see your horse's ears and are going at a wild gallop, and know that if he puts his foot in a hole there is no saying how far you may be chucked, and you have got the herd thundering along beside you, you begin to feel that a cowboy's life is not all meat and molasses. There is one comfort. When you do have to ride like that, you have no time to funk. Your blood just boils up with excitement, and the one thing that you think of is to head the herd. Shall we place a horse guard tonight? Yes, there's always a horse guard when we are away from the station. The horses are more inclined to wander at first than they are afterwards, and ours are a pretty wild lot at present. But I don't think we shall have trouble with them, for we have brought that white jackass along, and the horses are sure to keep round him. There is nothing like a jack for keeping horses quiet. They seem to know that he has more sense than they have. As long as he takes things quietly, there's not much fear of their moving." "Do you think a donkey has more sense than a horse?" Hugh asked in surprise. "Ever so much," the man replied, "and so have mules, haven't they, mates?" There was a general chorus of assent. "I had no idea of that," Hugh said. "I should have thought that horses would look down upon a donkey." "That is where you are wrong," a cowboy called Bronco Harry said. "Trust to a jack to find out the best forage in the nearest water. He would manage to pick up a living where a horse would starve. He doesn't get scared and lose his head about nothing as a horse does. If there's a noise, he just cocks one ear forward and makes up his mind what it is about, and then goes on eating, while a horse fidgets and sweats and is ready to bolt from his own shadow. Besides, the horses know that the jack is their master." "Why, you don't mean to say that a donkey can kick harder than a horse?" "I don't say he can kick harder, though a mule can, and twice as quick. But a jack does not fight that way. He fights with his teeth. I've seen several fights between stallions and jacks, and the jack has always got the best of it. I remember down at the Red Springs, there was a big black stallion with a bunch of mares came down the valley where we camped, and he went at the horses and stampeded them all down the valley. Well, we had a jack with us. He did not seem to pay much attention to what was going on until the stallion came rushing at him, thinking no doubt that he was going to knock his brains straight out with a blow of his forefoot. But the jack went at him with an open mouth, dodged a blow of his hoofs, and made a spring and caught him by the neck. He held on like a bulldog. The stallion reared and plunged and lifted the jack off his feet time after time, but each time he came down with his legs stiff and well apart. The stallion struck at him with his forelegs and cut the skin off his shoulders. Once or twice they fell, but the jack never let go his hold, and he would have killed the stallion, sure, if it had not torn itself away, leaving a big bit of skin and flesh in the jack's mouth. The stallion went up the valley again like a flash, and the jack turned off and went on grazing as if nothing had happened. Jacks don't have a chance in towns, but give them a free hand out on the plains, and I'll tell you, they are just choke full of sense. But it is getting dark, and I'm first on guard, so I must be off. The other 3 men who had been told off for guard had each brought in a horse and fastened the end of their ropes to the picket pins driven into the ground, so that they could graze a little and yet be near at hand when the time came to relieve the guard. How do you know when to wake? It is habit, Bronco Harry said. One gets to wake up just at the right time, and if you ain't there within a quarter of an hour of the time you ought to be, you are likely to hear of it. One of the guards will ride in and talk pretty straight to you, or like enough he will drop his rope around your foot or arm and give you a jerk that will send you 10 yards. When you've been woke up once or twice like that, there ain't much fear of your oversleeping yourself. Ah, there's Black Sam's accordion. Black Sam was the cook, a merry, good-tempered Negro, and the outfit which secured Sam with the wagon considered itself in luck. Cowboys are very fond of music, and Sam's accordion helped to while away the evening. For the next 2 hours there was singing and choruses, and then the men rolled themselves in their blankets with their feet to the fire, and the camp was soon asleep. The next morning at daybreak the cowboys started in pairs. 2 of them accompanied the wagon in charge of the spare horse. The rest went in various directions to hunt up cattle. Before nightfall they had collected 50 or 60 cattle, mostly in bunches of 3s and 4s. At least a third of the number were calves by their mother's side. Some of them were only captured after a long chase, as they ran with a swiftness far beyond anything of which Hugh could have supposed cattle to be capable. The cows and steers were for the most part branded, but a few were found without marks. These were, Hugh learned, called mavericks. They were animals that had escaped search at the previous roundup, and it was consequently impossible to tell to what herd they belonged. When the day's work was done, these were roped, thrown down, and branded with the O triangle, and became property of the ranch whose cowboys discovered them. "There's many a man has become rich by branding mavericks," one of the cowboys said. "It was a regular business at one time. Of course, no one could tell whose cattle they were, and when a man had put his brand on them, he became the owner. But it was carried on so that the ranch owners all came to an agreement, and any man caught branding cattle with his own brand, except at the regular roundup, got shot. Of course, the calves belong to one or other of the ranches round, and as each ranch sends out a number of outfits to the roundups in proportion to the numbers of its cattle, the present rule is fair enough." When night fell, the cattle were bunched down by the stream by which the party had camped. 6 of them were told off on night guard, while 3 others, of whom Hugh was one, were to look after the horses. Hugh was to take the first watch, and as soon as he had eaten his supper he received his instructions from John Cawley, the overseer of the outfit. "You will have little enough to do," he said. "You have merely got to keep near them, and you needn't even keep on your horse unless you like. As long as they graze quietly, leave them alone. If you see 2 or 3 wandering away from the rest, ride quickly and head them in." Hugh mounted one of the quietest of his horses and rode out to the bunch a few hundred yards from camp. At his whistle, Prince at once trotted out from the rest and came up to him and took from his hand the piece of bread Hugh had put in his pocket for him. "Go back to the others, Prince," he said with a wave of his hand. "Your business is to eat at present." The horses were all quiet, and Hugh, when darkness had fairly fallen, was struck with the quiet of the plain. Above, the stars shone through the clear, dry air. Near him were the dark bunch of horses, and he was surprised at the loudness of the sound of their cropping the grass, broken only by that of an occasional stamp of a hoof. He could easily hear the accordion and the singing away back at the camp. When this ceased, there came occasionally the crack of a breaking twig as the herd of cattle forced their way through the bushes by the stream on his left, and the songs of the cowboys on watch as they rode in circles around them. The time did not seem long, and he was quite surprised when Bill Royce cantered up and told him his watch was over. The next day's work was similar to the first, except that, soon after starting, on ascending a slope they saw a small herd of deer some 80 yards away. Before Hugh had time to think, Bronco Harry, who was his companion, had drawn his revolver and, as the deer bounded off, fired. One of them leaped high in the air, ran 50 yards, and then dropped, while the others made off at the top of their speed. "That was a good shot," Hugh said. "I should hardly have thought of firing at an object so far distant." "Oh, these colts carry a long way," the cowboy said carelessly. "They will carry 400 yards, though you can't depend upon their shooting much over 100. I have seen a man killed, though, at over 300, but I look upon that as a chance shot. Up to 100, a man ain't much of a shot who cannot bring down a deer 4 times out of 5. I don't mean hitting. Of course you ought to hit him every time, but hit him so as to stop him. I don't mean to say as the shot would be sure if you were galloping over rough ground, but in a steady saddle you ought not to miss. On riding up to the deer, Bronco Harry dismounted, lifted it on the horse, and lashed it to the back of the saddle. I'm not particularly partial to deer meat, he said, but it makes a change to beef. I own I prefer beef, Hugh said, especially after living on venison as I have been doing for the last 3 months. I consider bear meat to be about as good as anything you get in these parts, the cowboy said. I don't say it isn't tough, but it has got flavor. I don't want to put my teeth into anything better than a good bear ham. If we have any luck, we shall get some up among the hills. Most things are eatable. I lived on rattlers once for a month at a time. I tell you, a rattler ain't bad eating. Are there many of them out on the plains? A good many, the cowboy said, but you get them most among the foothills. They like to lie on the rocks in the sun, and I have seen them by dozens on a sunny ledge. Do many people get killed by them? Bless you, no. The natives are afraid of them, because you see, they often go barefoot, but they cannot bite through our thick boots. The only danger is when you lie down or something of that sort. They are fond of warmth, and if you camp near where they are thick, they will crawl down to the fire and sometimes get into your blanket. I suppose their bite is fatal if they do bite. Not once in 50 times if you take them right. I've known Mexicans killed by them, but then a Mexican gives himself away directly and makes no fight for it. Now, if we're bitten, we just whip out a knife and cut the part out straight, clap a poultice of fresh dung on it, and tie a string round tight above it. Of course, if you've got spirits handy, you pour some in directly you cut it out, and drink as much as you can. But then, you see, we don't often have spirits out here. I was bit once, there. And he pointed to a scar on his right hand, between the little finger and the wrist. A rattler bit me just on the fleshy part there. I blew his head off with my revolver, and then whipped out my knife and cut the bit out. There wasn't any dung handy, and I had no spirits, so I broke up a revolver cartridge and poured the powder in and clapped a match to it. It hurt a bit, of course, because it was bleeding and the powder didn't all flash off at once, but I was all right afterwards. My arm felt numbed for an hour or two, and there was an end of it. Cattle and horses get bit sometimes on the head when they're grazing, and it swells up to pretty well twice its proper size, but they generally get over it in a day or two. No, there's no great danger about rattlers. But if you were in the neighborhood where they are thick, it is just as well to look round before you sit down. But how was it you came to live on rattlesnakes for a month? Well, I was up north a bit. I'd been looking after a bunch of cattle that had gone up a canyon when I saw a party of Indians coming my way. Luckily, I saw them before they saw me, and you guess I was off the horse pretty sharp. I turned his head up the canyon and sent him galloping on, and then I sheltered among the rocks. The Indians came up, no doubt, to look for cattle. I heard them pass by and then come galloping down again, and I knew they had happened upon my horse. They hunted about that place for 2 days, but the soft rocks had fallen, and they were piled thick along the foot of the cliffs on both sides, and you may guess I had worked myself down pretty deep in among them. I was in too much of a hurry to think of the rattlers as I got in, but I had noticed as I went up what a lot of them there were lying on the rocks, and I thought a good deal about them as I was lying there. Of course, I had my knife and pistol with me, but the pistol was no good, for a shot would have cost me my scalp, sure, and a knife ain't the sort of weapon you would choose to use in a tussle with a rattler. When night came, I could have shifted, but I guessed I had got as good a place as another, and I might have put my foot into a nest of rattlers in the dark, so I lay there all night and all next day. I slept a bit at night, but all day I kept awake and listened. I could hear the Injuns going about and shoving their lances all about down the holes among the rocks. Luckily, the place I had got into was just at the foot of the cliffs, and you could not see that there was a hole unless you climbed up there. Well, when night came again, I guessed they would give up searching and take to watching. I got out and went a good bit higher up the gorge. I was pretty nigh mad with thirst, and there weren't no water, as I knew of, within well nigh 100 miles. I felt sure the Injuns wouldn't come up the valley again, but would keep watch at the mouth, for the hills went up both sides, and there was no getting out anywhere except there. Soon as it got light, I cut a stoutish stick, tore off a strip of my sash, and tied my bowie to the end. Then I hid up again there, but so that I could see out a bit. About 10 o'clock, as there were no signs of the Injuns, and the sun were blazing down fit to frizzle up one's brain, I guessed rattlers would be out. I'd got so bad with thirst by the time that I believe, even if I had seen the Injuns, I should have gone out. I had not long to search. I had not gone 5 yards when I saw a rattler lying on a rock. There are 2 sorts of rattlers. There's the plain rattler and the rock rattler. The rock ain't so big as the other, but he bites just as bad. He saw me coming, but he did not trouble to move. He just sounded his rattles and lifted up his head as much as to say, "You had best leave me alone." When I got near him, he lifted his head a bit higher, and swish went my stick, and his head flew off him. I picked up the body and went back among the bushes, skinned it, cut it up into chunks, and ate it just as it was. That was the first of them, and I had 3 or 4 more before the day was over. That night and next day I remained quiet, except to fill up my larder, and the next night crawled down to the mouth of the valley, and just where it narrowed I could hear Injuns talking. They hadn't lighted a fire. They knew better than that. It would have been just throwing away their lives. So back I went again, for I could not tell how many of the skunks were there. I guessed perhaps they would come up the valley again the next day, so I hid again in my old place, and it was lucky I did, for in the afternoon I heard their horses' feet and knew there must have been a dozen of them. That night I went down again. I could hear no voices, and I crawled out and out until I was well on the plain, but they was gone. That were just what I had expected. They had got my water skin with my horse, and knew well enough that no one could have stood that 4 days' heat in that valley without dying or going off his head, and as they could see nothing of me, they must have thought that I had got into some hole and stuck there till I died. Their own water, too, must have been running short, and they couldn't stay any longer, so off they had gone. I wasn't much better off than I was before. They had driven the cattle away, and as to starting to walk 100 miles without water, the thing were not to be thought of. I had found there was juice enough in the rattlers to do me. Besides, there were plants growing about that would help me a bit if I chewed the leaves, so I made up my mind that there was nothing else to do but stop. Some of my mates would be sure to get up a hunt for me when they found that I didn't come back. I didn't care so much now that I could light a fire, for I was getting pretty sick of raw rattler. I lit one next morning right up at the head of the valley, choosing a place among the rocks where I could pitch a stone over it and hide the ashes if the Injuns should take it into their heads to pay me another visit. Every morning I cooked enough rattlers for the day, and then took them down and sat among some bushes high up at the mouth of the valley, so that I could see if anyone was coming 2 or 3 miles away, for I hoped that a deer or a bear or perhaps a head or 2 of cattle might come up, but nary one did I see, though I stayed there a month. At the end of that time I saw 4 mounted figures far out on the plain, and pretty soon made out they was cowboys. They was riding towards the hills, and you bet I tracked out to meet them pretty slick. They was 4 men of my own outfit. They had halted for 3 or 4 days after I were lost, and scoured the plains pretty considerable for me. Then they were obliged to go with the rest to drive the cattle into the station, and as soon as they got there, they started out again, making up their minds that they wouldn't go back till they found my body. They reckoned for sure that I had been scalped, and never expected to do more for me than to bury me. They had been 4 days riding along at the bottom of the foothills, searching every valley. They had a spare horse or 2 with them with water and grub. Yes, that is how I came to live on rattlers for a month, and though I don't say anything against them as food, and allow as they make a change to cow's flesh, I have never been able to touch them since. That was a close shave, Hugh said, and I suppose people do get lost and die on the plains sometimes. Lots of them, but not old hands, you know. A cowboy gets to know which way he's going without looking at a mark. At night he's got the stars to guide him, but tenderfeet often get lost, and when they once lose their bearings, there ain't much chance for them unless someone happens to come along. They most all go out of their minds the same day. They run a bit and then drop down, and then run another way and drop again. I tell you, there ain't a more awful sight than a man who has been lost for a day or 2, and you've got to look out sharp if you come upon one of them, for he is as like as not to shoot you, being altogether off his head and taking you for an enemy. I once came across a chap who was off his head, but who hadn't gone weak. He drew his 6-shooter when he saw me. It was a long way from a station, and I had no time to fool about, and I didn't want to get shot. He fired once, and the ball went pretty close, so I knew I might chuck away my life by going near enough to rope him. So I fetched out my pistol and took a shot at his ankle, and of course down he went. As I expected, he let drop his pistol as he tumbled, and before he could get it again, I had ridden up and roped him. Then, of course, it were easy enough. I tied him tight first, poured a few drops of water into his mouth, fastened him across the horse behind the saddle, and rode with him into the camp. He were laid up for nigh 6 weeks with his ankle, but it saved his life. "Hello!" he broke off, reining back his horse suddenly. "There's a good bunch of cattle right up that dip ahead of us. We are on the wrong side of them now, and if they was to catch sight of us, we should have a long ride before we came up to them. We must work round and come down on them from the other side and head them this way, then we shall be traveling at the right direction." Hugh's eye, less accustomed to search the plains, had not caught the cattle. "How far are they off?" he said. "About a mile. You go round to the right and I'll go round to the left. When you get to where you think you are behind them, stop until you see me. Or, look here, you are new at this sort of thing, so we may as well ride together until we get to your station, else we might miss each other and lose a lot of time." So saying, he rode off at full speed, Hugh, who was on Prince, following him. As they went, Hugh congratulated himself that he had not started by himself, for riding up and down the undulations and making a half circle as they were doing, he very soon lost all idea of direction. After 10 minutes riding, the cowboy reined in his horse. "Now," he said, "they are in the next dip, just about over the line of that bush. I will go a bit further round and come down on the other side of them. You move on to that bush and wait until you see me coming, and then ride forward. Keep on their flank. That dip lies just about in the line of the camp, so keep them going that way." Hugh rode until he approached the bush Harry had pointed out, and then sat quiet until he saw the cowboy approaching from the opposite direction. The latter threw up his arm, and Hugh moved forward. A few strides of the horse took him to the brow, and there, below him, some 40 or 50 cattle were grazing. Bronco Harry was already dashing down the opposite slope. For a moment the cattle stood with heads up and snorts of alarm, and then, as the cowboy uttered a wild yell, dashed off down the hollow. A little behind them, one on each side, rode the two cowboys, and for 3 miles there was no change in their relative position. Then the speed of the cattle began to abate, but they kept on at a run for another 2 miles, and then settled gradually into a walk. An hour later the camp was reached. "There is no occasion to watch them," Bronco Harry said as they arrived within a quarter of a mile of the wagon. "They will go on to the stream and have a drink, and then lie down in the shade of the bushes, or else mix up with the other cattle down somewhere there. They have done enough running for today." "Back early, Harry," the cowboy who had remained behind to look after the horses said. "Yes, we have been in luck. Got a goodish bunch. Hello, Sam." "Hello, Bronco Harry," the Negro replied, putting his head out of the wagon. "Got any hot water? 'Cause we want tea." "Not got now, but make him quick. Plenty of fire in the ashes. Not expect anyone back to dinner. Only just 12 o'clock. "Well, here we are, Sam, anyhow. Hand me out a frying pan. A hot dinner is better than a cold lunch any day. I've brought you in a stag, Sam." "Dat's good, Bronco. Deer meat's better than cow meat." "Not a bit of it, Sam. It does for a change, but you cannot go on eating it every day as you can beef, unless you've got to, and then one can eat anything." "Are we going out again after dinner, Harry?" Hugh asked as they watched the beef frying over the embers of the great fire. "No, sirree. We have done our day's work. We have brought in our bunch, and a good bunch it is. It is just luck that we came on them early and are back early. If it had been the other way, we might not have got back until after dark. Maybe we mightn't have got back until tomorrow. After we have done our meal, we will go and see if the cattle have settled down quiet, and if they have joined the rest. If they have, we will have a bathe in the stream and then wash our shirts. It will be a good opportunity. One don't get many chances of washing up on a roundup." The cattle were found to have joined those brought back in the day before, and the cowboy's program was carried out. "You want to practice with that 6-shooter of yours, Hugh. A cowboy ain't thought much of if he can't shoot straight. Look at that tin on the low bough there. That has been there ever since we were here a year ago. I mind that someone stuck it up for a tenderfoot to shoot at. Now you see me knock it off." "Jehoshaphat!" he exclaimed when, as he put his hand on the butt of his pistol, a sharp crack sounded beside him and the tin fell to the ground. A laugh from Hugh accompanied the shot. "How in thunder did you do that?" "The usual way, I suppose," Hugh said. "I drew my pistol and pulled the trigger." The cowboy looked him over from head to foot. "I tell you what, Hugh, you are a fraud. You come here as a tenderfoot, and you can sit on a bucking bronco. You've a good notion of throwing a rope, and you can shoot like lightning. Where did you get it all?" "I have simply practiced," Hugh said, smiling at the other's gravity of manner. "I made up my mind to take to ranching some months ago, and I practiced with the pistol and rope before I started, and, as I told you, I have been 3 months hunting." "It don't seem natural," the cowboy said doubtfully. "I don't say the shot was out of the way, for it were an easy mark enough at 20 yards, but it were the spryness of the shooting that fetched me." "That is what I have been specially practicing, Bronco. I was told that the great thing was to be able to draw quick." "Well, let us see a little more of your shooting." He walked to the tree and picked up the tin. Hugh put in a fresh cartridge in place of that he had just fired. "Now I will throw this up, and you fire at it in the air." Bill Royce had told Hugh that this was a favorite mark of the cowboys, and, not having any tins out on the plains, he had thrown up sods or the head of a stag for Hugh to fire at. Harry took his place about 5 yards from Hugh. "Now," he said. Hugh waited until the tin reached the highest point and then fired. It flew upward again. The other 5 shots were fired in quick succession, and then the 10 fell to the ground. It was a feat frequently accomplished among the cowboys, and Bronco Harry was himself perfectly capable of accomplishing it, but he was not the less surprised at seeing it performed by a newcomer to the plains. "Well, you can shoot. Now let us see your draw. Your pistol's empty, so there ain't no fear of an accident. Just put it in your belt again. Now, stand facing me. We will draw together. Keep your hand down by your side till I say, now. Then draw, cock, and pull your trigger. Stop. I will take my cartridges out. There ain't no use in taking risks, and in a hurry my trigger might go off too. Now I'm ready. Now." Bronco Harry rather prided himself on the quickness with which he could draw, but his pistol was not out of his belt when the hammer of Hugh's fell, the lad having fired from his hip. "Well, I swear," he exclaimed. "Why, how in thunder did you do it? I were looking at your hand, and a'most before I saw it move, there was the thing pointing at me. Well, I am reckoned pretty slick, and I ain't a spot upon you. Do it again, lad." Hugh repeated the action. "Wow, that beats me. I can't see how you do it. Your hand goes to your hip, there's a twinkle, and there's the pistol cocked and the hammer falling at once. It's like conjuring. Just do it slow." Hugh showed that as his hand fell on the pistol, his thumb rested on the hammer and his forefinger on the trigger, while the others closed on the butt, drew the pistol from the belt, and threw the barrel forward. "It is just practice," he said. "I have been at it for the last 6 months." "Well, young fella," Bronco Harry said solemnly, "I have been out on the plains for 10 years, and I have seen pretty considerable shooting, but I never saw anything that was a circumstance to that. You are all right. You can get into a muss with the worst bad man in Texas just as soon as you like, and you have got him sure. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. It is a kind of lightning trick. It are useful to be able to back an unbroken bronco. It are useful to throw a rope sartin and sure at full gallop over rough ground. But it are 50 times more useful to be able to draw a pistol like a flash as you do. Well, let us go back to camp. You don't mind my telling the boys. It would be hardly fair as any of them should get into a muss with you, thinking as they had got a soft thing, and it will keep you out of trouble. For you may be sure as no one is likely to be getting up a muss with you when they know it would be sartin death." "Do as you like, Bronco, but it seems to me that there is no fear of quarreling. Everyone seems to be wonderfully good-tempered, and not to mind a bit what jokes are played upon him." "That is so, Hugh. People are apt to keep their temper when they know that if they don't, someone gets killed. But it won't always be like this. You see, we have all been going through the winter, and some of us have been having pretty hard times. And anyhow, we are all pleased to be at work again and out on the plains. But you will see this kind of thing won't last long. When the work gets heavy and men don't get 4 hours a night in their blankets, and the herds take to stampeding and one thing and another, men's tempers won't be as they is now. Some of them grow sulky and won't open their lips all day, and others get that crusty that they are ready to jump down the throat of the first man that speaks to them. Then trouble begins, you bet. Besides, when we get further south, we may come upon Mexican villages, and where there is Mexicans, there is spirits, and where there is spirits, there is trouble. I tell you, lad, you don't begin to know about a cowpuncher's life yet." That evening, after the rest of the outfit had returned and supper was over, Bronco Harry said, "I have had about the biggest surprise today, boys, that I have ever had. I looked upon Hugh here as a tenderfoot, a good 'un, but still new to it, and I found out that when it comes to a six-shooter, there ain't a man in the camp nor in the ranch, and I doubt whether there is in all Texas as can shoot as he does." No one expressed a doubt as to the cowboy's assertion, for on the plains to doubt a man's word is a grave insult, but there was a murmur of surprise. "I don't say as he is the straightest shot," Harry went on. "He is a good shot, although maybe there are plenty who can beat him. But when it comes to quickness of drawing, I never see a man who was a spot to him." "That's so," Bill Royce put in. "Hugh can shoot straight, wonderful straight. But I've seen men shoot better, and he ain't quite sartin in his shooting when he is going at a gallop, although he'll learn that. But as for his quickness, well, I don't know how he does it. His pistol is out before I have time to get a grip of mine." "Let us see you, Hugh," 2 or 3 of the cowboys said simultaneously. "I have no objection," Hugh said, standing up. "What shall I fire at?" "Oh, fire at anything. It ain't the aim, it's the quickness Bronco and Bill are talking about. Here's a mark I have often seen him fire at when we were out on the plains together." And taking a stick of about the thickness of his wrist from the fire, Bill Royce walked 10 or 12 paces away. Then he held out the stick, which was blazing at the end. All eyes were fixed on Hugh, who drew and fired from his hip, and the burning end of the brand flew in fragments. There was an exclamation of astonishment from all present. "Well, I never," Tom Long said. "In course the shot were nothing from the shoulder, but there ain't many as could do it from the hip. But that ain't so much, it were the quickness. How on arth did you do it? I had my eyes on your hand, and I don't know how it were done no more nor a baby. Wall, Hugh, I've never felt like quarreling with you, and you may take your Davy, I shall never feel like it now. Well, I am jiggered." The rest all assented with much variety of strange oaths, and then the cowboy's favorite topic having been broached, there was a good deal of talk about shooting, and several exhibitions of skill that surprised Hugh. Long Tom picked a tiny gourd about the diameter of a penny from a trailing vine common on the plains, and after giving a stir to the fire to make it blaze up, went 10 paces away and held it between his finger and thumb, and Bronco Harry shattered it with a bullet. Then Bronco went the same distance out, turned himself sideways, and Long Tom smashed the bowl of his pipe. "Would you like to have a try, Hugh?" he asked. "No, thank you, Bronco. I dare say I might hit the pipe if it were fixed at that distance, but I would not try when it was within 3 inches of your nose for anything." "It will come in time, Hugh. It is just nerve, but I wouldn't mind holding it out to you now. I should not be a bit afeard." Then they sat down to the fire again, and Hugh heard many anecdotes of marvelous shooting. Hitherto he had borne no nickname, being the only one in camp addressed by his simple name. But he found next morning that he had been rechristened, and henceforward he was always addressed as Lightning. End of Chapter 8, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 9 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, A Roundup. Day by day the herd swelled, and at the end of 2 months they began to move in the direction of the general rendezvous. Hugh had soon taken his share in the night guarding of the cattle and found it fascinating work. He and Bronco Harry generally worked together. The first watch was preferred because this allowed a fair night's rest to be taken afterwards, but at the same time the work was far harder and more arduous than in the later watches. The cattle were still on their feet when the watch began, and on reaching them the 2 guards began to ride round and round them, going in opposite directions. For a time the cattle would go on feeding, then gradually they would lie down until perhaps all but 5 or 6 were on the ground. At this time, however, the slightest noise would bring them onto their feet again, and then groups would try to leave the mass to begin to feed again, and the cowboys had to drive them in. Upon a dark night they depended more upon their horses' sight than their own, for these would of their own accord leave the close-packed circle and strike out to turn back any animal that had wandered from it. At last, after an hour or 2, the herd would all subside, and the cowboys would flatter themselves that their work was done. Then one of the cattle lying outside would leap to his feet with a snort, alarmed perhaps by the sudden scamper of an inquisitive jackrabbit which, having come up to examine what was going on, had fled at the approach of one of the cowboys. With a loud snort the whole herd would then spring to their feet. Perhaps after a time the herd would lie down again, reassured by the song of the cowboys, who, from the time they came on duty, always continued to sing, unless they played a fife or some other musical instrument, which answered as well as the voice. At other times a sort of general agitation communicated itself to the herd. Those on the outside, finding themselves unable to leave the mass owing to the vigilance of their guard, would begin to move along its edge. The motion would spread, and in a short time the whole mass be circling, or, as the cowboys call it, weaving. As this action, unless checked, always terminated in a general stampede, the duty of the cowboys was at once to check it. This could only be done by wedging themselves into the mass, shouting and using their heavy whips to break it up and put a stop to the motion. This was dangerous work, not only from the pressure, but from the sea of horns and angry tossing heads. Sometimes it would be successful, sometimes it would fail. Above the lowing and bellowing there would be a thunder of hoofs on the side opposite to that on which they were engaged. This would then rise a shout of, "They are off!" and the cowboys would edge their horses out of the mass and, one on each flank, gallop at the top of their speed to head the animals back. As soon as they came near the head of the herd, they would yell and shout at the top of their voices, sometimes discharging their pistols in the air, pressing the animals on the flank gradually inward, and so checking the speed of the whole until they at last met in front of the herd. Sometimes they would succeed before 2 or 3 miles of ground were passed over. Sometimes the wild flight of the herd could not be checked before morning, when they would be 30 or 40 miles from their starting place. If unable to stop them, the great aim of the cowboys was to keep them in one body. In that case, no great trouble resulted from the stampede. The other men would be out in the morning and the herd would be driven back to its starting place. But if the herd broke up, as was sometimes the case, and scattered over the country, it might take many days of hard work before they could again be got together. If the night set in wild, so as to render it probable that the cattle would stampede, a third man was placed on the guard. He would aim in keeping them in as long as possible, but if they broke the circle and went off, his duty was to gallop back to the camp. The cowboys there would leap to their feet in an instant, run to the horses picketed near, saddled and bridled ready for instant use, throw themselves on their backs, and gallop off at the top of their speed in the direction in which the herd had gone. Thunderstorms were of not infrequent occurrence, and when the clouds were seen banking up before sunset and the lightning began to play, the cattle guard knew that they were in for a troubled night. Long before the storm approached close enough to cause actual alarm among the cattle, they would evince signs of uneasiness, the electrical condition of the air seeming to affect them. They might lie down, but it was only to rise again, and the distant roll of the thunder seemed to be answered by their restless bellowing. On such a night it needed no message to the camp to bring help. As the storm approached and it became evident by the brightness and rapidity of the flashes that it was going to be an unusually severe one by one the men would leave their fire or rise from their couches and go out to their horses, pull up and coil their ropes, leap into the saddle, wrap a blanket around them, and gallop off to the herd, beginning always to sing as they approached it, as otherwise their arrival might stampede the animals. When the storm came overhead, the terror of the cattle rose to the highest point, and the efforts of the whole of the cowboys of the outfit scarcely sufficed to restrain them. The almost incessant flashes of lightning showed a sea of heads and horns, wild eyes and distended nostrils. The thunder was continuous, and so terrible were some of these storms that Hugh felt grateful to the animals that the trouble they gave, and the incessant efforts and activity required to restrain them, diverted his attention from the terrible war of elements overhead. On such a night it was almost certain that sooner or later the herd would stampede, and once off, the efforts of their guard were directed to keep them together rather than to head them. So long as they remained in a bunch, it mattered little whether they were 1 mile or 30 from the camp. If headed and held up, they would probably start again, and it was less anxious work to gallop by the side of the frightened mass than to hold them in check when once their excitement reached its height. In some respects, the ride in such a storm as this was less dangerous than upon a dark, still night, for the lightning flashes showed not only the exact position of the herd, but greatly diminished the chances of serious falls by lighting up the whole configuration of the country and showing any obstacles in the way. Even a fall, heavy though it might be, would be a trifle in comparison to one occurring while endeavoring to head the herd, for in that case it would entail certain death, as life would be trampled out in an instant by the onward torrent of the cattle. Hugh had by this time come to understand that even 12 horses were by no means too much for the use of each man. Wiry and tough as were the ponies, the men who rode them seemed to be iron. Hugh was frequently in his saddle 18 hours a day, occasionally 20, and 4 or even 5 horses would be thoroughly done up before his work was over. Had they been fed with grain, a smaller number might have sufficed, for unless unusually pressed, they could have been ridden again on the following day. But fed entirely upon the dry grasses of the plains, they needed a day's rest before they were again fit for work. The herd increased by another 1,000 before it reached the general rendezvous of the roundup. For each day 6 of the men scoured the country lying within 10 or 15 miles of the line of march, and drove in all the cattle met with on their way. At last they reached the stream near whose banks the vast herds driven in from all quarters were gathered. They had been on an occasional day's halt on the way to give a needed rest to cattle, horses, and men. But now that the outfit had arrived at the spot indicated before they had left the headquarters station, there was a rest for 4 days before operations commenced. The time was employed by the men in washing, overhauling, and mending their clothes, repairing their saddles, and in sleep. They knew nothing of the position of the other outfits of their own and of the other ranches, but were sure they all lay within a radius of some 20 or 30 miles. That is to say, all that had as yet arrived. Some had probably come up days before, perhaps weeks. Others would not be there for some time. All depended upon the nature of the country to be worked and the distance traversed. There were several other outfits scattered along the banks of the stream above and below them at distances of about a half a mile apart, and the overseers of the different ranches were busy making arrangements for the general campaign. 4 days after their arrival, a cowboy rode in with a letter to the overseer of the outfit. A few minutes later, Bronco Harry and 4 other hands, among whom were Hugh and Bill Royce, were ordered to saddle up and to go down to the central station. The term order is scarcely a correct one, for cowboys are not meant to be ordered. A cowboy is asked to do a thing, and asked in civil terms. The request has all the force of an order, but it is not so conveyed. It is put in the form, "I want you to do so-and-so," or "Will you saddle up and do so-and-so?" It is just as easy to put it in that form as in any other, and though the cowboy knows that if he does not comply with the request, he has got to ride back to the headquarters station and get his money, he does not feel his dignity injured as it would be by a direct order. There are no men more independent than cowboys. They know their value, and a really good man knows, and this was more especially the case at that time, that he has but to ride to the next ranch to get employment. The consequence is that although willing to work to the utmost of his powers in the interest of his employer, he by no means regards that employer as a master, but treats even the chief manager on terms of absolute equality and insists on being so treated by him in return. "Bronco Harry," the overseer said, "I want you, Jack Johnson, Bowie Bob, Chunky Royce, and Lightning Hugh to saddle up and ride down to the Forks and help in the roundup. The wagon is going to stay here till our herd is called up. There are men from the other outfits there. The boss is there, and he will settle about things. 2 of the wagons are there, so you will be all right as to grub. I expect you will be there about a fortnight, and then the others will come down and take your place." "Are we to take down our other horses?" the cowboy asked. "No. Number 1 outfit will take charge of the cattle as they are cut out and branded. Number 3 will take the next mob. Anyhow, you won't want horses except to take you down there." "All right," Harry said, and proceeded to call the other 4 together. In a few minutes the horses were brought in and saddled, the blankets rolled up and strapped to the saddles, and the 5 men chosen, after eating a hasty meal, started for the point named, which was some 25 miles distant. "Now you're going to see some fun, Hugh," Bill Royce, who had got the nickname of Chunky from his short, square figure, remarked as they rode along. "Yes," Bronco Harry put in, "you will have to look out sharp, Hugh. I tell you, it is pretty lively work when you get hold of a 6 months calf and the old savage of a mother is trying her best to hook you. There ain't a day that some fella don't get hurt, but as long as you don't let a cow jam you against the post, it don't much matter. That is what you've got to look to special. A chuck in the air don't much matter, nor being knocked a dozen yards or so. But if you get jammed by one of those brutes against the fence, there ain't nothing to do but to bury you." 3 hours' riding brought them to the Forks. 2 or 3 large herds of cattle could be made out far on the plains. Another mob could be seen not far from the wooded hollow that marked the course of the stream. Horsemen were hovering round them, and there was a confused mass of animals in what looked to Hugh like a strong stockade near it. A short distance away 12 wagons were drawn up in regular order some 50 yards apart. Columns of light smoke rising near them showed that cooking was going on at each wagon. Quickening the speed of their horses, the cowboys rode on until they drew up at the wagon of the O Triangle Ranch. "Howdy, Pete," Bronco Harry said as he leapt from his horse to a Negro who, with a Mexican assistant, was engaged in cooking. "Howdy, Bronco Harry." "Where are the boys, and what's new?" "Dey's out dar," the Negro said, waving his hand in the direction of the corral. "Some of dem is working in de herd, some of dem is inside. Irish is in de wagon, him leg broken. New York John got killed 3 days back." "That's bad, Pete. How'd he manage that?" "Old cow hooked him. Ran horn right through him body. Irish got tossed against the post." "I suppose there are boys down from the other outfits here, Pete?" "Yes, 5 number 3, 5 number 4. Number 4 came in this morning. Now you come dat make 15 in all our outfit. Dat too much for Pete to cook for." "Well, you've got someone to help you, Pete, so you ought not to grumble." Pete made a grimace as much as to signify that he did not consider the assistance of the Mexicans to be of much account. Between the men of these 2 races there was a general feud, while the cowboys looked down upon both and as a rule refused to allow them to work with them except in the capacity of cook. "Where are our horses, Pete?" "Number 1 horse is over deer," the Negro said, pointing to a group of horses out on the plain. "Young Nat looking arter them." "Well, we may as well take our horses out there, boys," Bronco Harry said, turning to the others. "It is no use picketing them here. We ain't likely to want them." "I will ride them out," Hugh volunteered. The others removed their saddles and bridles, and Hugh drove them out to the group on the plain. "Well, Nat, how are you getting on?" he asked a boy of about 15 years old who was lying on the ground with his horse's rein over his arm near them. "Oh, I'm all right," the boy replied. Been here a week and getting pretty tired of this job, you bet, with nothing to do but just to lie here. Blast all camps, I say." "You ought to be at school, you young imp," Hugh laughed. "I would just as soon be doing that as lying here," the boy said. "It will be all right when I get to be a cowboy, but there ain't much fun about this. Just come in?" "Yes." "Who's with you?" Hugh gave the names. "Bronco Harry ain't a bad sort," the boy said. "The others ain't of much account." "You had better tell them so," Hugh said with a smile. "I would tell them if I thought fit," the boy said angrily. "You don't suppose that I'm afraid of any of that mob?" "I know you are a very bad man, Nat," Hugh said with assumed gravity, "a very dangerous character in a camp, but I hope you won't do any of them any harm." "I shan't do them no harm if they don't do me any," the boy said, "but I don't take no sauce from no one." By this time Hugh had unsaddled Prince, and placing the saddle over his head and carrying the bridle in his hand, nodded to the boy and started back to the camp, while Prince joined the 4 horses, which began to graze at a little distance from the rest. Presently 2 or 3 of the other horses came over to the newcomers, and after a little snorting apparently recognized them as friends with whom they had been acquainted at the head station, and this fact being established, Prince and his companions were allowed to join them. There were many boys like Nat out on the plains, for the most part lads who had run away from home and who were now training up to be cowboys, being engaged in day herding the horses, work that demanded but little skill or attention. They were generally regarded with favor by the outfits to which they were attached, for the cowboys as a rule are silent men, and the liveliness of the boys amused them. These boys generally grew up into the most reckless and daredevil of cowboys, speedily picking up the worst language and imitating the wildest follies of their companions, and they would have been an unmitigated nuisance in the camps had they not been frequently sternly called to order by men with whom they knew there was no trifling. It was not until nightfall that the work ceased and the cowboys returned to their wagons. They had been working without a break since daylight, contenting themselves with eating a piece of bread and cold meat standing at their work in the middle of the day. "Well, boys, come in for a spell?" one of them asked as they came up to the fire where the new arrivals were seated. "We have had a week of it, and it has been a pretty tough job. The cattle are wonderful wild. I suppose the thunder has scared them, and we are pretty sure the Injuns have been chasing them lately by the foothills. Did you see anything of the Reds?" "No, there were no signs of them in the part we searched." "There were signs further south," the other went on. "We came on 2 places where they had slaughtered a lot of cattle, and we hear they have been making raids down into Mexico, and the troops have been out after them down by the frontier line. Anyhow, the cattle are wilder than usual. You have heard, I suppose, that New York John has been rubbed out?" "Yes, we heard that, and I've been talking to Irish. He seems getting on all right." "Irish is a blamed fool. I told him over and over again he would get into trouble if he didn't mind, but nothing could persuade him that there was any difference between the ways of a Kerry cow and a Texas steer, and of course he came to grief. I should have thought that New York John would have known better than to get himself hooked like that, but it were not altogether his fault. He were holding a calf, and he had his eye on the old cow, who had got her dander up pretty considerable. One of the men had roped her, and New York John naturally thought that she was safe. So he downed the calf, and the brand was clapped to it, and the young'un bawls out, and of course the cow made a fresh rush to get at it, and the rope breaks, and she was on New York John afore he could look round." "But how came the rope to break? A man must be a fool and worse to come down to a roundup with a rotten old rope." "Well, the rope was a new un. You may guess there was a lot of talk over it, and it put our backs up a bit that New York John should get killed that way. The rope were a new one, and there warn't no doubt about that, but it had been cut half through. Who had done it, in course, no one knew. The men were mad over it, and if they could have found out who had done it, he would have swung from the limb of a tree in a squirrel's jump. There were 2 or 3 men who had musses with the old chap as the rope belonged to, but no one could say as any of them had cut his rope. Of course, it may have been an accident, but no one thought that very likely. However, there it were. Somebody cut the fellow's rope to spite him, and it cost New York John his life, which was pretty rough on him." "What is the work for tomorrow?" "Well, your lot and the men of the other 2 outfits are to be in the yard. We have got a spell off, except, of course, that we have got to look after our own bunch of cattle." "How many are there of them?" "About 6,000, I should say. I expect some of us will start driving them up north day after tomorrow." The next morning, Hugh went down to the cattle yard as soon as they had finished breakfast. Day had just broken, and while they were waiting for the herd to be brought up, he looked around at the yard. The paling was composed of very strong posts 6 feet high, placed at intervals of 2 or 3 inches apart. It had been built 3 or 4 years before, as this place was the most convenient and central upon the plains. A few wagon loads of timber had been taken out there a fortnight before the arrival of the teams, with a gang of men who took up any posts that showed signs of rottenness and replaced them by others, the various ranches in the roundup performing this duty by turns. The fence enclosed a space of upwards of an acre. Beside the contingent from the O Triangle Ranch, some 40 or 50 cowboys from the other ranches were gathered within it. Several fires were lighted for heating the brands, and the overseer who was in charge of the work for the day divided the men into parties, each group consisting of representatives of 4 or 5 different ranches. In a short time, a great herd was seen approaching, driven in by a number of mounted cowboys. The crossbars were removed from the opening that served as a gate at the upper end of the yard, and the reluctant animals, unable to withstand the pressure of those behind, poured in. Several hundreds entered. The bars were dropped again, and the animals enclosed stood in a dense group, stamping the ground and threatening an attack as the cowboys approached them. These all carried their ropes, some holding them in their hands ready for throwing, while others had them coiled over their left shoulder, while in their right hands they held their heavy whips. Those who were to fetch out the calves first approached. 6 ropes were thrown, and the calves were dragged out, struggling and calling, or as the cowboys called it, bawling, to their mothers for assistance. The call was not in vain. The cows rushed out furiously to the assistance of their calves. As each did so, the cowboy whose comrade was dragging the calf towards one of the fires shouted out the brand on the cow, and then, cracking their whips, and if necessary using them, they drove the animal back into the mass and kept her there, while the calf was thrown down and branded with the same mark as its mother. Hugh was among those told off to fetch out the calves. He had had some practice, as many of the mavericks found had calves by their side, and these as well as the cows had been branded with the O triangle. Another cowboy assisted him to haul the calf by main force towards the fire, and held the rope while Hugh ran up to it. Placing himself beside it, he leaned over it, grasped it by the flank with both hands, and then lifted it and flung it down on its side. His comrade then ran up and pinned its head to the ground, while Hugh knelt on its haunches, and the brander came up with a hot iron and marked it. The iron was held on long enough only to burn off the hair and slightly singe the hide, and the mark so made was almost indelible. In addition to this, the calves' ears were cut, each ranch having its particular mark, such as 2 long slits and a short one, a square piece cut out and a notch on either side of it, a semicircular piece and 2 notches, a semicircle and a square, etc. These marks were very durable, but even these often became confused owing to the ears getting torn by a rush through thorns or by the action of a neighbor's horn in a close press or during a stampede. It required but small exercise of strength to throw a calf of 3 months old, but many of them were 8 or 9 months and nearly fully grown, and it needed a great exertion of strength and a good deal of knack to throw down an animal of this size. Once or twice Hugh had narrow escapes, for some of the cows, in spite of the cowboys' whips, burst through them and rushed to the assistance of their calves, but each time the ropes descended over their heads or caught them by their legs and threw them to the ground before they reached them. After an hour of this work, he was relieved by one of the other men, and took his turn at the lighter work of keeping back the cows. When every calf in the yard had been branded, the gate at the lower end was opened and the animals driven out, while a fresh mob was admitted from the herd. So the work went on until the herd had all passed through the yard and the calves had been branded. Then there was a quarter of an hour's rest, while another herd was driven up and the work recommenced. By nightfall, some 9,000 animals had passed through the yard, and nearly 4,000 calves had been branded. Begrimed with sweat and dust, the cowboys went down to the stream, where most of them bathed and all had a thorough wash, and then went up to their wagons to supper. "How do you feel now?" Bronco Harry asked Hugh when he threw himself down by the fire. "I feel broken up altogether, Harry. My back and loins feel as if I had been beaten to a pulp. I believe I have strained every muscle of my arms, and my hands and wrists are so stiff that I can't close my fingers." "Yes, calf chucking is pretty hard work until you get accustomed to it," the cowboy said. "It is knack more than strength, though it needs a lot of strength too when you have got a rampageous 10 months calf in your hands." "I have not got the knack yet," Hugh said, "and anything over 6 months I had to have roped by the legs and thrown, but I suppose I shall be able to tackle them in time." In the case of the cows that had been branded only a year or two before, there was no difficulty in recognizing the brand, and so to decide upon the ownership of the calf. But in the case of older cows, the brand and earmarks had in some instances both become so far obliterated that it was difficult to decide what they had originally been. Over these brands there were sharp and sometimes angry disputes among the cowboys belonging to the different ranches. The case was generally settled by the overseer in charge of the day's operations, calling upon 3 cowboys belonging to ranches unconnected with the dispute to give their opinion as to what the marks had originally been. Their decision was accepted by all parties as final, and the cow rebranded as well as the calf. "What do you do when the brand is so far gone as to make it altogether impossible to say what it was?" Hugh asked. "It would not get here at all in that state," the cowboy replied. "It would have been rebranded at once by the outfit that first found it, just as if it had been a maverick. But in that case, of course, any cowboy would claim the cow as belonging to his ranch if he could convince the others that the old brand was the one used by it. They never brand over the old mark. That must be left as an evidence." The next day happened to be Sunday, and Hugh felt glad indeed that he had a day on which to recover from his stiffness. Sundays were always kept, except in cases of great emergency, as a day of rest, cowboys taking the opportunity to wash and mend their clothes, to practice shooting with their revolvers, or to run races with their horses. At roundups, these races afford one of the chief interests to the cowboy, for rivalry between the various ranches runs high, and the men are ready to bet their bottom dollar upon the representative of their own ranch. "Have you ever tried that horse of yours against anything fast, Hugh?" one of his comrades asked. "No, I am sure he is very fast, but I have never really tried him." "We were fools not to think of that before," Bronco Harry put in. "We ought to have raced him against some of the others and have found out what he can do, and then we might have made a soft thing of it. I suppose you wouldn't mind trying him, Hugh?" "Not at all. But if he is to race, you had better ride him instead of me. I shouldn't say you were much above 9 stones and a half." "I don't know what you mean by your stone," Harry said. "We don't reckon that way out here. I was 135 pounds last time I weighed at the head station." "That is 2 pounds more than I said." "Well, I am certainly 20 pounds heavier. I should say 25, and that makes a lot of difference." "I should think so. Still, we had best have a trial, Hugh, before we try to make a match. That is a good horse of yours. I mean the one you first mounted and who played such tricks with you. I should some day like to try him against my best and see how they go. I dare say you will get him again before the roundup is over." "What length do you run your races here, Bronco?" "In general, they are short dashes, not above a half a mile at the outside, but sometimes a match is made for some distance. Well, when we have had dinner, we will trot out into the plain. We must go off a goodish bit and make sure that none of the boys of the other ranches are within sight." Accordingly, when dinner was over, Bronco Harry and Hugh went out to the horses. Prince come trotting out as soon as he heard Hugh's whistle, and Bronco Harry soon dropped his noose over the neck of his own horse. They then put on the saddle and bridles which they had brought with them, and went off at a canter across the plains. They ran 3 or 4 trials. The results showed that Bronco's horse was quicker in getting off, and that in a 1/4 of a mile dash there was little to choose between them. But at longer distances than this, Prince was, in spite of the greater weight he carried, much the faster. "That horse can go," the cowboy said admiringly. "I shouldn't mind if there were a pack of Redskins coming behind me if I was on his back. The worst of him is he is so good-looking. If he was ugly to look at, we might clean out all the camps, but he looks so good that I'm afraid we shan't be able to get much money out of him. Well, now, we won't race him this evening. There are sure to be some matches on, and I will ride my horse. That way I shall find out what there is in the camp, and whether there is anything that can beat him as much as your horse can do. Don't you go cavorting about on him. Just let him run with the rest of the mob, then he won't be noticed. There's too much to be got through in this camp for men to take stock of the horses. Then if we keep him dark, we can get someone to set up his horse against the best of ours. We will put the boys up to it when we get back, or someone may be blowing about your horse." There were, as the cowboy anticipated, a number of races run that evening. Bronco Harry beat 2 other horses, but lost his winnings and more in the 3rd race, when he was beaten somewhat easily by an animal which, in point of looks, was greatly the inferior of his own. "That is just what I told you, Hugh," he said when, after unsaddling his horse and sending it off to join its companions on the plains, he returned to the wagon. I am a blessed fool, for I ought to have known that when that cross-teased man offered to back that ugly-looking brute against mine, he were a sight better than he looked. He just shot off like an arrow at starting. I didn't lose anything afterwards, but I couldn't pick up them 3 lengths he got in the first 40 yards. If we make a match against him, we must see that it ain't less than half a mile. The next morning the work in the stockyards was resumed and continued throughout the week. End of Chapter 9. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 10 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, A Race. I don't think, Bronco, Hugh said one evening, that I should do anything more about that race if I were you, or if you do, don't lay out any money on it. There is just as much interest in a race if it is for $1 or 2, as if all the boys in the outfit piled their money upon it. That horse beat yours pretty easily, quite as easy, I should say, as Prince could beat him for that distance, and I really don't think that Prince would have any pull of him in races of the length you have been on here. A 20-mile gallop, I feel sure he would leave anything in camp behind easily, but I certainly would not race him any long distance of that sort. If I had a troop of Indians after me, Prince would have to do his best, whether it was 20 miles or 50, but I would not press him when it was merely a question of making money on him. Your horse was beaten, and, of course, we none of us like to own that the cross-teased men have got a better horse than we have. I am quite willing that Prince should run for the honor of the ranch, but I don't feel at all sure about his winning, and should be sorry to see the boys plank their dollars down heavily upon him. All right, Hugh, it is your horse, and I will do as you want, but I should like to take that fellow down a bit. He is one of those fellows as is always blowing. He rather likes to be thought a bad man, and is said to be very handy with his 6-shooter. On Sunday morning after breakfast was over, the cowboy in question, with 2 or 3 men of the same ranch, came across from their wagon to that of the O-Triangle men. "Have you got anything else that can go in this crowd?" he said, addressing Bronco Harry. "There don't seem to be any horses worth talking about in the whole roundup. Some of our boys say as how they have seen one of your lot on a likely-looking bay." "Well, I don't deny he is a good-looking horse," Bronco Harry said, "and can go a bit, but he is slow at starting, and that critter of yours is too speedy for the bay to have a chance of catching him up in a 1/4 of a mile. Make it a bit over, and I will ride him myself against you if you like." "I don't care about a 1/2 mile," the man said, "but I will split the difference if you like. Or if you fancy your critter for a long journey, I'm open to make a match 10 miles out and back, each side to put down $200. "What do you say to that, mate?" Bronco Harry said, turning to Hugh. Hugh shook his head decidedly. "I wouldn't have ridden him at racing speed 20 miles if there were $1,000 at stake," he said. "But if you like to take up the offer, you can ride him." "Oh, it is your horse, is it?" the cowboy said. "Why don't you ride him yourself?" "Because I ride something like 2 stones heavier than you do," Hugh said, "and if the horse is going to race, he may as well have a fair chance." "Well, how much shall it be for?" the cowboy said, turning again to Bronco Harry. "I suppose we may as well say the same stake. $100 a side, I suppose. That won't hurt you if you fancy the horse." 2 or 3 of the O-Triangle men broke in together. "Take him up, Bronco. We will all chip in." "Very well, then. That is settled," Bronco Harry said. "Shall we say 5 o'clock? I suppose we shall ride the same course as last time. I will go out now and step the distance if you will go on with me." "All right," the man said, and they at once proceeded to mark out a distance of 700 paces, which they both agreed was somewhere about halfway between a 1/4 and a 1/2 mile. A wand, to which Bronco attached his neckerchief, was stuck up as the winning post, while a low bush marked the point from which they had started to measure. The news soon spread through the camp, and many of the cowboys of the other ranches strolled in to find out what the O-Triangle men thought of their chances, and to see whether they were disposed to back their horse. Hugh, however, persuaded them not to risk their money. "You see," he said, "my horse didn't beat Bronco's by much." "No more did the other chap, Hugh. He just jumped 2 lengths ahead, and after that Bronco held him." "Yes, I know that," Hugh replied, "but we don't know that he was doing his best." "That is so," Bronco agreed. "He knew he had got me, and there was no use in giving his horse away. I expect he had got a bit in hand. I don't think it is good enough to bet on. Now let us get this money together." 20 of the men put down their $5 at once, and as the others wished also to have a share, Bronco Harry said, "Well, you 3 put in your $5 each, and Hugh and I will make it up to 50. Like enough, they will be laying odds on their horse, especially when they find we won't bet, so that at the last moment I will take them up for this 50, and if we win, we will put it to the stakes and divide up all round." The proposal was at once agreed to. Towards the end of the afternoon, they found that the cross-tees men were offering 3 and 4 to 1 upon their horse, for the odds had run up rapidly, as none of the other cowboys were disposed to back the O Triangle, seeing that the men of that ranch would not bet on their horse. At the appointed hour, the two competitors went to the post. There had been several minor races, but these had attracted comparatively little interest. Every man in camp, however, had assembled for the purpose of seeing this contest, and they were now gathered near the winning post. A cowboy belonging to a neutral ranch was to act as starter. The two riders had divested themselves of their heavy boots. "You must shake him up to begin with, Bronco," Hugh had said to him before he mounted. "He will do his best afterwards. He hates being passed, and when he sees the other ahead of him, he will go all he knows." "Now," the starter said, when the two horses stood side by side in a line with him, "I shall walk on 20 or 30 yards ahead so that you can both see me. Then I shall hold up my 6-shooter and fire. Don't either of you start till I do. I may fire straight off. I may wait a minute after I've got my hand up. You have got to keep your eyes on me, and when you see the flash, then you let them go." Both men fastened their spurs onto their stockinged feet, and as the pistol went off, struck their heels into their mounts, while at the same moment Bronco Harry brought down his whip smartly on Prince's quarter. Astonished at this treatment, the animal gave a bound forward and started at full gallop. There was no occasion for the other man to use his whip. His horse knew what was expected of it, and with its hind legs gathered under it, had been expecting the signal, and was even more quickly away than Prince. It did not, however, gain more than a length. For the first 300 yards, the horses maintained their relative position, but Prince was tugging at his bridle, and his rider, though shouting and yelling as if to urge him to his fullest speed, was yet holding him in. Then the leading horseman, thinking that Prince was doing his best, and feeling certain that he had the race in hand, dug his spurs into his horse, and the animal in a few bounds had added another length to his lead. But Bronco Harry loosened his pull at the reins and let Prince go, and before another 100 yards had been passed, his head was level with the other's stirrup. The cross-tees man whipped and spurred, while Bronco Harry sat quiet on his horse and contented himself by maintaining his present position. When 100 yards from home, he shook his horse up and slightly touched him with a spur. Almost instantaneously, Prince was level with his opponent, and in dashing on ahead passed the flagpost 3 lengths in advance amidst a loud cheer from the O Triangle men, and from most of the other cowboys, for although few had ventured to back the horse, there was a general feeling of satisfaction at seeing the cross-tees man beaten. The latter, without a word, circled round and rode straight back to his wagon, and the stakeholder handed over the stake and bets, which had both been deposited with him, to Bronco Harry. $250, he said, as he put the roll of notes in his pocket, for the bets had been made at 3 to 1. "I call that an easier way of making money than cow-punching. I can't stand treat, boys, because there's no liquor in camp. But remember, I owe you one all round the first time we meet in a saloon." Returning to camp, the division was made, and each of the 25 men received his share of $10, together with the money he had staked. "I shouldn't be surprised, Hugh," Bronco Harry said as they sat round the fire, "if we have trouble with that skunk. He is a bad-tempered lot at best, and he dropped his money heavy, for I hear he put in all the stake himself, and he bet some besides. He took 20 off me last week, but he has dropped pretty well half his season's money. You see if he don't try and get up trouble." "If he does, leave him to me, Harry." "I don't want to leave him to you, Hugh. I rode the race, and if he wants fighting, he will get it here. But I'm afraid it is likely enough he will try and make trouble with you. He knows that I'm pretty tough hand, but he thinks you nothing but a tenderfoot, and that sort of fellow always fixes a quarrel on a soft if he gets the chance." "Well, as you know, Harry, I can take care of myself, and I would much rather it was me than you. I know that you are a good deal better shot than I am, but you know you are not nearly so quick with your weapon. There would be no occasion to shoot, I fancy." "You are right there, lad. If you get the drop on him, you will see he will weaken directly." The evening, however, passed off without the defeated cowboy making his appearance. "He reckons it wouldn't do," Tom Long said. "You see, the whole crowd would be agin him if he were to come and get up a muss because he has been beaten a race. A fellow who runs his horse is bound to look pleasant whether he wins or whether he loses, and a good many of the boys was saying as they never see a worse thing than the way he galloped off after Bronco came in ahead of him. If he was to come down here and make a muss, he knows that for sure the crowd wouldn't stand it, and that if everything wasn't perfectly square, they would come Judge Lynch on him in no time. Now, a man may take the chance of being shot in a quarrel, but if he ain't shot by one man, he is likely to get hung by a crowd. It takes a pretty hard man to run the chances. Only look out for him, Bronco. I believe he has got a touch of Mexican blood in him, although I dare say he would shoot the man who ventured to say so, only it is there for all that, and you know a Mexican don't mind waiting months so that he gets even at last. That's so, Bronco Harry agreed. A greaser is about the worst sort of white, that is, if you can call them white. I don't know, but I hate them more than Injuns. On the following morning, half No. 1 outfit started north with a herd of 5,000 cattle that had been picked out from those driven in and branded, and Hugh, with his 4 mates, now took their turn at driving in the herds to the yard. This was much more to Hugh's taste than the previous work had been. He did not mind the work of hauling out and throwing the calves, nor of keeping back the cows, but he hated seeing the calves branded, and still more the operation of cutting their ears. It was, of course, necessary work, but it was painful to him to share in, and indeed he had generally managed to get Bill Royce to exchange work with him when he was told off to perform these operations. The herding, on the other hand, was good fun. The animals seemed to have an instinctive repulsion for the stockyard. Many of them had been branded there the previous year and probably recognized the spot. At any rate, there were constant attempts to break away, and it needed all the energy and vigilance of their guard to drive them down to the yard, and still more to keep them there while awaiting their turn to enter it. But more exciting still, and much more dangerous, was the work of those who kept guard at the lower end of the yard. As the animals came out, the calves were half mad with terror and pain, and the cows furious at the defeat of their efforts to succor their offspring, so that it was dangerous work for the men of the various ranches to pick out the animals bearing their brand and to drive them off to the knot of animals gathered at some little distance away under the guard of 2 of their comrades. Sometimes the cows made furious charges, which it needed all the agility of horse and rider to avoid. Then, as the animal rushed past, a rope would be thrown over its head or under its leg, and an instant later it would come to the ground with a crash. This generally proved sufficient. The cow, when the rope was slackened, rose to its feet in a half-dazed way and walked heavily off, with the evident impression upon its mind that an earthquake had taken place. Hugh was glad when he heard in the middle of the day that the rest of the outfit had arrived with the wagon and all the horses, for he felt that Prince had had enough of it, and he at once galloped off, roped one of his own horses, shifted the saddle onto him, and went back to work. 1 or 2 of the bulls gave a great deal of trouble, charging hither and thither furiously as they came out from the yard. In these cases, 3 or 4 of the cowboys united, and while one attracted his attention, the others threw their ropes. Some of the bulls had to be thrown half a dozen times before they were subdued. A few days later, the cross-teased man, who went by the name of Flash Bill, walked up to the fire round which the cowboys of No. 2 outfit were sitting. "I have just come across to say I am sorry I rode off that day you beat me, Bronco. I allow it was a mean trick of me, but I was riled pretty considerable. Still, I oughtn't to have done it. It weren't the right thing." "It weren't," Harry said. "But now you own up, there is an end of it. Sit right down and have a smoke." For some time the conversation turned upon horses. 2 or 3 other men of the Cross-Tees ranch sauntered up and joined in. Presently Flash Bill turned to Hugh, who had taken no part of the conversation, and said, "Have you a mind to trade that horse?" "No, I wouldn't sell it at any price," Hugh said. "It exactly suits me, and I should find difficulty in getting another as good." "Seems to me as I have seen that horse before," the man said. "Had him long?" "I have had him about 8 months," Hugh replied. "Curious, I seem to know him. Can't think where I've seen him. Somewhere out west." "I bought him at McKinney," Hugh said. "Oh, you bought him, did you?" "How do you suppose I got him?" Hugh asked shortly. "Oh, there are plenty of horses out on these plains as never was paid for," Flash Bill said. "I don't say there are not," Hugh replied. "At any rate, I expect you are a better authority about that than I am." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean exactly what I say," Hugh said quietly. "Do you mean to say as I have been a horse thief?" the man exclaimed furiously. "I mean to say exactly what I did say," he replied. "Then you are a liar," and the man's hand went to his hip. To his astonishment, before his finger had closed on the butt of his pistol, he was looking down the barrel of Hugh's revolver. "Drop that," Hugh exclaimed, "or I fire." Flash Bill threw up his hand. Now you will take that back, Hugh said. I take it back, Flash Bill said sullenly. You've got the drop on me, though. How you did it, I don't know. There ain't nothing more to be said. I take it back. There is an end of it, then, Hugh said, replacing his pistol in his belt. You thought you had got a soft thing. You see you've made a mistake. You had better get, Flash Bill, Bronco Harry said. You ain't wanted here. You came over to make a muss, and only I knowed as Hugh could hold his own with you, I would have put a bullet into you myself when I saw your hand go to your pistol. You get, and if you will take my advice, you will get altogether. You can't play the bad man in this camp any longer after weakening before a young chap as is little more than a tenderfoot. With a muttered execration, Flash Bill got up and, followed by the men of his own ranch, walked up. You did mighty well, considering that is the first trouble you've been in, Hugh, but you did wrong in not shooting. The rule on the plains is, if one man calls another either a liar or a coward, that fellow has a right to shoot him down if he can get his gun out first. That's the rule, ain't it, boys? There was a chorus of assent. You may call a man pretty nigh everything else, and it don't go for much. We ain't shy as to our words here. But them two words, liar and coward, is death, and you would have done well to have shot him. You bet you'll have trouble with that fellow some day. You'll see he will go now, but you'll hear of him again. I could no more have shot him than I could have flown, Hugh said, for he was really unarmed. He would have shot you if he had been healed first, Long Tom said, and there ain't a man in the camp but would have said that you had been perfectly right if you had shot him, for it is sartain he came over here bound to kill you. I agree with Bronco. You have done a mighty soft thing, and maybe you will be sorry for it some day. I have heard say that Flash Bill has been a mighty hard man in his time, and I guess as stealing horses ain't been the worst thing he has done, and I reckon he has come back here to work for a bit because he has made it too hot for himself in the settlements. Well, it's a pity you didn't shoot. The next morning as they were saddling their horses, Flash Bill rode past. He had his blankets and kit strapped behind his saddle. He checked his horse as he came up to them. I give you warning, he said to Hugh, that I'll shoot at sight when we meet again. You too, Bronco Harry. All right, Bronco Harry replied. We shall both be ready for you. Without another word, Flash Bill put spurs to his horse and galloped away. This was the regular form of challenge among the cowboys. Sometimes, after a quarrel in which one of them had got the drop on the other, and the latter had been obliged to take back what he had said, mutual friends would interfere. And if the row had taken place when one or other of the men had been drinking, or when there was no previous malice or dislike between the men, the matter would be made up and things go on as before. If, however, the quarrel had been a deliberate one, and one or the other considered himself still aggrieved, he would take his discharge and leave the camp on the following morning, giving his antagonistic notice that he should shoot at sight when they next met, and whether the meeting was alone on the plains, in a drinking saloon, or in a street, both parties would draw and fire the moment their eyes fell on each other. That Flash Bill should have been forced to take back his words by this young hand of the O Triangle Ranch was a matter of the deepest astonishment to the camp, and Hugh found himself quite a popular character, for Flash Bill had made himself very obnoxious, and with the exception of 2 or 3 men of his own camp in the Cross-Tees outfit, the men of that body were more pleased than anyone else that the bully had had to leave. None were more astonished than the men of the other outfits of the O Triangle Ranch. They had heard Hugh addressed as Lightning, but curiosity is not a cowboy failing, and few had given a thought as to how he had come by the appellation. 1 or 2 had asked the question, but Bronco Harry had, the night before his party started the roundup, said to the others, Look here, boys, if anyone asks how Lightning Hugh came by his name, don't you give him away. They will learn one of these days, and it will be as good as a theater when he does that gun trick of his, so keep it dark from the other boys. The few questions asked, therefore, had been met with a laugh. It is sort of a joke of ours, Bronco Harry had said to one of the questioners. You will see one of these days why it fits him. Hugh was not sorry when the time came for his outfit to start. They had charge of a herd of 8,000 or 9,000 animals, all belonging to the O Triangle. It was customary for most of the ranches to drive their own cattle, after a roundup, towards the neighborhood of their station for the convenience of cutting out the steers that were to be sent down to market, or herds, principally of cows and calves, for purchasers who intended to establish ranches in the still unoccupied territory in New Mexico, Colorado, Dakota, and Montana. Some of these herds would have thousands of miles to travel and be many months upon the journey. Many of the cowboys looked forward to taking service with these herds and trying life under new conditions in the northern territories. When the beef herds and such cow herds as the manager of the ranch wished to sell had been picked out and sent off, the rest of the cattle would be free to wander anywhere they liked over the whole country until they were again swept together for the roundup, unless other sales were effected in the meantime, in which case parties of the cowboys would go out to cut out and drive in the number required. The number of cattle collected at the roundups was enormous, many of the ranches owning from 40 to 80,000 cattle. A considerable number were not driven in at the roundup, as the greater portion of the beef cattle, which had already been branded, were cut out and left behind by the various outfits, and only the cows and calves, with a few bulls to serve as leaders, were driven in. Nevertheless, at these great roundups in Texas, the number of the animals collected mounted up to between 200,000 and 300,000. Two-thirds of the work was over when number 2 outfit of the O Triangle Ranch started. "Well, I am glad that is over, Bill," Hugh said as they halted at the end of the first day's march. "I am not sorry," Bill Royce replied. "It is desperate hard work. All day at the stockyard and half one's time at night on guard with the herds is a little too much for anyone." "Yes, it has been hard work," Hugh said, "but I don't think I meant that so much as that it was not so pleasant in other ways as usual. The men are too tired to talk or sing of an evening. One breakfasted, or rather swallowed one's food half asleep before daylight, took one's dinner standing while at work, and was too tired to enjoy one's supper." "I reckon it has been a good roundup," Bronco Harry said. "There have been only 4 men killed by the cattle, and there haven't been more than 5 or 6 shooting scrapes. Let me think. Yes, only 5 men have been shot." "That is 5 too many, Bronco," Hugh said. "Well, that is so in one way, Hugh, but you see we should never get on out here without shooting." "Why shouldn't we?" "Because we are an all-fired rough lot out here. There ain't no law and no sheriffs and no police and no troops. How in thunder would you keep order if it weren't for the six-shooter? There would be no peace, and the men would always be quarreling and wrangling. How would you work it anyway? It is just because a quarrel means a shooting scrape that men don't quarrel, and that everyone keeps a civil tongue in his head. There ain't nowhere in the world where there is so little quarreling as out here on the plains. You see, if we didn't all carry 6-shooters and were ready to use them, the bad-tempered men and the hard men would have it their own way. Big fellas like you would be able to bully little fellas like me. We should get all the bad men from the towns whenever they found the settlements too hot for them. We should have murderers and gamblers and horse thieves coming and mixing themselves up with us. I tell you, Hugh, that without the revolver, there would be no living out here. No, sirree, the 6-shooter puts us all on level, and each man has got to respect another. I don't say as there ain't a lot wiped out every year, because there is, but I say that it is better so than it would be without it. When these plains get settled up, and the Grangers have their farms on them, and the great cattle ranches go, and you got sheriffs and judges and all that, the 6-shooter will go too, but you can't do without it till then. The revolver is our sheriff and judge and executioner all rolled in one. No one who is quiet and peaceable has got much occasion to use it. I nearly had to use it the other day, Bronco, and I reckon I am quiet and peaceable." "Well, I don't altogether know about that, Hugh. I don't say as you want to quarrel, quite the contrary, but you made up your mind before you came here that if you got into trouble you were going to fight, and you practiced and practiced until you got so quick that you are sure you can get the drop on anyone you got into a muss with. So, though you don't want to get in a quarrel, if anyone wants to quarrel with you, you are ready to take him up. Now, if it hadn't been so, there wouldn't have been any shooting irons out the other night. Flash Bill came over to get up a quarrel. He was pretty well bound to get up a quarrel with someone, but if you had been a downright peaceable chap, he could not have got up a quarrel with you. If you had said quietly, when he kinder said as how you hadn't come by that horse honest, that Bill here had been with you when you bought him, and that you got a document in your pocket, signed by a sheriff and a judge, to prove that you had paid for it, there would have been no words with you. I don't say as Flash Bill, who was just spoiling for a fight, wouldn't have gone at somebody else. Likely enough, he would have gone at me. Well, if I had been a quiet and peaceable chap, I should have weakened too, and so it would have gone on until he got hold of somebody as wasn't going to weaken to no one, and then the trouble would have begun. I don't say as this is the place for your downright peaceable man, but I say if such a one comes here, he can manage to go through without mixing himself up in shooting scrapes." But in that way, a man like Flash Bill, let us say, who was known to be ready to use his pistol, might bully a whole camp. Yes, if they were all peaceable people, but then you see they ain't. This sort of life ain't good for peaceable people. We take our chances pretty well every day of getting our necks broke one way or another, and when that is so, one don't think much more of the chances of being shot than of other chances. Besides, a man ain't allowed to carry on too bad. If he forces a fight on another and shoots him fair, mind you, the boys get together and say, this can't go on, and that man is told to get, and when he is told that, he has got to. If he don't, he knows what he has got to expect. No, sirree, I don't say as everything out in the plains is just arranged as it might be in New York, but I say that, take the life as it is, I don't see as it could be arranged better. There was a chap out here for a bit as had read up no end of books, and he said it was just the same sort of thing way back in Europe, when every man carried his sword by his side and was always fighting duels, till at last the kings got strong enough to make laws to put it down and managed things without it. And that's the way it will be in this country. Once the law is strong enough to punish bad men, and to make it so there ain't no occasion for a fella to carry about a six-shooter to protect his life, then the six-shooter will go. But that won't be for a long time yet. Why, if it wasn't for us cowboys, there wouldn't be no living in the border settlements. The horse thieves and the outlaws would just rampage about as they pleased, and who would follow them out on the plains and into the mountains? But they know we won't have them out here, and that there would be no more mercy shown them if they fell into our hands than there would be to a rattler. Then again, who is it keeps the engines in order? Do you think it is Uncle Sam's troops? Why, the Redskins just laugh at them. It's the cowboys. It ain't so long ago, Long Tom put in, as a boss commissioner came out to talk with the natives and make them presents and get them to live peaceful. People out in the East who don't know nothing about engines are always doing some foolish thing like that. The big chief, he listens to the commissioner, and when he is done talking to him and asks what presents he should like, the chief said as the thing that would most tickle him would be a half-dozen cannons with plenty of ammunition. But, says the commissioner, we can't give you cannon to fight our troops with. Troops, says the chief, who cares about the troops? We can just drive them whenever we like. We want the cannons to fight the cowboys. That chief knew what was what. It is the cowboys as keeps back the Redskins. It's the cowboys as prevents these plains getting filled up with outlaws and horse thieves, and the cowboys can do it 'cause each man has got 6 lives pretty sartin at his belt, and as many more as he can take time to slip in fresh cartridges for, and because we don't place much value on our lives, seeing as we risk them every day. We know they ain't likely to be long anyhow. What with death among the herds, shooting scrapes, broken limbs, and one thing and another, and the work which wears out the strongest in a few years, a cowboy's life is bound to be a short one. You won't meet 1 in 10 who is over 30. It ain't like other jobs. We don't go away and take up with another trade. What should we be fit for? A man that has lived on horseback and spent his life galloping over the plains, what is he going to do when he ain't no longer fit for this work? He ain't going to hoe a corn patch or wear a biled shirt and work in a store. He ain't going to turn lawyer or set up to make boots or breeches. No, sirree. He knows his 10 years is about as much as he can reckon on if his chances are good, and that being so, he don't hold nothing particular to his life. We ain't got no wives and no children. We works hard for our money, and when we gets it, we spend it mostly in a spree. We are ready to share it with any mates as comes along hard up. It might be better, and it might be worse. Anyway, I don't see no chance of changing it as long as there is room out west for cattle ranches. Another 100 years, and the Grangers will have got the land, and the cowboys will be gone, but it will last our time anyhow. Hugh was much struck with this estimate of a cowboy's life by one of themselves, but on thinking it over, he saw that it was a true one. These men were the adventurous spirits of the United States. Had they been born in England, they would have probably either enlisted or run away as boys and gone to sea. They were men to whom a life of action was a necessity. Their life resembled rather that of the Arab or the Red Indian than that of civilized men. Their senses had become preternaturally acute. Their eyesight was wonderful. They could hear the slightest sound and pronounce unhesitatingly how it was caused. There was not an ounce of unnecessary flesh upon them. Their muscles seemed to have hardened into whipcord. They were capable of standing the most prolonged fatigue and hardship, and just as a wild stag will run for a considerable distance after receiving a wound that would be instantly fatal to a domestic animal, these men could, as he had seen for himself, and still more, as he had heard many anecdotes to prove, sustain wounds and injuries of the most terrible kind, and yet survive, seeming, in most cases, almost insensible to pain. They were, in fact, a race apart, and had very many good qualities and comparatively few bad ones. They were, indeed, as Long Tom had said, reckless of their lives, and they spent their earnings in foolish dissipation, but they knew of no better way. The little border towns or Mexican villages they frequented offered no other amusements, and except for clothes and ammunition for their pistols, they had literally no other need for their money. Nothing could exceed the kindness with which they nursed each other in illness or their generosity to men in distress. They were devoted to the interests of their employers, undergoing, as a matter of course, the most prolonged and most prodigious exertions. They were frank, good-tempered, and kindly in their intercourse with each other, as addicted to practical jokes as so many schoolboys, and joining as heartily in the laugh when they happened to be the victims as when they were the perpetrators of the jokes. Their code of honor was perhaps a primitive one, but they lived up to it strictly, and in spite of its hardship and its dangers, there was an irresistible fascination in the wild life that they led. End of chapter 10. Read by Dory Smith.